Chapter 867. Based on Xiao Chen's clothes, he had clearly soaked in the sea for a long time. However, his skin and complexion were much better than Bai Lishi's. It was as if he had just fallen asleep. It was an extremely contradictory sight. Logically speaking, with Xiao Chen's strength, he should have woken up from such a commotion. Why was his eyes still closed? Bai Lishi did not dare to act rashly. He did not know what his brother was doing. After thinking for a while, he said, "Turn around. Let's go to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and send him back." "Big brother, we have wasted so much time. Are we not going to the deep-sea battlefield?" Bai Lishi scolded, "Idiot. If my brother wakes up, he will give you some benefits. It will be enough for you to stay in the deep-sea battlefield for 100 years. The others felt that this was reasonable. They immediately turned around happily and headed for the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Suddenly, the skinny cultivator with sharp eyes said, "Did you all notice that there is a special aura coming from Xiao Chen's body? I just absorbed some of it, and my mental energy increased significantly." The others did not believe it. After they tested it out, they all opened their eyes in shock. They all exclaimed that their mental energy had indeed increased significantly. Bai Lishi remained silent. When he saw the lifeless expression on Xiao Chen's face, he did not know why, but he felt like his heart had died. As a result, when these people discovered this, they did not pay much attention to it. Could it be that brother Xiao Chen is not going to wake up? This thought appeared in Bai Lishi's mind. The other cultivators on the ship were rather happy when they turned around. After more than a month, Xiao Chen's mental energy had increased significantly. However, the special energy that Xiao Chen gave off showed no signs of dissipating. Aside from the deity race, who had a good chance of cultivating mental energy due to their innate talent, even the other races of the Kunlun realm would find it difficult to obtain cultivation techniques for cultivating mental energy. Only Bai Lishi frowned. 1 month had passed, and it was as Bai Lishi had guessed. Xiao Chen had not woken up yet. Bai Lishi grasped the lunar shadow saber tightly with both hands and fell into a deep sleep, unwilling to wake up. "Big brother, we are almost at Thunder King Valley," the skinny cultivator said with a smile on his face as he pointed to the canyon in front. Bai Lishi looked up and saw that they were indeed almost at Thunder King Valley. He muttered, "Without that immortal will of thunder, I am not used to walking in this Thunder Emperor Valley." The small boat moved slowly, calmly sailing through the canyon. The two sides of the canyon still had the mural of the Thunder King soaring into the sky. Xiao Chen, who was on the deck, suddenly moved. When Bai Lishi saw this, he thought he was seeing things. He rubbed his eyes and discovered that Xiao Chen had already opened his eyes. The sharpness in his eyes was unrestrained and unparalleled. However, in the deepest part of his eyes, there was a sense of vicissitudes and silence that no one could capture. Xiao Chen's eyes were full of sharpness. Xiao Chen's eyes. Xiao Dragon Xiao Chen stood. Standing. On Xiao Lishi, see, and went. On. Xiao Chen lay on the deck and muttered, "Thunder King Valley. Thunder King Valley. Why did you wake me up here?" When the others on the warship saw Xiao Chen stand up, they silently felt an immense pressure. They felt like even speaking was strenuous. "Brother Xiao Chen, are you all right?" Bai Lishi asked joyfully when he saw that Xiao Chen had woken up. "Brother Xiao Chen, are you all right?" Bai Lishi asked joyfully when he saw that Xiao Chen had woken up. Xiao Chen did not explain. He asked, "Brother Bai Lishi, do you have wine?" The two drank and chatted for a long time. When Xiao Chen found out that he had been asleep for half a year, he could not help but remain silent for a long time. When the ship was about to leave the valley, Xiao Chen returned the wine bottle to Bai Lishi and thanked him. Then he flew up to Thunder King Valley without saying a word. Xiao Chen stood quietly in Thunder Emperor Valley and looked at the distant sky. His thoughts wandered along with the strong wind. After a long time, he took out the lunar shadow saber from the universe ring. Xiao Chen drew the saber from its scabbard with a huang dang sound. The cold and slender saber blade was as sharp as before. Xiao Chen touched the saber blade with his finger and gently sliced it. Blood immediately flowed onto the saber blade. Without waiting for the blood to drip, Xiao Chen sheathed the saber and smashed it with his palm. The lunar shadow saber instantly entered Thunder King Valley. There was a pitch-black hole in the ground. It was unknown how deep the lunar shadow saber was. Shao Chen knelt on the ground and pressed his forehead against the hard mountain rock. Blood flowed out and dyed the white Neptune headscarf red. If I cannot bring Ao Jiao back, then I, Shao Chen, will never use a second saber in this life. The mysterious and strong talisman in misleading Fog Lake had allowed Shao Chen to see the pinnacle of power. When one's strength reached its peak, there might be a miracle. Big brother, what is that Shao Chen doing? The small boat sailed out of the valley but did not go far. When the group saw Shao Chen kneeling on the ground, they could not understand what was going on. Bai Lishi sighed silently. This brother of his had probably met with a hurdle. He waved his hand and said, "Let's go. There are some things that we cannot understand." After staying in Thunder Emperor Valley for 3 days, Shao Chen sank down and started to check the changes that the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 7th layer brought him. First was his Sea of Consciousness. The mental energy in his Sea of Consciousness had actually all turned into magic energy. Furthermore, without Shao Chen intentionally controlling it, it all spread out. When Shao Chen saw the vast and flourishing magic energy, he could not help but sigh. The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 7th layer had indeed brought him an immortal opportunity. In the distant Penglai Sea of the Kunlun realm, there were immortal cultivators as well. However, as far as Shao Chen knew, immortal cultivators could not cultivate. He had never heard of a martial cultivator being able to cultivate immortal cultivation. Not just anyone could cultivate immortal cultivation. One needed to have an ethereal immortal opportunity. Otherwise, no matter how talented one was, one would not be able to enter the door. In the current martial epoch, there were very few people with an immortal opportunity. Only in the Penglai Sea did some immortal cultivators gather. These immortal cultivators did not have any connection to the people of the immortal epoch. They were established by the later generations after obtaining some inheritances. The strength of immortal cultivators was like mud to clouds when compared to the true experts of the immortal epoch. After checking again, Shao Chen discovered that his heavenly sage laws had not decreased or disappeared. The energy of a cultivator still existed. Furthermore, they had become even purer and denser. Each of the 300 heavenly sage laws had become 3 times thicker, as thick as a baby's arm. A peak inferior grade martial sage could have 500 heavenly sage laws. Although Shao Chen's cultivation had not changed, even an ordinary superior grade martial sage in the Kunlun realm would not be able to compare to his. In terms of the might of heavenly sage laws, they would not be able to compare to Shao Chen's. Immortal dual cultivation and martial cultivation. Suddenly, these words appeared in Shao Chen's mind. The purpose of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation was probably to dual cultivate immortal dual cultivation and martial cultivation. The immortal arts recorded in the Compendium of Cultivation were too low-ranked. Compared to the martial techniques of the Kunlun realm, they were much weaker. They were all basic knowledge. Only this Purple Thunder Divine Incantation far surpassed some heaven-ranked cultivation techniques. Now that it had broken through to the 7th layer, it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was earth-shattering. Who exactly created the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation? Given Shao Chen's current knowledge, it would be impossible for the experts of the immortal epoch or the martial epoch to come up with such a martial technique. Only someone who had studied both immortal arts and the martial Tao, as well as familiarity with the physique of the Kunlun realm's cultivators, could create such a Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. The strength of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation went without a doubt. Now, Shao Chen truly understood the dangers of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. The Purple Thunder Talisman in Shao Chen's Sea of Consciousness spun gently. Under his control, the scattered magic energy stopped leaking. Shao Chen sank his consciousness into his dantian, wanting to see what the blue dragon martial spirit, which had been baptized by countless bolts of lightning, looked like now. If Shao Chen had not seen it, he would not have known. However, when he saw it, he was startled. The tiny blue dragon had already reformed. However, Shao Chen felt that it was very different from the martial spirit. In the past, the blue dragon martial spirit was a dragon-shaped energy that could not be controlled easily. Now, this blue dragon gave Shao Chen the feeling that it was his clone. Furthermore, it was very chubby, like a baby. Not only could it control its every move, but it also possessed great energy. Furthermore, its connection to Shao Chen was even closer. If this blue dragon got destroyed now, it would not be as simple as before. Shao Chen would die as well. Shao Chen was somewhat shocked as he asked, "What is this? Yuanying? Or is it a dragon nascent soul?" Clearly, this tiny blue dragon, according to the introduction in the Compendium of Cultivation, had the characteristics of a Yuanying. However, wasn't the Yuanying of immortal cultivators always their own? After trying to circulate it, Shao Chen discovered that this blue dragon was indeed his Yuanying. For now, he could just treat it as the result of dual immortal cultivation and martial cultivation. Since there were no major problems, Shao Chen just let it be. A fierce flame started burning intensely in his right eye. With a thought from Shao Chen, the purple thunder true fire immediately spewed out. The purple lightning-attributed fire covered the sky and landed on the surface of the sea. Chi! In that instant, boundless hot steam rose up from the surface of the sea. In an instant, it enveloped the surrounding 50 kilometers. White mist filled the air. Much of the seawater had evaporated. A huge pit appeared on the flat surface of the sea. The seawater from all directions gathered and formed an incomparably huge whirlpool spinning wildly. Shao Chen withdrew the purple thunder true fire and returned it to his eye. When he saw the scene before him, he was somewhat astonished. The purple thunder true fire brought about by the purple thunder divine incantation's 7th layer was this purple thunder true fire. Now, the purple thunder true fire was Shao Chen's true weapon. In the Kunlun realm, he could definitely compete with the outstanding talents of the same generation. However, there was an imbalance between yin and yang. It would not be easy to form the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. Shao Chen had to find more yin-attributed flames for the lunar true flame to absorb. Rebirth. At this moment, Shao Chen could only use this phrase to describe him. He would be walking a path that no one before him would be able to follow in the future. After a long time, Shao Chen calmed down. A jade strip appeared in his hand. This was the magic skill that he obtained with the golden crow egg in the Sky Dome immortal realm, Starry Heaven Storm. In the past, he did not have magic energy and could not practice this strong magic skill. He could only look at it. Now it suited Shao Chen. Chapter 868. Although there were many immortal arts in the Compendium of Cultivation, they were all immortal arts that were not worth mentioning in the Kunlun realm. Before strong martial techniques, they were not worth mentioning at all. Only magic skills were truly strong immortal arts. Magic skills were divided into minor magic skills, major magic skills, and supreme magic skills. In the current cultivation world of the Penglai Sea, the various immortal Dao sects did not have many minor magic skills. Major magic skills were even rarer. As for supreme magic skills, they would be in the single digits. Starry Heaven Storm was a peak minor magic skill. Although it was a minor magic skill, its might was stronger than a regular heaven-ranked martial technique. Furthermore, when cultivated to a certain level, it could even transform into a major magic skill. Shao Chen carefully studied the key points of executing Starry Heaven Storm once more. Then, he closed his eyes and carefully pondered, simulating the execution of this magic skill in his mind. After a while, Shao Chen opened his eyes and formed hand seals, forming different hand seals. The magic energy in his sea of consciousness drained quickly. Due to the complicated environment of the universe, there were many stars. There were bound to be some stars that left their orbits due to various accidents. One must know that the orbit of every star was arranged by the heavenly Tao from the moment it was born. Although the universe was vast, in the eyes of the supreme heavenly Tao, it was just like a chessboard. As it moved, the lines of time and space intersected, binding all the stars to the chessboard of fate. If a star suddenly left its orbit, it would disrupt the lines of time and space and the arrangement of fate, resulting in a huge destructive force. This destructive force was known as Starry Heaven Storm. When a Starry Heaven Storm appeared, everywhere it passed, countless stars would be destroyed. Furthermore, it could stretch for hundreds of millions of kilometers. The magic skill Starry Heaven Storm in the Jade Strip simulated the instant a star left the chessboard of fate, the destructive force it produced. As Xiao Chen's hand seals increased in speed, intersecting lines of time and space appeared behind him. The chessboard of fate materialized. The stars on the chessboard moved in an orderly fashion. It looked like a vast galaxy, exactly like the boundless starry heavens of the Kunlun realm. Xiao Chen's expression turned anxious. He sent his spiritual sense into the vast star chart, quickly searching for a target. I can't. This star is too big. I can't move it. I can't move this one either. This one is just the right size, it's just enough to move. That's not right. This star is too far away. After pushing it, the resulting storm can't descend. Bang! An intense explosion sounded out, and the vast star river diagram behind him shattered into pieces. Xiao Chen coughed up a mouthful of blood. The execution of his mystic art had failed, and he suffered a backlash. The sound of a golden bell resounded in his mind, causing him to feel dizzy and unable to stand stably. Cultivating a divine ability was much more difficult than he had imagined, but Xiao Chen wasn't surprised. He sat down cross-legged and rested for a quarter of an hour before starting his second attempt. After 10 attempts, Xiao Chen finally succeeded in moving a star. The space-time lines on the chessboard of fate began to fluctuate violently. A starry sky storm appeared in an instant. As Xiao Chen stretched out his hand, the black gale rushed towards the sea in front of him. When the wind was strong to the extreme, what would it be like? The seawater was silently blown away by the starry sky storm, directly vaporizing. The seawater, which was several kilometers deep, immediately bottomed out. 100-meter-wide trench appeared on the surface of the sea. On the flat surface of the sea, a large blank space appeared out of nowhere. It was divided into two halves. In the next moment, the seawater merged back together, and huge waves surged up ferociously. The entire sea turned chaotic, looking even scarier than an approaching storm. A trace of joy appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes. He revealed a faint smile and said somewhat habitually, "Ao Jiao, how is the might of this minor magic skill?" Right after Xiao Chen spoke, he was stunned. His expression immediately turned gloomy. He looked at the empty immortal spirit ring with his spiritual sense, and the joy in his eyes slowly faded. When some people were around, you became used to them, feeling that they did not exist. Only when they were gone would you treasure them. With a flip of Xiao Chen's hand, a broken saber flew out of the immortal spirit ring. This was the other piece of the Thunder King's mulberry sword. As Xiao Chen grasped the broken saber tightly, a determined look flashed in his eyes. The immortal epic had existed for tens of thousands of years longer than the martial epic. Xiao Chen was sure that he could find a supreme magic skill that could reverse space-time and summon Ao Jiao back through the river of fate. The broken saber in Xiao Chen's hand still had some of Ao Jiao's mark. As long as the broken saber was still, there was hope. If he worked hard, a miracle would happen. After giving the Thunder Emperor Valley a deep look, an electric light flashed under Xiao Chen's feet. He tore space and headed back to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. When Lu Ryue and the others saw Xiao Chen return to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion after half a year, they all heaved a sigh of relief. After losing Ao Jiao, Xiao Chen treasured the people around him. He did not want the tragedy to repeat itself. For the sake of bringing Ao Jiao back earlier, he cultivated even harder. 10 days later, Xiao Chen, who was more familiar with his strength, arrived at the Sky Dome Immortal Realm once again. After fighting with that Grandmaster-level martial sage ferocious beast for a long time, Xiao Chen successfully entered the pavilion in the middle of the Immortal Lake. The pavilion did not disappoint Xiao Chen. There was a jade strip containing a minor magic skill. After seeing the horrifying might of the Starry Heaven Storm, Xiao Chen finally understood how precious a minor magic skill was. There were thousands of magic techniques in the Compendium of Cultivation, but there was not a single magic skill. All of them added together were not as precious as the Starry Heaven Storm. The new magic skill in the Jade Strip was called the Great Sun Incantation. The Great Sun Incantation. If one successfully executed it, one would be able to speak the incantation. Every word would contain the might of the blazing sun. When the incantation fell, It would be like the sun falling to the ground. The introduction in the Jade Strip was as exaggerated as the starry heaven storm. In order to achieve such might, one would need to be an immortal lord. It was just like the starry heaven storm. Even with Xiao Chen's strength, he could only break the sea. It was far from being able to destroy a star. However, with his improvement in cultivation, Xiao Chen was confident that he could use this starry heaven storm in the starry heavens of the Kunlun realm to push a star and create a real starry heaven storm. After leaving the pavilion, Xiao Chen searched the Sky Dome Immortal Realm for a long time with the mindset of giving it a try. However, after he found nothing, he left resentfully. After obtaining another minor magic skill, Xiao Chen returned to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and entered into closed-door cultivation. Xiao Chen did not have any foundation in immortal cultivation. With such vast magic energy, he was like a beggar who suddenly became a nouveau riche. Just because he wore gold and silver, he thought that he was rich and had no accumulations. Xiao Chen estimated that he would have to spend at least a year before he could reach the level of his current immortal cultivation. Only then would he be able to execute the magic skill with ease and not have any chance of failure. If the consequences of failing to execute a magic skill happened in battle, no one would be able to bear it. Xiao Chen was not someone who could not endure loneliness. After thinking for a while, he decided to enter closed-door cultivation for 1.5 years. That way, he would be more at ease. However, this way, his cultivation would stagnate. For about 2 years, the gap between him and the giants and geniuses of the Kunlun realm would widen. However, Xiao Chen did not fear this. He needed to have his own accumulations for immortal cultivation, so he had to study it properly. Furthermore, the combination of immortal cultivation and martial cultivation was also a great field of study. If not for the fact that some things could only be verified through a large number of actual combat, Xiao Chen would not find it too much to enter closed-door cultivation for 5 years. Time flew, and the time for the demonic god blood sacrifice approached. The entire Kunlun realm felt a huge pressure. Under this pressure came all sorts of chaos. Amid the chaos, new outstanding talents relied on fortuitous encounters to rise up like comets. There were also races that vanished since ancient times, wanting to take advantage of the chaos to gain a firm foothold in the Kunlun continent. The small frictions between the 5 clans also became more and more intense. Everyone wanted to obtain more resources so that they would have more confidence to face the demon god blood sacrifice that was about to come. The peak characters of the various races also ignored the chaos, treating it as a rehearsal for the demonic god blood sacrifice. This made the chaos even more chaotic. Naturally, Xiao Chen, who was in closed-door cultivation in the Sky Dome realm, did not know about all this. Xiao Chen, who had faced off against Di Wuk in a high-profile manner at the Sage Mark Monument, was slowly forgotten. In this age, there were many outstanding talents. If one did not appear for 3 months, they would be replaced by someone new. After disappearing for half a year and not seeing anyone in all sorts of lands of fortuitous encounters, people assumed that Xiao Chen had fallen for no reason. Naturally, after disappearing for so long, he was already forgotten. Many people said that Xiao Chen died trapped in the Sage Mark Monument, becoming the genius that died the most sullen death in history. 1.5 years passed in the blink of an eye. Then, Xiao Chen slowly walked out of the cave where he was in closed-door cultivation. This place was an unremarkable desolate mountain in the Lingyun mountain range, one that few people visited. The spiritual energy in the surroundings was thin, and there were no spirit beasts or spirit plants. The desolate mountain was filled with strange rocks. With one glance, it seemed boundless. Scorching sunlight shone down from above. Xiao Chen took a deep breath. During the past 1.5 years, he had not been in closed-door cultivation, not leaving the cave. Occasionally, he would come out to test out his ideas. The collapsed mountains in front were the result of his tests in the past 1.5 years. Even though Xiao Chen had suppressed his cultivation on purpose, using less than half his strength, the destructive power he caused in this Sky Dome realm was still too horrifying. Starry Heaven Storm. Xiao Chen shouted and formed hand seals. In just a moment, he used his magic energy to simulate the chessboard of fate. The stars in the universe unfurled into a boundless star chart. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense swam freely in this boundless star chart, searching for stars. Then he encased 3 stars and pushed them with all his might. Go! Xiao Chen's expression turned solemn as he stretched out his hand. A black starry heaven storm surged out, tearing a pitch-black chasm in space, extending for 500 kilometers. When the shock wave landed, the various mountains became much shorter. Great Sun Incantation. Xiao Chen's hands did not stop moving. His magic energy surged like a fierce fire, drawing on the immortal Tao laws. The blazing sun in the skies slowly dimmed. Chapter 869. At first, Xiao Chen did not feel anything. However, after a while, the sunlight descending from the sky clearly dimmed, turning dark. The great sun incantation stirred up the solar true flame in the air and gathered it into words. How mighty and wondrous was that! Only an immortal art or magic skill could do this. With Xiao Chen's current cultivation, this was practically a miracle. Xiao Chen opened his mouth and spat out the word yang, which meant yang for the sun. However, it was not written in simplified Chinese or in a script that Xiao Chen was familiar with. Instead, it was written in a mysterious script. The golden bright yang character gathered all the solar true flame that Xiao Chen stirred up. When it landed on the ground, a golden flame spread out from the character. Instantly, the ground for 500 kilometers around was scorched. With a piu-chi sound, the ground was charred, turning bright red as if it had been exposed to the blazing sun for 100 years. Some of the weeds and small trees on the ground were immediately burned to ashes. Kasi. Deep gullies spread out in the ground. In the blink of an eye, the land for 500 kilometers around collapsed. Although this was the Sky Dome realm, be it the spatial structure or the spiritual energy in the ground, they could not compare to the Kunlun realm. However, Xiao Chen was very satisfied with the destructive power of the Great Sun Incantation that was 30% comprehended. Although he wasn't as proficient in immortal arts and divine abilities as he wished, he wouldn't fail to cast them as easily as he did with martial skills. Xiao Chen's greatest bitter cultivation over the past 1.5 years was not the improvement of his strength but the stabilization of his mental state. Between the gains and losses, Xiao Chen underwent a complete transformation. Now, his mental state was as strong as those old monsters that had lived for hundreds of years. It is time to make a trip to the Dark Church. Xiao Chen withdrew his technique and looked in the direction of the ancient desolate land as he spoke calmly. Since the appearance of that mysterious person from the Dark Church, he had been a thorn in Xiao Chen's heart. He kept feeling that this person's origins were closely related to him. Xiao Xiong chasing him out of the clan might have something to do with the Dark Church as well. Now that Xiao Chen was strong enough, he was confident that he could protect himself even if he faced the true body of that mysterious person. He would know what kind of dragon's pool and tiger's den the Nether sect was after he entered it. Half a day later, Xiao Chen arrived at the heavenly extermination lake. When he arrived above the island where the Dark Church was, he could not help feeling slightly stunned. When he scanned the island with his spiritual sense, he could not find anyone on it. With a trace of doubt, Xiao Chen landed on the island and walked around the various buildings, bunkers, and secret rooms, feeling the lingering demonic qi in the air. Xiao Chen verified that he had not come to the wrong place. This was the Dark Church's branch in the Sky Dome realm. However, for some reason, they suddenly withdrew. Where did he go? The abyssal demon world? Xiao Chen scanned the island with his powerful spiritual sense. He did not let go of any place, searching for something that interested him. An altar on the island attracted his attention. With a flicker, Xiao Chen arrived at the palace. A large number of prayer mats were placed neatly on the floor of the hall. There were 2 depressions on the prayer mats, which were obviously caused by kneeling for a long time. Above the prayer mats was the altar giving off a dense dark aura. Behind the altar was a shattered black statue. Xiao Chen quickly stepped forward and arrived at the edge of the altar. When he looked down, he saw churning black smoke. There was a mysterious formation at the very bottom that had been destroyed as well. A cool breeze blew, and a nauseating bloody smell wafted out from the altar. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He did not know how many people had died in this altar for it to give off such a horrifying bloody smell. Even if there were not 1 million, There had to be at least 100,000. Xiao Chen's gaze fell on the shattered black statue. With a thought, the heavenly sage laws in his body surged as he sent out a few strands of law energy. The broken pieces of the statue floated before his eyes. Xiao Chen was an expert in this field. It was not difficult for him to restore thousands of pieces of the statue. As Xiao Chen moved his hands, the pieces quickly reassembled under his control. In mere moments, a complete statue appeared before Xiao Chen. The statue was 3 meters tall and completely black. It wore ancient clothes, and its eyes were scarlet. It gave off an indescribably strong aura. It was as vast as the starry sky and as long as a river. A strange scene appeared before Xiao Chen's eyes. He seemed to hear millions of spirits prostrating themselves in worship and singing praises. A formless and mysterious energy gathered towards the statue. These spirits all looked the same, expressionless and numb. The statue seemed to come to life, opening its mouth and sucking in, swallowing up millions of spirits. Not only did the spirits not show pain, but they also showed joy and transcendence. Bang! The reassembled statue immediately shattered, turning into powder and unable to reassemble itself. The scene before Xiao Chen also vanished. This scene shocked Xiao Chen on the spot, unable to recover his wits for a long time. Is this the mysterious demonic god of the deep abyss demonic world? Why do I feel like it's a forbidden technique of the demonic cultivators during the cultivation epoch? After cultivating immortal techniques and rereading some of the foundational knowledge in the Compendium of Cultivation, Xiao Chen could tell that this was an extremely cruel cultivation technique that went against the heavenly Tao. This was a forbidden ability of the demonic cultivators of the evil faction. The Compendium of Cultivation only recorded the cultivation techniques of the righteous Tao. There were very few records of this type of demonic cultivator. Xiao Chen now understood why the deep abyss demonic world had to carry out the demonic god blood sacrifice every few thousand years to massacre the life forms of the Kunlun realm. The origins of the Dark Church in the deep abyss demonic world were definitely related to some demonic cultivators of the immortal epoch. However, Xiao Chen did not know why the demons were willing to make such a huge sacrifice to invade the Kunlun realm for him. The Kunlun realm was not a pushover. Although the invasion of the 18 demon monarchs caused huge losses to the Kunlun realm, it would not have a good ending either. In less than 8 years, or perhaps even earlier, the demonic god blood sacrifice will arrive. It is time for me to return as well. Xiao Chen flew out of the island and paused in the air for a while. Then he spat out one word, and the sky suddenly turned much darker. The mysterious Yang character descended. This time, Xiao Chen did not hold back. He used 80% of his power. Bang! The island hundreds of kilometers around instantly crumbled, turning into ashes and disappearing into the heavenly extermination lake. As Xiao Chen looked at the island that no longer existed, he revealed a satisfied expression. After returning to the heavenly saber pavilion and spending more than a month relaxing, he said goodbye to Lu Riyue and the others. Before he left, he handed the breaking sage pill that he refined to Lu Riyue. Lu Riyue was already very satisfied with Xiao Chen remaining in the Sky Dome realm for 2 years. She knew that he would leave sooner or later. However, she also knew that he would definitely return. In the Kunlun realm, Xiao Chen would definitely become a martial emperor. When Xiao Chen arrived, the Haotian emperor had sent him over. It was convenient and did not cost him much. However, leaving would be somewhat troublesome. Xiao Chen had to get the Sky Dome realm's Haotian sect master to inform the people on the Kunlun realm's Haotian star. Only after both sides were ready could Xiao Chen proceed with the inter-realm teleportation. If he had Emperor Wu's strength, it would be much easier. By the time everything was ready, it was already 3 days later. A large number of spirit stones piled up in the transportation formation opened a space-time tunnel. Then, Xiao Chen calmly returned to the Haotian star. 2 years have passed. You are finally back. Outside the transportation formation, Xiao Chen had not expected the first elder, Han Qinghe, to personally welcome him. So he quickly went forward and returned the greeting. The first time Han Qinghe saw Xiao Chen, he felt a great change. Unexpectedly, he felt like he was facing an expert of the same generation. After all, Han Qinghe was a Grandmaster-level martial sage and was already 300 years old. On a second look, Han Qinghe discovered that Xiaochen was still an inferior-grade martial sage. However, his heavenly sage laws, which were as thick as an infant's arm, were somewhat surprising. As an inferior-grade martial sage, Xiaochen's heavenly sage laws were actually much stronger than those of a regular superior-grade martial sage. However, that was all. At best, Xiaochen's combat prowess was that of a medial-grade martial sage. Why did it give Xiaochen the illusion that he was an expert of the same generation at first glance? Han Qinghe could not help feeling suspicious. He was sure that Xiaochen had undergone an earth-shattering change in the past 2 years. Come, follow me. I want to test your strength. Xiaochen followed behind Han Qinghe, flying unhurriedly in the air as he looked around. Compared to 2 years ago, planet Haotian was much livelier. Occasionally, Xiaochen saw groups of 2 or 3 youthful cultivators flying in the air. Most of them were half-sages. From Han Qinghe, Xiaochen gained a rough understanding of the changes that happened in the Kunlun realm during the 2 years he was away. Now, the Kunlun realm was truly chaotic. The small-scale conflicts between the various races had already turned into intense battles. Occasionally, news of older generation superior-grade martial sages falling spread. The peak powerhouses and sovereign martial emperors of the various races did not interfere, allowing the battles to intensify. Furthermore, they did not allow Grandmaster-level martial sages to interfere. Xiaochen roughly understood what this meant. The sovereign martial emperors of the various races had started this chaos on purpose. Their purpose was to use the intense battles to give birth to a few more Grandmaster-level martial sages before the demonic god blood sacrifice arrived, increasing their chances of victory. When the demonic god blood sacrifice arrived, the true protagonists would definitely be the sovereign martial emperors and demon monarchs. However, the deciding factor would be these Grandmaster-level martial sages. The reason was very simple. It would be easy to determine a victor between Emperor Wu and Emperor Wu. However, it would be very difficult to determine who would kill who. The ones who could truly lead teams to kill cultivators and collect spirits were the Grandmaster-level martial sages and the blue-robed emperor. The battlefield of the martial emperor experts would definitely be the starry heavens. They would not interfere in the battles of the Kunlun realm. At that time, if one more Grandmaster-level martial sage appeared, the Kunlun realm would have a higher chance of victory. Heroes emerged in chaotic times. Such a chaotic scene was also the best for cultivators to advance quickly. Although the price was high and a large number of older generation martial sages or younger generation geniuses would fall, the effects would be the best. The two of them arrived at a spacious training ground. Han Qinghe waved his hand and had the juniors fighting their withdraw. Then he stepped onto the training ground first. This action immediately attracted the attention of the disciples of the other sects and the inner sect elders in the drill ground. The first elder, Han Qinghe, was one of the few Grandmaster-level martial sages in the Haotian sect. Not only had many disciples not seen Han Qinghe make a move, but even many of the inner sect elders had not seen him make a move. Chapter 870. Back then, Han Qinghe had been a peak genius of the Haotian sect. He was also the Grandmaster-level martial sage with the highest hope of advancing to the level of the blue-robed emperor in the Haotian sect. Xiaochen, I'll suppress my cultivation to peak medial-grade martial sage and exchange a few moves with you. Let's see if you are, as the sect master said, reborn. What? The mysterious black-cloaked person in the air is actually the Qing Emperor's descendant, Xiaochen, who has been missing for 2 years and was once the talk of the town. The moment Han Qinghe said this, a huge commotion broke out in the drill ground. Several of the newly advanced half-sages looked towards the sky. Xiaochen. 2 years ago, this name had spread throughout the entire Kunlun realm, shaking up the entire place. Unfortunately, after that shocking feat at the Sage Mark Monument, Xiaochen never appeared again. There were rumors that he was trapped in the Sage Mark Monument. In the past 2 years, several new talents had risen up, becoming famous. However, in terms of legend, none of them could compare to Xiaochen. How strong was Di Wuk? Now, he was shining brightly, completely rising up. Even the older generation martial sages were inferior to him. Some of the geniuses of the strong races that had existed since the ancient era did not dare to underestimate Diwuk. 2 years ago, Shao Chen ruthlessly kicked the top genius of the younger generation at the Sage Mark Monument, sending him flying into the air. Even if people temporarily forgot the name Shao Chen, they would not be able to erase it from the depths of their memories. After removing the heavenly sea cloak, Shao Chen landed firmly on the ground. Then he performed a cupped fist salute and said, "First Elder, please give me some pointers." This was a simple action, but Shao Chen gave off a certain air. Others might not be able to tell, but Han Qinghe frowned. This was the air of a grandmaster. At such a young age, Shao Chen already had the air and demeanor of the older generation that had lived for hundreds of years. What kind of metamorphosis did this fellow undergo? Han Qinghe rejoiced in his heart. He felt an itch to test out Shao Chen's true strength. If Shao Chen was just putting on an act, that would be too disappointing. "Be careful. I'm coming." Right after Elder Han spoke, he charged at Shao Chen with a loud boom. A fierce flame blazed on his body. As he moved, he became like a blazing star, dragging a long tail as he flickered through the cosmos. When he attacked, he used his best martial technique, Star-Burning Fist. Once it was spread out, the entire practice ground seemed to have turned into a vast starry sky, giving off a boundless pressure. This startled the observing disciples and inner sect elders. This burning star fist was a superior grade heaven-ranked martial technique. Furthermore, Elder Han had practiced it for many years. Although Shao Chen had suppressed his cultivation to peak medial grade martial sage, he had used this move the moment he started. With his current cultivation, it was too difficult to do so. Shao Chen did not dodge. He thought to himself, "Good timing." He shifted his feet slightly and assumed a stance. Then he punched as well. His aura suddenly changed. Shao Chen's body was like a saber, his intent was like a saber, and his fist was as sharp as a saber. This punch actually gave people the feeling that it was a treasured sword that had been unsheathed. A cold light flashed, and its sharpness was unparalleled. It contained the explosive force of the fist light and the cold sharpness of the saber. Bang! The two fists clashed, and there was a loud explosion. The two each took 10 steps back. They were evenly matched. Unexpectedly, Shao Chen clashed head-on with Elder Han's best martial technique. The knife-like electric light in the fist light caused Han Qinghe to feel a piercing pain, greatly startling him. After refining it a few times, Shao Chen tried to get rid of the sharp, knife-like electric light. However, he discovered that even with his medial-grade martial sage's law energy, he could not do so. Not wanting to go back on his word, Shao Chen circulated more energy. However, this knife-like electric light was painful and numb. Although it did not cause any fundamental damage to him, it was unbearably painful. Unable to resist, Shao Chen stood still for a moment and used the law energy that only superior-grade martial sages possessed. In the end, Shao Chen discovered that he could not get rid of it instantly. Only when he raised his energy to superior-grade martial sage did he manage to do so. On the surface, it looked like this exchange was a draw. In reality, Han Qinghe had gone back on his word and used the law energy of a peak superior-grade martial sage, so he had already lost. Of course, others, including Shao Chen, would not notice this small action. Han Qinghe could not help but smile bitterly. Against such a junior, he actually lost by half a move. If word of this got out, it would be very embarrassing. However, the more it was like this, the more it proved Shao Chen's strength. That aura was not just for show. Han Qinghe laughed loudly and said, "After not seeing you for 2 years, you have really given me a pleasant surprise. Again, receive my golden crow's spreading wings." Han Qinghe's body spun around and soared into the air. He spread his arms out like a divine bird spreading its wings. He was incredibly strong, and a strong wind blew, causing space to tremble. Torrential flames spread out from Han Qinghe's back, and a fiery aura instantly filled the entire training ground. Shao Chen narrowed his eyes. The instant Elder Han spread his arms and soared into the air, it was like he had turned into a true golden crow. A vast aura locked down on Shao Chen, and the light in Elder Han's eyes became as sharp as lightning. Elder Han moved very quickly, like a golden crow hunting for food. In the next moment, he would tear Xiaochen, his prey, in half. Clearly, Elder Han had grasped the essence of this move. The soul, intent, and momentum were all brought to their limits. Even a superior-grade martial sage would not dare to face such a move head-on. They would either defend with all their might or flee in a sorry state. The moment an expert made a move, it was clear whether they were skilled or not. When the first elder Han Qinghe used Golden Crow spreading wings, the eyes of all the disciples and elders present lit up. The first elder truly lived up to his name. He brought out 130% of the Golden Crow spreading wings combat prowess. If an ordinary person could bring out 80% of this move's combat prowess, they would be praised for it. She thought with some anticipation. However, she did not know if Xiaochen would dare to clash head-on with this move. Good move! Xiaochen shouted and executed the Kunpeng fist. He spread his arms as well, and the law energy behind him materialized a Kunpeng. The Kunpeng and the Golden Crow were holy beasts of the immortal epic, holy spirits of legends. Xiaochen's Kunpeng fist and the first elder's Golden Crow spreading wings were very similar. On the surface, they looked similar. However, on the inside, they were completely different. Han Qinghe had thoroughly studied the Golden Crow spreading wings. With more than 100 years of experience and his peak comprehension ability, he could bring out 130% of this move's might. If he used his full power, he could even bring out a might that was twice as strong. As for Xiaochen, he walked an unconventional path, blazing a new path. He used his body as a saber and his intent as a saber. Now, when he executed the Kunpeng fist, it also contained an unparalleled sharp saber intent. In the past year or so, Xiaochen had not only spent his time cultivating these two magic skills. He had also not stopped thinking about the martial Tao. Without a saber in his hand, he used his body as a saber, his heart as a saber, and his intent as a saber. Every move, every punch, and every kick was a saber. Xiaochen's figure flashed, and he drew his saber. His gaze pierced out, and saber intent surged out. The immortal will of thunder that contained the vague form of a saber soul was compatible with a rank 3 physical body. Combined with his many years of immersion in the saber technique, he walked a path that no one had before or since, creating his own Tao. When the Kunpeng spread its wings, it hated the sky for being too low. With just one glance, it could cover the sky. When Xiaochen spread his arms, a strong wind blew. This wind was even more ferocious than the first elder's, Han Qinghe. Xiaochen's punch arrived before Han Qinghe even though he moved later. The roles of prey and predator changed in an instant. In Han Qinghe's eyes, the approaching Xiaochen was clearly a Kunpeng. However, the image that appeared in Han Qinghe's mind was that of a powerful treasure saber shining with a sharp light. Not only did Xiaochen have a 90% comprehended saber intent, but it also contained the even more horrifying immortal will of thunder. Xiaochen had taken a different approach to this Kunpeng fist. He had already surpassed the limits of what the Heavenly Rock King could do back then, turning it into a completely different move. Han Qinghe's thoughts changed in an instant. He knew that if he used the combat prowess of a peak medial-grade martial sage to clash with this move, he would lose for sure. Boom! Xiaochen's aura surged wildly. Before Xiaochen's fist light approached, his strength soared to that of a superior-grade martial sage. He brought out the might of the Golden Crow spreading wings twice as much. The two fists clashed again. The two in the air each moved back 100 steps. Xiaochen's aura surged. The scorching aura of the solar true flame penetrated the surface defenses of Xiaochen's body and penetrated his internal defenses, heading for his internal organs. The heavenly sage laws in Xiaochen's body quickly flew out and wrapped around this scorching aura. Then he used the power of lightning to slowly purify it. The first elder, Han Qinghe, waved his hand and smiled helplessly. Let's not fight anymore. Let's not fight anymore. If we continue, I will have nowhere to hide my old face. I lost in the first move. After not seeing you for 2 years, Xiaochen, you have indeed undergone a complete transformation. You have not let down the sect master's expectations. Xiaochen performed a cupped fist salute and said, First elder is too humble. If you had used your full power, this little one would not have been able to block even one move. These words were the truth. Han Qinghe was a grandmaster-level martial sage, only one step shy of advancing to the blue-robed emperor. If Han Qinghe used his full power, the instant the burning star fist flew over, Xiao Chen would not even be able to see its shadow. This was the result of the huge difference in cultivation. There was nothing embarrassing about it. When Xiao Chen's cultivation increased, he would naturally have nothing to fear. Xiao Chen's words were unintentional, but when Han Qinghe heard them, he felt extremely satisfied. Although Han Qinghe admitted defeat, this Xiao Chen was very sensible, immediately giving Han Qinghe a way out of this embarrassing situation. After all, Han Qinghe had been defeated in 2 moves before so many inner sect elders and junior generation disciples. He still cared about his face. The elders and junior generation disciples all looked at Xiao Chen, not daring to underestimate him. Xiao Chen's cultivation had not improved much in the past 2 years. However, his combat prowess had increased significantly. He defeated the first elder, who suppressed his cultivation in 2 moves. Right now, senior brother Xiao Chen is probably no weaker than the peak geniuses of the various races who left their names on the Sage Mark Monument. I believe that the geniuses of the strong ancient races that appeared recently would not be much stronger than senior brother Xiao Chen. Chapter 871. I do not agree with what you said. Although those strong ancient races are few in number and have withdrawn from the struggle for hegemony in the Kunlun realm long ago, settling on the stars in the outer realm, every single one of them is a fool in the Kunlun realm. However, every single one of them is considered a fool in the Kunlun realm, an outstanding talent that only 1 in 10,000 could find. When they pick out the absolute demonic geniuses, they are all targeting Diwuk. That's right. After all, senior brother Xiao Chen's cultivation is still too low. It would be a pity to waste 2 years. Why are you all boosting the morale of others and diminishing our own? No matter what, senior brother Xiao Chen is still a member of our Haotian sect. How can others compare to him? The junior generation disciples discussed, comparing Xiao Chen to some of the famous new geniuses. When Han Qinghe saw the juniors arguing endlessly, he revealed a satisfied expression. No matter what, the Haotian sect being able to produce a legendary character like Xiao Chen was a great boost to the morale of the sect. Han Qinghe stretched out his hand and gathered the inner sect elders on the drill ground. He said, "Everyone, are you all satisfied with the strength that Xiao Chen displayed earlier? Just look at First Elder's smile and you will know the answer. Naturally, there is no need for us to say anything. Indeed, right now, Xiao Chen has nothing to fear when facing a regular superior grade martial sage." When Xiao Chen saw the expressions of the elders, he entered deep thought. This group of people seemed to be implying something. Indeed, Han Qinghe continued, "Good. In that case, there should be no objections to letting Xiao Chen lead the mission that Bushin Palace sent, right?" The others all shook their heads, indicating that they had no objections. However, Xiao Chen did not understand. Han Qinghe turned his head and said, "Xiao Chen, you just returned to the Kunlun realm and probably do not have time to rest. Now that the world is in chaos, I believe you will not be able to stay idle." Without batting an eyelid, Xiao Chen looked at Han Qinghe and said, "First Elder, feel free to speak your mind. As long as it is within Xiao Chen's capabilities, I will definitely be duty-bound." Han Qinghe nodded slightly and said, "One of the resource planets controlled by the Bushin Palace has been invaded by the Corpse God Palace. 3 months ago, the Primal Chaos Domain's Muddy Sky Sect's young master brought a group of loose cultivators to fish in troubled waters. The Bushin Palace sent a request for help to the 9 ranks of the Great Families. Our Haotian sect is one of them. Originally, I planned to arrange for you to go to the Starry Sky Silver Lake, the place where the battle between the 5 races is the most dangerous. However, this order just arrived yesterday. Now, most of the superior grade martial sages of the Haotian sect have gone to the Starry Heaven Silver Lake. Your appearance has solved my urgent problem." No wonder the First Elder personally welcomed Xiao Chen, allowing him to test out his moves. It looked like this was the biggest reason. Since Xiao Chen received favors from others, he had to repay them. Coincidentally, he had been in closed-door cultivation for 2 years. He needed to test out what he had learned and comprehended in actual combat. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen agreed to Han Qinghe's request. After obtaining Xiao Chen's confirmation, Han Qinghe heaved a sigh of relief. He dismissed the other elders and said to Xiao Chen, "In the vast universe, there are countless stars. The ones that can be called resource planets are few and far between. The number of resource planets controlled by the Bushin Palace is also extremely limited. Losing even one would be a great loss. If you can protect this resource planet, the Bushin Palace will give you significant benefits. Furthermore, it will be counted as military merits. If you can obtain a noble title from the Bushin Palace, you will have a large monthly income. The higher the noble title, the more benefits. I will not elaborate on this. You will understand it in the future. What I want to tell you is to do your best to protect this group of sect disciples who are going with you to provide support. These are the seedlings of the sect. Their futures are limitless. The battlefield is cruel and merciless. If they die, they die. This time, it is not experiential training or a sect mission. It is a true battlefield." At the end, Han Qinghe's expression turned grave. Since the chaos in the Kunlun realm started, several older generation people and outstanding youths had fallen. They were all famous experts. Sensing the seriousness in the first elder's words, Xiao Chen sighed silently to himself. The current chaos was the doing of the peak powerhouses of the various races. There was bound to be great fortuitous encounters in great chaos. There would definitely be several Grandmaster-level martial sages. However, the price was too high. "Come, follow me to the Heavenly Battle Palace. I have already decided on the candidates. We are just waiting for you." In a few breaths, the two arrived at the Heavenly Battle Palace. Xiao Chen glanced at the sect disciples going to provide support. There were about 20 of them, all of them inferior-grade martial sages. In terms of cultivation, they were not much weaker than Xiao Chen. This startled Xiao Chen. Han Qinghe explained and understood. These disciples had all consumed the heavenly dew divine spring pill refined from the blood of Xiao Chen and Shui Lingling. Thanks to this fortuitous encounter, they had all advanced to martial sage in 2 years. The outstanding ones among them, like Yu Chenxi, Gong Yangyu, and the others, had already followed Shui Lingling to the starry Heaven Silver Lake. That was an even more dangerous battlefield with even greater fortuitous encounters. As Xiao Chen sized up this group of people, these juniors sized him up as well. All of them were unruly, their eyes filled with pride. This made sense. Even in this age of geniuses, they could be proud of being able to advance to martial sage at such a young age. Several disciples recognized Xiao Chen. Shock filled their eyes. However, after the shock passed, they felt even more surprise. After not seeing him for 2 years, Xiao Chen was actually still a middle-stage inferior-grade martial sage. These disciples could not help but scoff at him. This legendary figure was nothing more than this. Han Qinghe pointed to this group of juniors and said, "Xiao Chen, I'll leave him to you. I'll leave him to you this time." First Elder, we did not have any objections to you letting Xiao Chen lead us 2 years ago. However, aren't you taking this descendant of the Qing Emperor too seriously now? As soon as Elder Han finished speaking, someone immediately snorted coldly, expressing their dissatisfaction. A few more people followed suit, expressing that letting someone with a similar cultivation base as them lead the team would definitely not give them any battle merits. The one who spoke first was a youth wearing black battle armor and carrying a scarlet saber on his back. He was tall and burly, with a stocky back and a stocky waist. He was taller than Xiao Chen, who was 1.8 meters tall. This youth had a squarish face, thick eyebrows, and large eyes. His eyes filled with arrogance. He did not hold back his sharpness at all as he looked at Xiao Chen boldly. Xiao Chen remained calm. He did not feel that this person had any malicious intent. Youths were naturally proud. Now that someone of similar age as them became their leader, they would naturally feel dissatisfied. This was especially so for the cultivation that Xiao Chen currently displayed. He was indeed only a middle-stage inferior-grade martial sage. In the past 2 years, Xiao Chen had vanished without a trace. It would be hard to avoid rumors spreading about him. Han Qinghe smiled faintly and did not say anything. He watched quietly as Xiao Chen treated him like this. He believed that Xiao Chen would be able to deal with such a small matter easily. Xiao Chen had a name list that Han Qinghe had given him. It recorded the detailed information of these 20 disciples. With a glance, he found this person's information. After a while, Xiao Chen put away the information and looked up at this person. He said, Jin Lin, 26 years old this year, late-stage inferior grade martial sage. Superior talent, excellent aptitude, extremely high talent for the saber, and his saber intent has reached 70% comprehension. He once fought with the Full Moon Pavilion's Feng Xingxing. However, he suffered a crushing defeat, unable to last even 10 moves. This information seems somewhat contradictory. He could not even last 10 moves from Feng Xingxing, and he dares to claim that his talent for the saber is extremely high? This is too much. When Jin Lin heard Xiao Chen read out his information, he felt somewhat pleased. Although his experience could not compare to Xiao Chen's from 2 years ago, he could still be considered a new talent that had risen up in recent years. His fame had spread far and wide. Although Jin Lin had lost to Feng Xingxing, it was a glorious defeat. Everyone knew that Feng Xingxing had become famous at a young age, the top bladesman of the 18 southern provinces. Now that another 2 years had passed, Feng Xingxing's saber intent had reached 90% comprehension. His strength now rivaled the peak geniuses of the various races. Jin Lin's saber intent was weaker than Feng Xingxing's in both cultivation and saber intent. He only lost after 10 moves. However, Xiao Chen's casual words made him look like he was worthless. Jin Lin was already dissatisfied in the first place. Naturally, he did not want to endure any longer. He stepped forward and raised his head, revealing a sharp gaze as he said, Senior brother Xiao Chen, you are known as the white-robed bladesman. 2 years ago, you became famous in the Kunlun realm. Jin Lin is untalented and would like to seek guidance from senior brother on the saber. However, Han Qinghe smiled bitterly to himself. Of all the things to compete with, he had to compete with Xiao Chen. When Han Qinghe thought about his earlier exchange with Xiao Chen, the memory of it was still fresh in his mind. Xiao Chen's 2 punches had taken a different path, moving in an unorthodox manner. They still looked somewhat immature. However, given time, Xiao Chen would definitely form his own faction, becoming a peerless saber emperor. Thinking of this, Han Qinghe could not help but send a voice projection, Xiao Chen, take it easy. This Jin Lin is a seedling that even our elders think highly of. He can be considered the disciple with the most potential in this batch of juniors. Even without the first elder saying so, I can tell. However, if jade is not polished, it will not be useful. I have my own intentions in provoking him to compete with the saber. When Han Qinghe heard what Xiao Chen said, he heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he was greatly astonished. If it were in the past, Xiao Chen would not have hesitated so much in such a situation. He would have rushed forward and struck at lightning speed, instantly shocking everyone. The air of a grandmaster. These words suddenly appeared in Han Qinghe's mind. His expression trembled as he recalled the first time he saw Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's bearing and posture could not be wrong. He indeed had the air of a grandmaster. These words were no small matter. Han Qinghe was an experienced person and deeply understood the principle behind them. Several superior-grade martial sages could not advance to grandmaster-level martial sage in their lifetime. What did they lack? It was the air of a grandmaster. Even the bearing and posture were insufficient. As of now, Xiao Chen already had the air of a grandmaster at such a young age. In Xiao Chen's eyes, this group of unruly people before him was not someone of the same generation mocking him. Naturally, he treated them as a group of juniors who wanted to improve themselves. As long as Xiao Chen advanced to superior-grade martial sage, he would be able to advance to grandmaster-level martial sage immediately. A 30-year-old grandmaster-level martial sage, Han Qinghe came to this conclusion. When he looked at Xiao Chen, his expression changed drastically. In these 2 years, while Xiao Chen's cultivation seemed to have lagged behind his peers, once he reached the threshold of grandmaster-level martial sage, Xiao Chen would be able to instantly surpass everyone else. By the time those people comprehended the importance of the air of a grandmaster, Xiao Chen would have accumulated many years of experience. With his talent and comprehension ability, he might even be able to comprehend the heart of an emperor and trample on all the geniuses of this age. Chapter 872. The crowd in the Great Hall had already moved to the side, leaving a wide space for Xiao Chen and Jin Lin. Jin Lin looked at Xiao Chen. This was a name that resounded like thunder in his ears 2 years ago. Aside from nervousness, he felt even more excitement. A fanatical flame slowly lit up in his eyes. After standing still, Jin Lin said somewhat unhappily, "Senior brother Xiao Chen, are you looking down on me that much? You are not even drawing your saber." Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Just draw your saber. You will be able to see my saber later." Acting mysterious, Jin Lin thought to himself. He grasped the saber hilt with his broad hand and drew the scarlet saber. Then he glared at Xiao Chen and shouted. Immediately, blood waves surged out. Jin Lin pushed off the ground and left the ground. It was like he was standing on a surging blood wave. Xiao Chen executed the blood wave saber technique that he was proficient in. When he executed it, each wave would be stronger than the one before. Back then, Feng Xingxing had praised Xiao Chen's blood wave saber technique. Xiao Chen had said that Xiao Chen would not need 5 years to truly fight with him. Kasi. Xiao Chen's figure flashed. Suddenly, a resonant saber hum resounded, like a treasured saber being drawn from its scabbard. The clear and melodious sound even contained the tyrannical aura of a monarch. If one was familiar with Xiao Chen, they would know that Xiao Chen had modified his tyrannical aura of a monarch and added it to his newly comprehended saber Dao. Jin Lin thought he was seeing things. He clearly saw the saber appear, but why did he hear the sound of a treasured saber being drawn? A saber wind blew, and Xiao Chen brushed by at lightning speed. Pu Si. Jin Lin discovered that his protective heavenly sage laws broke, and an eye-catching saber mark appeared on the battle armor on his chest. He felt a slight chill on his chest. The saber had only broken his armor, but did not leave any wounds on him. His heart turned pale with fright, and he quickly withdrew his move. He turned around and rolled up the blood wolf, just in time to find Xiao Chen, who had circled behind him and kicked him. It was clearly a foot, but it gave Xiao Chen the feeling of a saber light chopping down from below. The saber intent was boundless, and the sound of sabers humming filled the air. Xiao Chen could not even hold the scarlet saber in his hand stably. By the time he swung his saber to block the kick, he discovered that it was already too late. This kick easily broke through his protective laws and left a clear saber mark on his left shoulder. Retreat! Retreat! It was too strange. Jin Lin hurriedly retreated. He wanted to familiarize himself with Xiao Chen's moves before coming up with a countermeasure. The blood wolf beneath his feet churned as he flew backward. However, Xiao Chen followed closely behind. His figure flickered, and unparalleled sabers appeared everywhere. The resonant saber hum never stopped. Xiao Chen's movements were as smooth as flowing water, pleasing to the eye. However, they were filled with killing intent. After 10 moves, Jin Lin's battle armor had too many wounds. With a huang dang sound, it shattered into pieces. Xiao Chen's figure flashed again, and he turned his body to the side and charged at Jin Lin. He was like a huge saber, using his body as the blade and his shoulder as the tip as he chopped down from above. Bang! The heavenly sage law barrier in front of Jin Lin easily broke in half. The mysterious phenomenon that the blood wave saber technique created also completely scattered. Xiao Chen paled and fell to the ground, staggering. Xiao Chen landed together with Ai Te and stood across from him. Then he silently glanced at Jin Lin. Xiao Chen's gaze pierced through space, and the vague form of his saber soul containing the immortal will of thunder shot out with Xiao Chen's gaze. In that instant, Jin Lin felt countless powerful sabers flying at him. In the next moment, he was pierced by thousands of sabers, dying without a complete corpse. Jin Lin retreated continuously. He carelessly fell to the ground and touched his undamaged body. He muttered in a daze, "Didn't I die? How am I still alive?" This scene was rather comical. To others, Jin Lin was clearly standing perfectly fine. After taking a few steps back, he muttered to himself that he was dead. The other 19 disciples all started laughing. Jin Lin reacted. He thought back to Xiao Chen's final glance. At that time, he had indeed thought that he had died. That feeling of death was simply too real. Unimaginable. Unimaginable. Jin Lin stood up and looked at Xiao Chen. He felt that Xiao Chen was unfathomable, completely unfathomable. I concede defeat wholeheartedly. Jin Lin's saber techniques are indeed not worth mentioning. Jin Lin performed a cupped fist salute, not daring to look Xiao Chen in the eye. In that final glance, aside from the vague form of his saber soul and the immortal will of thunder, Xiao Chen had also used some of the tricks from the Qing Emperor's drawing the saber painting. After studying the drawing the saber painting for a long time, Xiao Chen had gained something. Xiao Chen had ingeniously merged some of these techniques with his own comprehensions of using the will as a saber. In the future, when he reached great perfection, killing someone with one glance would not be a fantasy. Xiao Chen's original intention was not to intimidate the other party. When he saw Jin Lin's current performance, he felt that Jin Lin had met his expectations. He said, "You are already someone who died once. You can properly comprehend that final glance. You will definitely gain something." Jin Lin remained silent, entering deep thought as he carefully pondered Xiao Chen's final words. Han Qinghe spoke up at an appropriate time. He smiled and said, "Now, who else is still unconvinced? Feel free to challenge senior brother Xiao Chen in saber techniques." Everyone shook their heads. After seeing Jin Lin's end, who would dare to be unconvinced by Xiao Chen? Han Qinghe smiled in satisfaction. Then he walked over to Xiao Chen and said somewhat apologetically, "Xiao Chen, these are extraordinary times. All the king-grade warships in the sect have been transferred to the Starry Heaven Silver Lake. We simply cannot take out a king-grade warship. I have a strengthened sage-grade warship here. It should be able to travel in the Starry Heavens. There is no need. I happen to have a king-grade warship." Xiao Chen opened his mouth, and an awe-inspiring king-grade warship with a blue dragon carved on it appeared in the sky. It gave off a boundless and vast aura of kingship. The Dragon's Gate's warship. It really is the Dragon's Gate's warship. Legend has it that the Qing Emperor personally forged it. The Dragon's Gate's warship is a dragon among kings. As long as the Emperor-grade warship does not appear, it can suppress all king-grade warships. Now that the Dragon's Gate's warship appears, we will definitely be able to return victorious. Back then, the Dragon's Gate's warship swept through the place, unrivaled. When the group of juniors saw the Dragon's Gate's warship appear, they all cheered. Without needing Han Qinghe to say anything, they immediately jumped aboard and sized up the warship excitedly. Seeing the juniors of the king-grade warship in high spirits, Han Qinghe smiled somewhat helplessly. He said to Xiao Chen, "I'll leave these juniors to you. I'll wait for your good news at Haoyan Star. We will meet again in the future." Xiao Chen gently leaped onto the Dragon's Gate's warship. Then he waved his hand, and 18 sails with talisman scripts on them soared up. In the blink of an eye, the Dragon's Gate's warship soared into the clouds, carrying a group of juniors filled with lofty aspirations as they traveled through the vast starry heavens. The universe was boundlessly vast. From the perspective of a cultivator, the Kunlun realm's star system at the core was already boundlessly vast. Without comprehending the Tao of space-time, even the blue-robed emperor would not be able to fly out. There were countless stars of many different kinds. However, among the many stars, the ones that could be discovered by the various factions of the Kunlun realm were known as resource stars. Even though the Bushin Palace was a huge faction, it controlled a limited number of resource stars in the starry domains around the Kunlun realm, no more than 10. Every resource star contained boundless wealth, all sorts of rare ores, and countless spirit veins. Every year, the Bushin Palace received a large share of resources. That was why the Bushin Palace was able to distribute them to the various major sects of the Tianwu domain. Out of 10 resource stars, losing one would be a huge blow to the Kunlun realm. With the start of the Great Chaos, the peak powerhouses of the 5 major races purposely withdrew the Grandmaster-level martial sages, the blue-robed Emperor, and Emperor Wu from the resource stars. They created many cruel battles. Amid the chaos, the Bushin Palace already lost 2 resource stars. Now, the 3rd resource star, Dragonwood Star, was also in danger. Most of the surface of Dragonwood Star was covered by the sea. The vast sea was dotted with islands that looked like stars. On this star, which was entirely made up of sea, controlling the islands was equivalent to controlling the surrounding sea region. Be it the spirit plants at the bottom of the sea, the deep sea or veins, or the resource mines on the islands, they all needed an island as a base to continue operating. Hence, the fight for the islands became extremely important. A majestic city stood on the largest island of Dragonwood Star. There were 1 million citizens in the city. It looked no different from the cities of the Kunlun realm. The only difference was that the people in the city were either powerless ordinary people or martial monarch experts. It was not strange that there were so many ordinary people on a resource star. The excavation of all sorts of veins required a lot of manpower. This was not very dangerous or technical, requiring only ordinary physical strength. It would be overkill for cultivators to do it. The main purpose of cultivators on a resource star was to protect these ordinary people from astral beasts. However, in this chaotic period, cultivators spent most of their time fighting the corpse race. The headquarters of the Bushin Palace was built on this island, on a tall mountain in the middle of the island. Built against the mountain, there were rows of defensive towers and huge, sturdy stone houses. There weren't many fancy buildings, and everything was built for practicality. After the summit of the mountain was flattened, a majestic palace was built. Inside the palace, the current administrator of Dragonwood Star, Huangpu Feng, looked at the physical map on the table, somewhat at a loss as to what to do. The map was like a miniature version of Dragonwood Star. All the important islands were concentrated in it. From the flags on the islands, one could see the grim situation that the Bushin Palace faced. The blue flags representing the Bushin Palace were all gathered together. The black flag representing the Corpse God Palace was like an overbearing arrow aimed at the defense line of the Bushin Palace. In a place far away from the two factions, there was the Muddy Sky Gate, which wanted to take advantage of the situation and take a share of the spoils. They eyed the two factions covetously and could not be underestimated. Whoosh! A flying sword pierced through the wall and appeared in the room. This was the unique flying sword communication technique of the Bushin Palace. Huangpu Feng stretched out his hand, and the information in the sword immediately entered his mind. His expression could not help but turn unsightly. The second line of defense had fallen as well. The 308 martial monarchs, 100 half-sages, 30 inferior-grade martial sages, and 10 medial-grade martial sages guarding the island all died in battle. Only 3 superior-grade martial sages managed to escape. Chapter 873. The chaos that the sovereign martial emperors purposely created looked like child's play. However, their cruelty was startling. The tragic slaughter and the disappearance of one life after another caused everyone to face the grim reality. This was not some experiential training they had discussed. Instead, it was a true massacre. One had to put in their all. Otherwise, they might just die. Only the strongest survivors could face the future demonic god blood sacrifice. If they did not be more ruthless to themselves now, they would not be able to accept a one-sided massacre when the time came. Huangpu Feng pulled out the small blue flags on the map and replaced them with the black flags representing the Corpse God Palace. Then he sighed and said, "The first and second lines of defense are already broken. Now, only the last 3 lines of defense remain." Reporting. Feng Xingxing received orders from the Bushin Palace to bring 30 martial sages of the Full Moon Pavilion to provide reinforcements. Reporting. Shimen Bao received orders from the Bushin Palace to bring 20 martial sages of the Shimen clan to provide reinforcements. Reporting. Niu Deng received orders from the Bushin Palace to bring 30 martial sages of the 10 Great Battle Realms to provide reinforcements. Reporting. Hua Dao received orders from the Bushin Palace to bring 20 martial sages of the Thousand Mystery Sect to provide reinforcements. Reporting. Bai Wuxue received orders from the Bushin Palace to bring 40 martial sages of the Extreme Yin Sect to provide reinforcements. Just as Huangpu Feng frowned in worry, the cultivators outside came in with reports. When Huangpu Feng heard them, he could not help but rejoice. Reinforcements had finally arrived. Based on the quality of these reinforcements, The various 9 ranks of the great families had indeed put in a lot of effort. Most of the martial sages that their sects had not sent to the starry heaven Silver Lake had come. However, there seemed to be one sect that had not come yet, the Haotian sect. After thinking about it, Huangpu Feng did not place much hope on them. The Haotian sect had once had 2 people soak in the heavenly dew divine spring. Of them, Shaochen had absorbed a lot of the essence of the divine spring. The 2 people's blood had refined the heavenly dew divine spring pill, which far surpassed the other sects, causing the Haotian sect's strength to soar. Now that the great chaos had started, the elite martial sages of the Haotian sect were all sent to the starry heaven Silver Lake. Compared to the other 9 ranks of the great families, they would not be able to bring many martial sages. Furthermore, most of them would be inferior grade martial sages. Feng Xingxing, Shimin Bao, Bai Wuxue, and the others chatted in the plaza outside the palace. Several older generation martial sages with strong auras stood behind them. There were very few younger generation martial sages. Among them, there was no lack of medial grade martial sages. The 5 people leading them were incredibly strong, all possessing the combat prowess of a superior grade martial sage. Amid the great chaos, these absolute geniuses all improved at lightning speed. Bai Wushue's divine energy was the most horrifying. He was the only one among the 6 who had comprehended a will. He was also the only demonic genius who had been to the Starry Sky Silver Lake. By the way, Brother Bai, weren't you at the Starry Sky Silver Lake? Why do you have the time to come to this resource planet to provide support? Isn't it a waste of your talent? Shimin Bao said somewhat respectfully to Bai Wuxue. Of course, given Bai Wushue's current strength, he was indeed worthy of such compliments. Feng Xingxing and the others also looked over curiously. The battles at the Starry Sky Silver Lake were the most intense and dangerous. However, the increase in strength there was also the fastest. Bai Wuxue did not hide anything. He smiled and said, I am ashamed to say this. 1 month ago, I was severely injured by a genius of the newly born ancient Treant race. Fortunately, I managed to survive. After I recuperated, I prepared to rush to the Starry Sky Silver Lake again. However, I was informed that a starry heaven storm was approaching. Soon, the Starry Sky Silver Lake will enter a truce. Coincidentally, I received an order from Bushin Palace to send reinforcements, so the sect sent me to this Dragonwood Star. Bai Wushue's words sounded humble. However, when the others saw his strength, they did not dare to underestimate him. Even if they did not use their wills, they would not be a match for Bai Wuxue. It looked like Bai Wuxue had indeed gained a lot in the Starry Sky Silver Lake. Niu Deng said with some disbelief, Are those geniuses of the newly born ancient races really that strong? Bai Wushue's expression turned grave. With some lingering fear in his heart, he said, They are very strong, not much weaker than Diwuk. 1 or 2 of them might even be on par with Diwuk. If not for their small population, the Kunlun continent might not be dominated by 5 major races. Shimin Bao took over the conversation and said, No matter what, it looks like Brother Bai gained a lot in the Starry Sky Silver Lake. This time, when we receive the order to send reinforcements, Brother Bai will definitely take the lead and obtain the most military merits. Who knows, you might even be conferred a marquis at Bushin Palace. This was what Bai Wuxue was thinking in his heart. However, he still put on a humble expression. Feng Xingxing felt it was strange. He said, I wonder what kind of people the Haotian sect will send over. I heard that their elites are all at the Starry Sky Silver Lake. Bai Wuxue nodded and said, The Haotian sect is in the limelight at the Starry Sky Silver Lake this time. Aside from Xue Lingling, who is as strong as before, there are also 2 new talents. One is called Yu Chenxi, and the other is called Gong Yangyu. Their growth speed is extremely terrifying. In that case, it looks like they will not be able to send out any decent people this time. They will only be able to go through the motions and will not be able to obtain many military merits. I wonder who will be leading them this time. It will probably be one of the older generations of the sect. As the group chatted, a group of martial sages wearing Haotian sect identity medallions slowly descended to the plaza at the summit of the mountain. The Haotian sect's people are here. Indeed, they are all inferior-grade martial sages. When Bai Wuxue and the others felt the aura of this group of people, they all had an expression of anticipation. However, when they saw the familiar face of the person leading the group, they were all shocked. They had not expected this at all. Xiaochen. Unexpectedly, it is him. Xiaochen put away the Dragon's Gate's warship and descended to the summit with the juniors. He had not expected the leaders of the various sects to be familiar people. Smiling gently, Xiaochen stepped forward and sized up Bai Wuxue and the others. He said, "Everyone, it has been a long time since we last met." 3 of these people had deep grudges with Xiaochen. Niu Deng and Shimin Bao once worked together but could not defeat Xiaochen, ruthlessly trampling on them. Bai Wuxue's situation went without saying. He was once one of the 7 giants of the Tianwu domain. However, he had been defeated in front of all the outstanding talents of the world, causing his reputation to plummet. As for the 1,000 mystery sects Hua Dao, although he did not have any grudges with Xiaochen, Xiaochen had smacked his fiancée's nose until it became crooked. Thus, Hua Dao had been suppressing his anger. The only one who did not have any grudges with Xiaochen was the Full Moon Pavilion's Feng Xingxing. However, ever since Xiaochen appeared, Feng Xingxing no longer dared to call himself the top bladesman of the 18 southern provinces. Xiaochen did not know what Feng Xingxing was thinking. Strictly speaking, he did not have any friendship with these 5 people. Inferior-grade martial sage? When Bai Wuxue, Niu Deng, and Shimin Bao felt Xiaochen's aura, they exchanged strange glances. They could not help feeling excited. It looked like the news of Xiaochen being trapped for 2 years might be true. Otherwise, how could Xiaochen's cultivation not have improved at all? After all, in this age, if one did not improve for 1 year, one would be left far behind. Of the 3, Niu Deng had the lowest cultivation. However, he was already a medial-grade martial sage. Bai Wuxue was even more incredible, already a peak medial-grade martial sage. His combat prowess far surpassed that of a regular superior-grade martial sage. "Brother Xiaochen, it has really been a long time." The 3 transmitted their voices and discussed for a while. After that, they decided to send Shimin Bao out to test Xiaochen. Shimin Bao strode forward with a warm expression. He stretched out his hand, and strands of law energy gathered in his hand. Then he gently patted Xiaochen's shoulder. Those who did not know would think that the 2 were good friends who had not seen each other for many years. Xiaochen's expression remained the same. He did not think much of it. He stretched out his hand and patted Shimin Bao's shoulder as well. It was a simple probing, but it was as intense as a mountain torrent. Both sides used their most powerful methods. Shimin Bao turned the 500-odd heavenly sage laws in his body into the image of a heavenly tiger. Then he used a secret technique to merge them together, forming the true heavenly tiger energy. Even an indestructible Iron Man would shatter with a gentle pat from Shimin Bao. However, Xiaochen burned his 1,500 tons of vital qi. The pure energy surged through his body like a heaven dragon soaring. His vital qi immediately reached 2,500 tons of vital qi, half a dragon force. The 2 placed their hands on each other's shoulders at the same time. Xiaochen's strong rank 3 sage body was as unmoving as a mountain, standing tall. However, Shimin Bao fell to one knee with a plop. His complexion was pale and bloodless. "It has been 2 years. Brother Shimin, there is no need to be so polite." Xiaochen smiled faintly and raised his hand. Shimin Bao, who was doing his best to resist, felt his shoulder loosen. He could no longer control the force of his charge, and he flew back. Shimin Bao landed in a hurry. Just as he was about to say something, his left leg, which Xiaochen had patted on his shoulder, went limp, and he fell to the ground in a sorry state. When Niu Deng saw this scene, he could not help rejoicing. Earlier, he had wanted to take the lead, but Shimin Bao snatched it away. Fortunately, he had not fought over it. Otherwise, he would be the one embarrassing himself in front of everyone. Shimin Bao checked and found that there were no major problems. However, Xiaochen's earlier attack had blocked the qi and blood in his knees. When he landed in a hurry, he lost his balance and naturally fell over. Just as Shimin Bao was about to get angry, Bai Wuxue stopped him. Bai Wuxue stepped forward. His handsome face appeared calm and at ease. He smiled and said, "Brother Xiao, after not seeing you for 2 years, you are still as elegant as before. Would you be willing to give me some pointers again?" Bai Wushue's eyes filled with boundless confidence as he looked at Xiao Chen, quietly waiting for Xiao Chen's answer. After the battle at the starry heaven Silver Lake, Bai Wushue's strength was no longer the same as before. Furthermore, Xiao Chen was now only an inferior-grade martial sage. He could definitely suppress Xiao Chen. Bai Wushue still remembered the grievance from back then. If he did not take revenge now, when would he? "Stop. A great enemy is before us, and you are still fighting among yourselves. What a scandal! If you want to fight for superiority, go and fight for military merits if you are capable. What is the point of being arrogant here?" Huang Pufeng said furiously as he led a group of strong martial sages out of the palace in a grandiose manner. Huang Pufeng was only a superior-grade martial sage. However, he held a high position in the Bushan Palace, conferred the title of Marquis. His status was even higher than theirs. Bai Wushue was not willing to offend Huang Pufeng. He snorted coldly and turned around. Xiao Chen was happy and relaxed, ignoring Bai Wushue. 2 years ago, he had already treated Bai Wushue like air. Now, why would he care about him? It was like an ant teasing an elephant. The ant was very pleased with himself, not knowing what he was doing. This was extremely laughable. Chapter 874. Huang Pufeng's expression turned grave as he called out names, splitting the reinforcements into 3 groups. Xiao Chen and Feng Xingxing were in one group, Bai Wushue and Shimin Bao were in another, and Hua Dao's and Niu Deng were in another. After that, Huang Pufeng handed out a military merit medallion to everyone. As long as they killed a corpse race cultivator, be it a demonic corpse or a corpse race cultivator, they would have their aura imprinted on the military merit medallion. When they returned, they would hand the medallions to someone to verify. That way, it would be easy to calculate everyone's military merits. Seeing the reinforcements holding the military merit medallions, Huang Pufeng said coldly, "I advise you not to let your guard down. The leaders of the corpse race are the Underworld Fire Sovereign and the White Bone Sovereign's descendants, Wei Hua and Long Fei. Earlier, the 2 resource stars fell at the hands of these 2 people. Several superior-grade martial sages died at their hands. Right now, this Dragonwood star is left with only the final line of defense. If we lose it, the other party will be able to approach our island. At that time, the entire Dragonwood star will change hands." When everyone heard Wei Hua's and Long Fei's names, they could not help but be stunned. Clearly, they had not expected their opponents to be these 2. Aside from the Corpse God Palace's palace master, there were 4 sovereign martial emperors. The descendants of the 4 sovereign martial emperors had made quite a name for themselves in this chaos. They were all peak geniuses second only to Di Wuk, extremely strong. Everyone had expressions of disbelief as they asked, "What's going on? Why are these 2 not going to the starry heaven Silver Lake, but here?" This was especially so for the smug Bai Wushue. He was immediately defeated. Originally, he thought that after he left the starry heaven Silver Lake, he would stand out from the crowd, unrivaled. Unexpectedly, he still ran into 2 troublesome people. However, after thinking about it, these 2 people did not even dare to go to the starry heaven Silver Lake. Perhaps they did not live up to their reputation. If I can defeat them, I will definitely be conferred a king with military merits. I will be able to obtain countless benefits from the Bushin Palace. Huang Pufeng did not care what these people thought. He continued, "The 6 of you, quickly go to the island of the 3rd line of defense. The other party's morale is high. They might charge over in one go." Just as everyone was about to leave, Bai Wushue called out to Xiao Chen and said, "Do you dare to make a bet with me?" Lord Huangpu's words do make some sense. "This time, I will bet with you again. Let's see who can obtain more military merits." Xiao Chen had long since disdained to play this kind of rooster crowing game, but since the other party had spoken, Xiao Chen did not want to have stage fright. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen had an idea. He smiled and said, "If you want to compete, that's fine. However, you have to add some stakes. I'm very interested in the inherited martial technique you obtained from the Snow Clan. If you lose, you have to hand it over. How about that? Very well. If you lose, you will willingly let me step on your face. From today onwards, wherever I, Bai Wuxue, am around, you will disappear. Bai Wuxue was very confident of his victory. He was no longer the Bai Wuxue of 2 years ago. He needed to vent the frustration that he had been suppressing in his heart. No matter how Xiaochen trampled on him, he had to ruthlessly trample on him. Otherwise, he would never be able to vent this frustration. Feng Xingxing and the others were somewhat startled. Bai Wushue's bet was too big. If Xiaochen lost and got trampled on, he would not be able to continue living in the future. It's a deal. I hope that you will keep your promise when the time comes. Xiaochen did not show any fear. He waved his hand and led the Haotian sect disciples away. Senior brother Xiaochen, how did you do it? You casually raised your hand and made Shimin Bao fall from a distance. That's right. That's right. How did you do it? Didn't you clearly let go already? Senior brother Xiaochen. Senior brother Xiaochen. On the way to the third line of defense, the Haotian sect's group of people walked on the surface of the sea, fighting to be the first to ask Xiaochen questions. That move just now had shocked these juniors. They had clearly placed their hands on each other's shoulders at the same time. He had clearly put his hand on Shimin Bao's shoulder at the same time. However, the famous outstanding young talent of the Tianwu domain, Shimin Bao, had knelt down on one knee. After that, he had clearly let go, but he fell again. This made them laugh miserably. If Xiaochen could learn this move, he would definitely be very cool. In the future, he would definitely be in the limelight. Among them, Jin Lin was the most active. After losing to Xiaochen, especially that incredulous look at the end, Jin Lin was shocked and no longer underestimated Xiaochen. Compared to those juniors who had not personally experienced Xiaochen's strength, Jin Lin idolized Xiaochen even more. In the past few days, Jin Lin would occasionally ask Xiaochen for advice on his saber techniques. He gained a lot and firmed up his opinion of Xiaochen. Now, when Jin Lin saw Xiaochen reduce Shimin Bao, who had been preparing to embarrass him, into a sorry state, he urgently wanted to learn this move. Xiaochen smiled somewhat helplessly. This was just a side skill, a skill not worth mentioning at all. Yet, this group of juniors was terrifyingly enthusiastic. Oh right. Senior brother Xiaochen, that Bai Wuxue has been very different in the past 2 years. He has been undergoing experiential training in the starry heaven Silver Lake and has improved rapidly. He must be confident of winning the bet with you. Jin Lin could not help but say worriedly when he thought of Bai Wushue's final bet with Xiaochen. The starry heaven Silver Lake was a mysterious secret realm in the Kunlun realm. It was a silver lake formed entirely of spiritual energy in the starry heavens. It was very vast, and the lake nurtured all sorts of rare divine materials and plants. It was a natural paradise. As for the details, Xiaochen did not know much. He only heard that there were many mysterious items there. The Bushan Palace, the Corpse God Palace, the Spirit Palace, the Thousand Deity Church, and the Fiend Domain's royal court all sent their elites there. Some of the geniuses of the ancient races that appeared recently also rushed to the starry heaven Silver Lake. Now, that place had already turned into the cruelest battlefield. Famous geniuses fell nearly every day. For Bai Wuxue to last 2 years in the starry heaven Silver Lake, his strength had definitely undergone a metamorphosis. However, Xiaochen was very confident about the bet. Right now, even he did not know his true combat prowess. How strong was he now? Once he formally comprehended his saber Dao, how strong would he become? Xiaochen had no way of knowing. Along the way, Xiaochen could not endure the constant bombardment of the juniors. So, he told them how he had convinced Shimin Bao. The tall and burly Jin Lin learned the fastest. He practically understood it on the first try. After he tested it on one of his juniors, he was overjoyed. There were 2 other juniors who learned it quickly as well. Xiaochen kept an eye on them, remembering them in his heart. Although it was an unorthodox Dao, those who could learn it so quickly were definitely talented. When the group was still a long way from the target island, Azure Monarch Island, Xiaochen suddenly stopped. He looked into the distance and frowned slightly. Xiaochen's spiritual sense was much stronger than the mental energy of the juniors. He could see the situation of the target island in advance. Unexpectedly, Huang Pufeng was right. The three islands that formed the third line of defense were indeed under attack. "Senior brother, what's wrong?" Jin Lin asked quickly when he saw something wrong with Xiao Chen's expression. Xiao Chen withdrew his spiritual sense and said calmly, "Everyone, get ready. The battle is about to begin." The 20 juniors were stunned at first. Then their blood surged. They did not feel nervous at all. In their eyes, this was a good opportunity to gain military merits and make a name for themselves. Xiao Chen shook his head in his heart. However, he did not expose them. He instructed, "Jin Lin, Xiao Xian, and Lu Ku, the three of you take the lead." These three were the juniors that Xiao Chen thought highly of. There were 2 men and 1 woman. Xiao Xian's full name was Hu Xian. When they heard Xiao Chen's instructions, they excitedly led the group of people into the sky, quickly flying towards Azure Monarch Island. Xiao Chen walked unhurriedly on the water. His steps did not look big. However, when he raised his leg, the water seemed to close up. When Xiao Chen took a step, a long mark appeared on the water behind him, looking like it was carved by a saber. Xiao Chen's speed was no slower than that of the juniors in the sky. He purposely suppressed his speed, keeping himself 5 kilometers behind the juniors, no more and no less. After a while, Azure Monarch Island appeared in Xiao Chen's vision. The sounds of intense fighting came from the front. Waves surged, and battle cries shook the sky. When the cultivators guarding the island saw the 20 inferior-grade martial sages flying over, they all rejoiced. Xiao Chen pushed off the ground and remained in the air, not making a move. Instead, he carefully observed the battle below. Demonic corpses refined from astral beasts crawled out of the water and clashed with the human cultivators. The weakest of the human cultivators fighting on the sea was a superior-grade martial monarch. In terms of numbers, they far outnumbered the corpse race cultivators. There were no more than 100 true corpse race cultivators. However, the large number of demonic corpses they summoned gave the corpse race a numerical advantage. Xiao Chen stared at a corpse race old man wearing black robes inlaid with gold. This old man was short and skinny, and his beady eyes radiated a sinister energy. This old man controlled 3 underworld fire demonic corpses to hold back a superior-grade martial sage of the human cultivators. Furthermore, this old man could find the time to kill human cultivators. When he attacked, death chi spread throughout his entire body. No one could last a single exchange with him. Unexpectedly, this old man was a superior-grade martial sage of the corpse race. Furthermore, his cultivation was very high. Xiao Chen looked at the buildings on the island. Using his spiritual sense, he felt that there should be a strong force on the island that had not been used yet. Among them were the auras of 2 superior-grade martial sages. Xiao Chen looked into the distance and muttered, "Are they guarding against something?" After the 20 inferior-grade martial sages of the Haotian sect joined the fray, the morale of the corpse race cultivators immediately soared. This was especially so after Jin Lin, Xiao Xian, and Lu Ku delayed the skinny old man. The situation became even better. Xiao Chen could not help but shake his head slightly. He said, "These 3 fellows are too arrogant. Instead of helping that human superior-grade martial sage delay the underworld fire demonic corpses, they came here to deal with the other party's leader." "A newborn calf does not fear a tiger" was a perfect example of such a situation. If one did not suffer, one would not learn to be obedient. Indeed, not long later, Jin Lin, who was eager to gain merits, fell for a brilliant opening that the skinny old man purposely revealed. In a moment of carelessness, Jin Lin suffered a palm strike to his chest. The skinny old man did not have a merciful heart. He immediately vomited a mouthful of black blood and was severely injured, temporarily losing his combat prowess. The 3's combined attacks broke. The other 2 did not last long before they were injured one after another. The skinny old man displayed his rich combat experience. He used the smallest price to defeat these 3 juniors with extraordinary combat prowess. He laughed strangely and was about to kill them when someone suddenly jumped out and blocked him. Chapter 875. It turned out that this person had been distracted. The human superior-grade martial sage, who had been delayed by the 3 underworld fire demonic corpses, finally managed to extricate himself. The sword descended from the sky, carrying surging law energy as it chopped down at the old man's head. The skinny old man was startled and quickly retreated. When the sword light landed on the water, it kicked up huge waves. Some of the demonic corpses that were struck by the shock waves immediately shattered. After the sword light landed, the skinny old man looked at the situation of the battlefield. With the sudden addition of that group of juniors, the situation had reversed. The corpse race was now at a disadvantage. Retreat. The skinny old man did not care. He chuckled and waved his hand to recall the remaining corpse race cultivators. The demonic corpses scattered like the receding tide. Soon, the group of corpse race cultivators could no longer be seen. The human superior grade martial sage stopped the people who wanted to give chase. Then he walked over to the weakened Jean Lin and the other two and smiled. You must be the reinforcements of the Supreme Sky Sect. You are really bold. That skinny old man from earlier. That skinny old man from earlier was a famous expert of the corpse race, the Black Stone Old Revenant. Even us old fellows did not dare to fight him alone. Jean Lin's group of 3 felt somewhat ashamed. They suppressed their injuries and performed cupped fist salutes. Many thanks, Senior, for saving our lives. The sword-wielding old man was rather forthright. He smiled and said, There is no such thing as saving lives on the battlefield. If not for you, I would not have been able to escape the encirclement of the 3 underworld fire demonic corpses so quickly. That's right, why do I not see your leader? The 3 were stunned and looked around. They could not help but find it strange. He was following us earlier. How come we can't see him now? The old man could not help but frown slightly. He turned around and looked in the direction that the Black Stone Old Revenants group had taken. The Black Stone Old Revenants group retreated. When he saw the new skull on the military merit medallion at his waist, his skinny old face filled with a smile. In this sneak attack, the Black Stone Old Revenant had killed more than 100 human cultivators. All of them were half-sages and above. Among them, there were even 5 inferior-grade martial sages with outstanding military merits. The only unfortunate thing was that the 3 juniors had managed to escape. The morale of the other corpse race cultivators was high as well. Most of the corpse race cultivators who died were demonic corpses. Not many of their own died. It could be said to be a great success. It is really easy to obtain military merits. It is good to follow the descendants of Wei Hua and Long Fei, 2 sovereign martial emperors. It won't be long before this dragonwood star will belong to our corpse race. At that time, there will be a lot of benefits. The group of people was in high spirits. None of them cared about the reinforcements that had just arrived. They chatted idly about what would happen after they conquered Dragonwood Star. Suddenly, the Black Stone Old Revenant stopped. A white figure stood calmly in the sunlight, his hands clasped behind his back. It was unknown how long he had been waiting. The Black Stone Old Revenant said coldly, Who is it? Are you tired of living? You even dare to block our path? The people who will kill you. The white silhouette flashed, and the sound of a peerless saber being unsheathed rang out on the surface of the sea. Columns of water shot up into the sky, and waves blossomed beautifully. Kill him. Despite being an inferior-grade martial sage, his tone was frighteningly arrogant. The Black Stone Old Revenant waved his hand. The 3 inferior-grade martial sages of the corpse race leaped out. With a casual wave, a few astral beast demonic corpses leaped out of the water and launched themselves at Xiaochen. The fish-shaped astral beast had been a rank 1 astral beast when it was alive. After the corpse race transformed it, it was as strong as an ordinary inferior-grade martial sage. The most important thing was that there were many of them. Furthermore, they did not feel pain. Regular cultivators would have trouble encountering them. The 3 inferior-grade martial sages of the corpse race also smiled sinisterly. Normally, they relied on this astral beast demonic corpse. Normally, they relied on these astral beast demonic corpses. On this Dragonwood Star, martial sages of the same cultivation would not be a match for them. The image of Xiaochen being delayed by these astral beast demonic corpses already appeared in their minds. Then they would drag Xiaochen to death. If he had a good physique and was refined into a demonic corpse, his strength would improve further. Before the black stone old revenant could feel shocked, they saw Xiao Chen flying over. He was like a saber wind. The normally invincible astral beast demonic corpses did not even last a moment before the saber wind tore them into pieces, completely crippled. Shock appeared in the black stone old revenant's eyes. He got up and rushed forward. At the same time, he shouted, "Retreat! Quickly scatter!" However, there was no chance to leave now. Xiao Chen's figure flickered, and he kicked. A resplendent saber light lit up, and the inferior-grade martial sage on the right was instantly decapitated, dying without a complete corpse. The remaining two were given a fright and quickly retreated. However, they saw a white figure pass between the two of them. The saber wind behind Xiao Chen split into two. With a "puci" sound, purple electricity flickered. The saber wind split the two corpse race cultivators in half, and blood spurted everywhere. When Xiao Chen looked up, he happened to see the black stone old revenant rushing over to help. When he saw the shocked expression on the old revenant's face, Xiao Chen smiled faintly. He clenched his right fist and punched. Blue dragon goes to sea. An overwhelming pillar of water soared into the sky. Boundless saber chi flew everywhere as Xiao Chen leaped out of the water. In the eyes of the black stone old revenant, Xiao Chen was sometimes a dragon, sometimes a saber, and sometimes a delicate white-robed cultivator. Xiao Chen's sharpness changed hundreds of times, unfathomable. However, it remained the same, sharp, unblockable, pressing forward with an indomitable will. Death chi accumulated in the black stone old revenant's body. He moved his 10 fingers and threw 2 palms at Xiao Chen's somewhat strange fist light. Ancient underworld river wave palm. In that instant, the winds and clouds changed. A huge spinning black ball appeared and turned into a flowing underworld river. Waves surged, forming thousands of layers as they surged towards Xiao Chen. The ghost race and corpse race both cultivated the death Dao. Many of their cultivation techniques and martial techniques were comprehended by their seniors while they observed the underworld river. Clearly, this ancient underworld river wave palm was a superior palm technique. When Xiao Chen sent out 2 palms, the underworld river surging towards Xiao Chen carried surging death chi. Illusions that could not be dispelled surrounded Xiao Chen in all directions. Vengeful spirits, white bones, graves, and malicious spirits formed a scene of purgatory, disrupting one's mind. Xiao Chen's heart was like a boulder. The various illusions did not shake his mental state at all. His fist light was unparalleled. Flickering electricity, an indistinct blue dragon, the 40% comprehended will of thunder, and the vague form of his saber's soul quickly changed. I walk an unconventional path, blazing a new path of my own, unprecedented in the past and unmatched in the future. I merge the strengths of many schools of thought and create my own saber Dao. Even if the true underworld river descends, it will pierce through you, not allowing any water to enter. Furthermore, you are just a materialized underworld river. Its sharpness is ever-changing, no one can block it. Break for me. Boom! The surrounding illusions suddenly vanished. This punch knocked the surging underworld river into the air and into the clouds. The black stone old revenant was greatly startled. He formed hand seals and tossed out 3 underworld fire demonic corpses. Then he retreated quickly. As he did so, he shouted, "Attack together! Use demonic corpses to surround him. I want to refine him into a demonic corpse. Then he will be as strong as a grandmaster-level martial sage." The close to 100 corpse race cultivators behind quickly formed hand seals. Light flickered on the surface of the sea, and various demonic corpses leaped out. Their auras were horrifying as they launched themselves at Xiao Chen. The death chi on Xiao Chen's body merged into one. The seawater under his feet turned pitch black like ink. The white clouds in the sky slowly faded away, encased by black clouds. This showed how horrifying this aura was. Good timing. Xiao Chen smiled gently and tapped his forehead with 2 fingers. Immediately, 4 spots of golden light surged out. The 40% comprehended will of thunder turned into 4 small golden sabers. The vague form of his saber soul contained a boundless and unparalleled saber intent. Whistling sounds rang out, and the 4 small golden sabers danced around Xiao Chen, forming a screen of lightning made of countless saber chi. Carrying this screen of lightning, Xiao Chen charged over. The demonic corpses in front of him gently touched them and tore them into pieces. Then, the electric light exploded and turned them into powder. The higher-ranked demonic corpses only lasted 1 more second. The screen of lightning immediately knocked back the 3 underworld fire demonic corpses, preventing them from interfering with Xiao Chen. Like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, the group of demonic corpses on the surface of the sea was completely torn to shreds. The sky turned blue, and the seawater turned clear. The 100 corpse race cultivators had stunned expressions. They had never seen anyone sweep away their demonic corpses like they were trash before. The black stone old revenant rolled his eyes and shouted, "What are you staring blankly for? Just refine more demonic corpses after you run out. If we refine this brat, he will be equal to 1,000 monarch-grade demonic corpses." The group of corpse race cultivators hesitated. However, due to the black stone old revenant's orders and the fact that Xiao Chen was alone, they steeled themselves and charged over. Seeing this scene, the black stone old revenant quietly put away the 3 severely injured underworld fire demonic corpses. Then he turned around and fled. Xiao Chen smiled coldly to himself. How could he allow the black stone old revenant to flee? How could he care about these 100 corpse race cultivators, whose strongest cultivation was only inferior grade martial sage? Military merits came from killing major characters. No matter how many the small shrimp you killed, it would be pointless. Roaming Dragon's 9 transformations. Change. Xiao Chen's figures split into 9. He turned into 9 strands of saber wind, disappearing in a flash. Everywhere he passed, the unlucky corpse race cultivators turned into clumps of scarlet light and turned into skulls that appeared on his military merit medallion. The 9 figures merged back together, and they pushed off the air. Electric light burst out as they caught up to the fleeing black stone old revenant. "Stay here." Xiao Chen spread his fingers and grabbed at the black stone old revenant's head. Countless flickering electricity gathered in his palm. Every finger was as hard as a saber, flickering with a sharp edge. Like a meteor chasing the moon, Xiao Chen used his strong physical body's strength to tear off one of the black stone old revenant's arms. The electric light surging in his palm blasted the black stone old revenant's arm into the air. Xiao Chen turned around slightly, using his body as a saber and his shoulder as the tip. Then, he crashed into the black stone old revenant. The barrier that the black stone old revenant formed with death chi in a fluster shattered with a kasi sound. This move was extremely tyrannical. It contained 1,500 tons of force, 90% comprehended saber intent, and the immortal will of thunder. It was a treasure saber forged with one's body as the blade. A cold light flashed, and its might was unparalleled. The black stone old revenant crashed into the military merit medallion. Secret treasures, cultivation techniques, and defensive martial techniques were all useless. The black stone old revenant was badly mangled, no longer recognizable. In that instant his aura vanished, and he died. A bright purple skull immediately appeared on Xiao Chen's military merit medallion, and he easily collected the 10,000 military merits. Xiao Chen glanced at the black stone old revenant's military merit medallion and saw rows and rows of skulls. He wondered how many human cultivators had died at the hands of this crafty old revenant. Chapter 876. When the corpse race cultivators below saw the deformed black stone old revenant, they lost all will to fight and fled. This originally successful sneak attack was a complete failure. The destruction of the demonic corpses was a small matter. However, the death of a superior grade martial sage would enrage the 2 young masters. Xiao Chen ignored these small fries and took out the ancient underworld river wave palm from the black stone old revenant's spatial ring. Then he carefully studied it. Xiao Chen wanted to walk an unprecedented path. He wanted to use his body as a saber, infusing all the techniques of the 100 schools of thought into his body, using them as divine materials to refine this powerful treasure saber. Regardless of whether it was because of the will of cycles or his own great Tao, he had to research the death Tao sooner or later. After a while, Xiaochen put away the ancient underworld river wave palm and closed his eyes to comprehend it. In the heavenly dew divine spring, everyone else had absorbed more essence than Xiaochen had. His comprehension ability had already reached a horrifying level. With just one look, he roughly understood the principles of the ancient underworld river wave palm. When Xiaochen opened his eyes again, he had already gained a lot. He muttered, "Not bad, the ancient underworld river wave palm is passable. When I subdue the death throne and obtain death chi, I will be able to execute this corpse race heaven-ranked martial technique." How preposterous! Who does he think he is? At such a crucial moment, he did not even show himself. What is this Xiaochen trying to do? The Azure Monarch Island's island master, Xia Feng, appeared very angry, throwing a tantrum in the Great Hall. The two superior-grade martial sages beside him also had unsightly expressions. Feng Xingxing, who was at the side, led the older generation martial sages of the Full Moon Pavilion in silence. They could not understand what Xiaochen was trying to do. The Azure Monarch Island was attacked, yet Xiaochen did not come to report after the matter was over. He was simply looking down on the island master here. When the Haotian sect disciples heard that Xiaochen was being lectured, they felt extremely uncomfortable in their hearts. The tall and burly Jin Lin stepped forward and said, "Senior Xia, there's no need to be so angry. Senior brother Xiaochen definitely did not disrespect the three of you on purpose." When Xiao Xian heard this, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. This senior brother Jin Lin really didn't know how to speak. On the surface, he was comforting her, but he shouldn't have been so direct. Xia Feng and the other two older generation martial sages were clearly respected existences who cared a lot about their reputation. When they heard Jin Lin's words, it was like adding fuel to the fire. Lu Wu snorted coldly and said with a displeased expression, "Who do you think I am? This old man has accumulated 100,000 battle merits, and the Palace Lord of Bushin Palace personally conferred me the title of Green Emperor Marquis, the Island Lord of Green Emperor Island, and the person in charge of the 3 defense lines of Dragonwood Planet. Do you think that a mere disciple of the Haotian sect would respect me? In times of chaos, it is like enlisting in the army to fight a war. Since he came with reinforcements, he has to abide by the rules of Bushin Palace. He has to lead his troops to report. Even now, he has not even seen his shadow. What a scandal!" The yellow-robed old man on the right also said, "We need an explanation for today's matter. Otherwise, when the main force of the corpse race attacks in the future, if he does not listen to commands and disrupts the army's morale, there will be big trouble." When the blue-robed old man, Qin Wu, who once saved Jin Lin and the other two, heard that the two wanted to take this matter to the extreme, he quickly said, "Brother Lu, there's no need to be too angry. As for the details, we still have to wait for Xiaochen to return first. There must be a reason for this." The yellow-robed old man immediately interrupted him rudely, "What reason could there be? In my opinion, he clearly saw that there was nothing going on, so he went out to search for treasures. He did not care about the reinforcements from Bushin Palace at all. There are many treasures in this resource pool." When the hot-tempered Jin Lin saw these two old fellows being unreasonable and taking advantage of the situation to make things difficult for Xiaochen, how could he endure it? He immediately flared up, and a ruthless aura filled his burly body. Xiao Xian quickly stepped forward and said, "Seniors, our senior brother Xiaochen would definitely not do such a preposterous thing. If I am not wrong, senior brother Xiaochen should be chasing after the Black Stone Old Revenants group." When Xia Feng heard this, he could not help but smile coldly. "Little girl, you really do not know the immensity of the heavens and the earth. Who is the Black Stone Old Revenant? Even we do not dare to say that we can defeat him, yet he, a junior, dares to chase after them? Furthermore, there were more than 100 people who left with him. You are overestimating this brat." The moment Xia Feng said this, he could no longer endure it. He shouted angrily, "You two old fellows, don't rely on your status to look down on others. Our senior brother Xiaochen is not as unbearable as you make him out to be. Although senior brother Xiaochen is young, now that the great chaos has started, age is no longer the norm. Just because you can't defeat an opponent does not mean that senior brother Xiao Qin cannot do it. That's right. No matter what, our senior brother Xiao Qin is an upright person. He would not run off to search for treasures at this time. You two old fellows, the moment you open your mouths, all you have to do is bully others. What is there to be proud of? The group of junior generation disciples of the Haotian sect had long been dissatisfied with these two old fellows. The moment the battle ended, they did not even let them rest properly. Instead, they pulled them over and reprimanded them. With Jin Lin taking the lead, they all spoke up, directly opposing the two old fellows. Good. A group of juniors came under orders to reinforce the army, yet you dare to disobey and speak rudely. As the Azure Monarch Marquis, I will detain you now and let you calm down. Xia Feng revealed a sinister smile on his face. His expression was indistinguishable. Unexpectedly, he wanted to detain this group of juniors. Heavy footsteps resounded. Xia Feng's direct descendants gathered in the Great Hall. A large group of elite martial sages drew their weapons and surrounded the group. The matter suddenly blew up. Feng Xingxing felt that something was wrong. However, he was cautious and did not show it on his face, not saying a word. Clearly, the blue-robed old man had not expected the matter to escalate to this point. He quickly said, "Island Lord Xia, the corpse race army is approaching. Dragonwood Star is in danger. This is a time when we need manpower. It is best to reduce the problem to a small one." However, the yellow-robed old man retorted, "Brother Qin, your words are wrong. With a great enemy before us, these people will naturally be a great help if we use them well. However, look at them, all of them are unruly and unruly. Just a few words and they are already like this. If a great battle really comes, not only will they not be of any help, but they will even cause chaos and affect the morale of the army. If you want to deal with them, do it quickly. Just deduct 5,000 military merits and send them back." However, Xia Feng did not say anything more. He said coldly, "Capture them all. Do you really think that Bushin Palace is a place for you little fellows to fool around in?" Xiao Xian's expression changed. Even with her extraordinary intelligence, she did not know what to do. She had not expected the situation to develop like this. The Azure Monarch Island martial sages in the Great Hall were clearly the elites of the island. Furthermore, there were many of them. If they fought, the juniors of the Haotian sect would definitely be at a disadvantage. However, given the personalities of Jin Lin and the others, they were not people who would give in easily. What should I do? What should I do? In an instant, thousands of thoughts flashed through Xiao Xian's mind. No matter how hard she tried, she could not think of a countermeasure. Stop! Who dares to touch the people of my Haotian sect? Just as Jin Lin and the others were about to make a move against the elite martial sages of the Azure Monarch Island, a cold shout came from outside the Great Hall. The voice was not loud, but it was very intimidating, like a knife stabbing into the sea of consciousness. Everyone could not help but stop what they were doing and look towards the entrance of the Great Hall. Senior brother Xiao Chen. The juniors of the Haotian sect all showed joy on their faces as they all called out in unison. Xiao Chen stood outside the door and looked at Xia Feng. He said in a cold voice, "How awe-inspiring! You even dare to casually detain the true inheritors of my Haotian sect." When Xiao Chen approached the Azure Monarch Island, he had already clearly seen the situation in the Great Hall with his spiritual sense. At that time, Xiao Chen felt that something was wrong. He wanted to see what this Xia Feng was up to, so he was not in a rush to enter. Who knew? These two people became more and more overbearing. When Xiao Chen arrived outside the Great Hall, the guards stopped him from entering. When he forced his way in, he saw the scene before him. When Xia Feng saw Xiao Chen arrive, he did not panic. He smiled coldly and said, "Xiao Chen, you came at a good time. You came with the order to reinforce the army. Why did you not report with the disciples of your sect? Are you looking down on the Bushin Palace?" Xiao Chen's thoughts were as meticulous as a web. After many speculations, he already had a rough idea of what was going on. He retorted coldly, "Don't accuse me of anything. It is not that I am looking down on the Bushin Palace. It is just that I am looking down on you." Facing Xiao Chen's rudeness, Not giving him any face, Xia Feng could not help feeling stifled. He retorted angrily, "How bold!" This old man accumulated 100,000 military merits and was conferred the title of Azure Monarch Marquis by the Bushin Palace's palace master, commanding the 3 lines of defense of Dragonwood Star. You came with the order to reinforce the army, yet you dare to disobey it? The order to reinforce the army? Xiao Chen smiled coldly and said, "The order to reinforce the army is to reinforce the army of the Bushin Palace. However, it is an order from my Haotian sect's first elder, Han Qinghe. It is also to protect the people of my Haotian sect. You are just an insignificant island master. Who do you think you are to order me around?" The yellow-robed old man at the side leaped up and shouted, "What a sharp-tongued, arrogant brat. Island master, I'll go and capture this brat and teach him a lesson on behalf of his sect master." The yellow-robed old man soared into the air and clenched his fist. Then, the law energy in his body surged. As the yellow-robed old man's deep cultivation flickered, an intense wind blew. Several inferior-grade martial sages with unstable foundations were blown over by this wind. "You are seeking death." When Xiao Chen saw that this person really dared to make a move, his expression turned cold, and his figure flashed. The sound of a treasured saber being unsheathed rang out. Xiao Chen's black hair fluttered without any wind, and his white robes fluttered. It was like he was the brightest saber in the world. His sharpness changed, unparalleled. Bang! The 2 fists clashed, and the yellow-robed old man vomited a mouthful of blood. Then he flew back like a sharp arrow. He felt like a knife was scraping his arm. The pain was unbearable. The yellow-robed old man's sea of consciousness churned endlessly, and his mind buzzed. A strong will intimidated him into temporarily losing his ability to think. By the time the yellow-robed old man recovered his wits, he was already lying on the ground. The clothes on his right arm were tattered and covered in blood. The moment this scene appeared, it shocked everyone present. Xia Feng's heart sank. Although the yellow-robed old man's talent was limited, he was only an early-stage superior-grade martial sage. He had underestimated his opponent, but he was still a superior-grade martial sage. Unexpectedly, he could not even block one move from this brat. This was too frightening. Chapter 877. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, something flew in front of him. He caught it and looked at it. It was Xiao Chen's merit plate. There was a bright purple skull on it, dazzling everyone's eyes. Xia Feng wondered if he was seeing things. "Ooh, the Blackstone old ghost, you actually really killed him. This is impossible." His face was filled with shock as he looked at Xiao Chen in complete disbelief. Xiao Chen enunciated every word as he said in a threatening tone, "Bright purple skull, 10,000 military merits. You have to kill a superior-grade martial sage. Bushin Palace personally forged the military merit plate, authentic and genuine. How dare you, a mere island master, not believe it? You even dare to doubt the merit plate forged by Bushin Palace. This is simply disgraceful. Watch me capture you and teach you a lesson on behalf of your master." Xiao Chen took a step forward, wanting to charge at the Azure Monarch Marquis, Xia Feng. Qin Wu, one of the 3 overseers of the island, quickly stopped him and said, "Xiao Chen, how about we end this matter here? It was not that you were absent for no reason. Not only did you fail, but you were also rewarded. I apologize to you on behalf of Island Lord Xia." When Xia Feng heard that Xiao Chen didn't even want to let him go, he felt a trace of fear when he saw the other party's sharpness. Then he saw the genuine bright purple skull on the merit plate. He knew that this matter couldn't be resolved peacefully, so he couldn't help but hesitate. Now that he heard Qin Wu say this, he found a way out of this embarrassing situation. He immediately said, "This is my fault. I can use my authority as the Island Lord to give each of your Haotian sect disciples 500 battle merits." With a wave of his hand, Xiao Chen pulled his merit medallion over and said coldly, "The disciples of the Haotian sect are all elites. They don't need you to give them their merit medallions. They will come out on their own. Since you've admitted your mistake, I won't pursue today's matter any further. Take care of yourself." Xiao Chen did not intend to continue to be unreasonable with the other party's humble attitude. Moreover, there was something fishy about this matter, and he needed to take his time to figure it out. That's right, we don't need a small island lord like you to give us military merits. He's just a small island lord, yet he thinks he's someone important. Does he think we're beggars with just 500 battle merits? The group of Haotian sect disciples did not care about Xia Feng at all. With Xiao Chen here, they straightened their backs and spoke with confidence. The Little Island Lord called out Little Island Lord, causing the Azure Monarch Marquis, Xia Feng, to feel extremely embarrassed. However, he did not dare to flare up. His appearance was extremely funny. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and waited for this group of juniors to have enough fun before leading them out of the lobby. Seeing this group of people swaggering around, the Full Moon Pavilion's martial sages, who were watching them make a fool of themselves earlier, revealed envious expressions. Feng Xingxing sighed. After not seeing Xiao Chen for 2 years, Xiao Chen's strength had not regressed at all. Instead, his growth was startling. He could rival the peak outstanding talents of the starry heaven Silver Lake. When he attacked, he had a different kind of demeanor, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. However, Feng Xingxing could feel that demeanor. Not only did Xiao Chen have the bearing of an elder, but he also had the confidence of a powerful expert. Furthermore, they had the confidence of a powerful expert, which boosted the morale of these Supreme Sky Sect juniors, making them hot-blooded. When Feng Xingxing saw the experienced elders behind him, he could not help smiling bitterly. The overall strength of his group should be about the same as that of the Haotian sect. However, if they wanted to compete for battle merits, they could not compare to Xiao Chen's group. The reason was Feng Xingxing. Feng Xingxing did not have the demeanor that Xiao Chen had. He did not have the unrivaled confidence that gave the people of the sect. Island Lord Xia, if there is nothing else, I will take my leave as well. Feng Xingxing performed a cupped fist salute to Xia Feng and took his leave. Then, he led the Full Moon Pavilion's martial sages out of the lobby. After everyone left, only Xia Feng and the yellow-robed old man remained in the lobby. When Xia Feng saw the yellow-robed old man's bloody arm, which had yet to recover, he sighed. It looks like there is really a problem this time. Brother Xia, what are you afraid of? I sent you a voice projection earlier to take down this brat in one go. Why did you not listen to me and let him go for nothing? The yellow-robed old man demanded, feeling aggrieved. Xia Feng revealed a contemplative expression. He said, "You are thinking too simply. This brat defeated you with one punch. It was not just because you underestimated him. What should we do? You might be able to swallow this, but I cannot." When Xia Feng heard this, his face sank. He smiled coldly and said, "I do not intend to let him off so easily. Now, it is already very difficult to find any evidence to use against him. However, I have my own ways to deal with him. At that time, I will make him beg for mercy before me like a dog." The yellow-robed old man looked around and asked, "Brother Xia, what do you mean?" "Silence," Xia Feng said cautiously. Then, with a sinister gaze, he said, "Just wait. Let him jump around for a few days first. This old man will ruthlessly slap him to death." At the camp of the Haotian sect on Azure Monarch Island, Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and placed it on the foreheads of Jin Lin, Xian, and Lu Ku. Then he used the lightning-attributed energy to refine the death qi in their bodies. "This old fellow is really ruthless. If I delay the death qi in your bodies any longer, there will be trouble." Xiao Chen withdrew his hand and scattered his energy. Then he spoke to the three, whose complexions looked much better. However, Jin Lin laughed loudly and asked in a hurry, "Senior brother Xiao Chen, did you really kill that black stone old revenant?" Lu Ku and Xian hurriedly asked. The three of them were no match for the black stone old ghost even after joining hands. They had personally experienced how powerful the other party was. Xiao Chen stood up and said, "The black stone old revenant is not considered a very powerful superior grade martial sage. What is difficult to deal with are the 3 specially refined underworld fire demonic corpses in his hands. Otherwise, he would not be considered much among cultivators of the same rank. My physical body has already reached the peak of rank 3 sage body. Coupled with the saber Dao that I cultivate, I do not fear his underworld fire demonic corpse. That's why it was easy to kill him. When the three of them heard Xiaochen say it casually, but they did not believe him, they secretly admired him. The scene of his fluttering long hair and fluttering white robes in the Great Hall had left a deep impression on the three of them. The instant Xiaochen took a step forward, a boundless light seemed to shine from his body, like the brightest treasured saber in the world. The three of you don't need to belittle yourselves so much. If you cooperate well and don't be greedy, you'll definitely be able to win. With just the three of you, you can fight to a draw with the Black Stone Old Revenant without his demonic corpses. This time, I purposely did not make a move to teach you a lesson. Xiaochen could tell that the three of them were somewhat anxious. If he did not teach them a lesson, it would be pointless. If he said it again, it would be more convincing. The three of them lowered their heads awkwardly. After Xiaochen said this, they could not find any words to retort. Xiaochen took out a sea map and gathered the three of them together. Then he pointed to several sea maps occupied by the corpse race and said, "After this round of harassment by the corpse race, there will probably be peace for a while. You can use this time to obtain military merits." After boasting in front of Xia Feng, it would be laughable if I couldn't get any military merits. This great chaos isn't just a fortuitous encounter for geniuses. Although our names aren't well known for now, there's no guarantee that we won't be famous one day. When the three heard Xiaochen talk about proper matters, their expressions turned serious. Jin Lin felt his blood boil. He said, "That Xia Feng keeps calling himself the Azure Monarch Marquis. 100,000 military merits. This time, I have to obtain 100,000 marquis as well." However, Lu Ku and Xian laughed softly. What a braggart! Xiaochen smiled as well. Of the three, the one he thought the most highly of was Jin Lin. Jin Lin's talent and sharpness were excellent. However, he was not mature enough. With some polishing, he would definitely have some accomplishments. The three of you will lead the team. Every afternoon, when the death chi is at its weakest, you can go to these islands to harass them. However, remember to stop when you're ahead. When I returned, I checked out the situation of the surrounding sea region. As long as you do as I say, there should not be any problems. After saying that, Xiaochen pointed to the other islands and said, "Don't go to these islands. They have superior grade martial sages guarding them. I'll let you know when you can go." After that, Xiaochen gave pointers based on the three's earlier battles, pointing out their shortcomings. After a long time, the three left happily. Only Xiaochen remained in the room. He opened his hand, and a cauldron appeared in his universe ring. Dragons and phoenixes were carved on the cauldron, looking very lifelike. A fierce purple flame burned in the cauldron, and there was a jade-white egg in the middle of the flame. The cauldron was the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. The flame was the much stronger Purple Thunder True Fire. Naturally, the egg was the Golden Crow Egg. Xiaochen needed to extract a trace of the Solar True Fire's origin flame to hatch this Golden Crow Egg. As of now, Xiaochen did not have the ability to do so. However, the Purple Thunder True Fire was also an extreme yang flame. If he used its origin flame to hatch the egg, there should be some effect. Xiaochen looked carefully. After 1.5 years of nourishment by the Purple Thunder True Fire, there were indeed some cracks in the jade-white eggshell. However, they were as thin as hair and were barely noticeable. Xiaochen did not know how long it would take before he could truly hatch this Golden Crow Egg. However, there was at least some hope, giving him some hope. After putting away the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron, Xiaochen paced around the room. Then, he thought about the conflict between him and Xia Feng in the Great Hall that day. After he was done, he was even more certain of his guess. Everything in the world revolved around the word benefit. It was either benefit oneself or benefit others. How could there be hatred for no reason? The third line of defense of Bushin Palace on Dragonwood Star was mainly made up of 3 islands: Azure Monarch Island, White Monarch Island, and Black Monarch Island. At this moment, Bai Wuxue and Shimen Bao were drinking wine and chatting on Black Monarch Island. Shimen Bao took a sip of wine and smiled. "Brother Bai, you really showed off your might this time. Snow covering the mountains and rivers. Those corpse race demonic corpses were all frozen into ice. The people on the island were all stunned. Bai Wuxue felt very cocky in his heart. However, he smiled modestly and said, "They are just monarch-grade demonic corpses. They are nothing before true experts. Since the descendants of the White Bone Sovereign and the Underworld Fire Sovereign are here, they must have brought sage-grade demonic corpses as well." Shimen Bao knew what to say at this moment. He offered a toast and said, "Hee, Brother Bai is too humble. I killed 10-odd medial-grade martial sages and gained 3,000 military merits in one go. Who can compare to me? I will definitely be conferred king this time." Black Monarch Island was the same as Azure Monarch Island. They were attacked as well. Bai Wuxue was indeed terrifyingly strong. After obtaining the Snow Race's inheritance and comprehending it thoroughly, he managed to kill several demonic corpses and superior-grade martial sages. Bai Wuxue took a sip of wine and did not reply. 100,000 marquises, 1,000,000 kings. The sons of the three holy masters had not been conferred king in Bushin Palace yet. Bai Wuxue was still somewhat self-aware. However, he was still confident of suppressing the crowd and obtaining 100,000 military merits. Chapter 878. As the two chatted, a spirit bird flew in. Shimen Bao asked out of curiosity, "Who sent the letter?" Bai Wuxue took out a piece of paper from the bird's leg and said, "I asked an elder of the Full Moon Pavilion to keep an eye on Xiaoqin and see how many military merits he has." Shimen Bao was unhappy with Xiaoqin. He laughed loudly and said, "There's no need to look. That brat cannot compare to Brother Bai. No matter how powerful an inferior-grade martial sage is, he is only SOSO. This time, Brother Bai will definitely trample on him." Bai Wuxue, who opened the piece of paper, was stunned, somewhat in disbelief. He read it a few times before confirming that he had not seen wrong. Bright purple skull. Killed the Black Stone Old Revenant. Obtained 10,000 military merits. Killed too many demonic corpses. Too many to count. When Shimen Bao heard Bai Wuxue read out the contents of the piece of paper, the wine cup he was holding to his lips fell to the ground and shattered. Shimen Bao could not close his mouth for a long time. The army of the corpse race had already occupied the second line of defense. One of the islands produced black pattern stones, which could be used to refine the rare black pattern gold. The corpse race army did not refine much each time. However, after 8 to 10 years, the quantity would be considerable. It would be more than enough to refine a subdivine weapon. This island was called Black Patterned Island. It was also the main island of the second line of defense. The White Bone Sovereign's descendant, Long Fei, and the Underworld Fire Sovereign's descendant, Wei Hua, were currently discussing matters in a great hall on the island. Their expressions were extremely relaxed. There were two other people beside the two. One of them was Wang Can. Although his great-grandfather was a corpse race martial emperor, he was not a sovereign martial emperor. His status in the corpse race was far below that of Long Fei and Wei Hua. The other person's identity was very interesting. It was hard to imagine that he would appear together with Wei Hua again. This person was the Iron Hand Sovereign's descendant, Kuei-do. The grudge between the Iron Hand Sovereign and the Underworld Fire Sovereign had caused a huge commotion back then. Even the descendants of the younger generation had many different versions of the story. The White Bone Sovereign's descendant, Long Fei, was very fair and clean. He dressed like a scholarly young master and held a folding fan in his hand. This was a great contrast to the corpse race people. Because of their special physical body cultivation methods, most of the corpse race's members had dark skin. Coupled with the fact that they cultivated the Tao of Death, they appeared even gloomier. Very few of them had the appearance of a pale scholar like Long Fei. Long Fei looked at the silent Kuei-do. Then, he fanned himself and smiled gently. "Brother Kuei-do, you should not regret not continuing to the Starry Heaven Silver Lake, right?" Kuei-do was a good friend of Long Fei. The two of them could be said to be bosom buddies. Half a month ago, Kuei-do had temporarily left the Starry Sky Silver Lake due to his injuries. When he heard that a storm was about to descend upon the Starry Sky Silver Lake, he had coincidentally received Long Fei's invitation. Thus, he had come to Dragonwood Star dubiously. In the letter, the other party had written a lot about the benefits of occupying a resource star. The benefits were much better than the benefits obtained in the Starry Sky Silver Lake. At first, he did not believe it. Resource stars were rare, and every race would send a large number of troops to guard them. How could 2 resource stars be taken down so easily? When Xiao Chen arrived at Dragonwood Star and saw Long Fei and Wei Hua easily occupy most of the sea region, he completely believed Xiao Chen. In the past 2 years, Kuei-do's physical body had become even more powerful. He even showed signs of breaking through to rank 4 Sage body. A casual strike of Kuei-do's could reach 1,500 tons of force. When he used his physical body martial techniques, he could achieve 2,500 tons of force. According to legend, the Heaven Dragon that existed during the Immortal Epic could achieve 5,000 tons of force in one strike. That was one dragon force. 2,500 tons of force was half a dragon force. By relying on his strong physical body and half a dragon force, although Kuei-do was not as glorious as people like Di Wuk in the Starry Heaven Silver Lake, he still flourished. If he hadn't been injured by a genius of the Azura race who had just appeared, he wouldn't have had to temporarily retreat. When Kuei-do heard Long Fei's question, he smiled gently and replied, "There are all sorts of benefits in the Starry Heaven Silver Lake. There are 10,000-year-old spirit herbs, spirit beasts with the bloodlines of living creatures, and all sorts of precious divine materials. However, most of them were obtained by Di Wuk's group. The main thing in the Starry Heaven Silver Lake is combat comprehension. If it were just me, the benefits I obtained in this Dragonwood Star are far greater than in the Starry Heaven Silver Lake. The only thing I lack is demonic geniuses. Fighting with me is somewhat boring." Wang Can walked over and said, "Brother Kuei-do, there is no need to worry too much. This time, the Bushin Palace has already sent strong reinforcements. I heard that the descendant of the Qing Emperor, Xiao Chen, who disappeared for 2 years, is among them." Bai Wuxue and the others had not known that the Haotian sect would send Xiao Chen to lead the team. Unexpectedly, Wang Can knew. This was very strange. Kuei-do felt that there was a reason for this. However, this was to be expected. If there was no special reason, how could Long Fei and Wei Hua let the prepared Dragonwood Star suffer a crushing defeat after taking down 2 resource stars? Kuei-do did not care about this. What he cared about was Xiao Chen. He came at the right time. After not seeing him for 2 years, I hope he will not disappoint me, Kuei-do said with a sullen expression. 2 years ago, Xiao Chen's punch in the Sage Mark Monument had beaten him up like a dog. Kuei-do would never forget that. Wei Hua walked over with a cold expression and said, "Don't worry. It would have been fine if he had hidden forever. Now that he has shown himself again, I will let him know that there are some people that he cannot cheat." Although Kuei-do did not fight with Xiao Chen 2 years ago, he had cheated him miserably. Although he did not lose much, the news spread everywhere. He had completely lost face. Kuei-do was the descendant of a bona fide sovereign martial emperor. In this age of geniuses, he would definitely rise up. How could he leave such a stain on his reputation? The white-faced Long Fei fanned himself with a folding fan. Curiosity stirred in his heart. He said, "You are all outstanding talents, heroes among people. To think that you all fell at this brat's hands. I really want to see how incredible this person is." Young masters, the teams that went to scout have all retreated. The detailed battle reports have already been prepared. A corpse race cultivator outside the hall quickly walked in and handed over a stack of battle reports before kneeling on the ground. Wei Hua's face lit up in joy. His figure flashed as he stepped forward and picked up the battle reports. He smiled and said, "Good. Let me see how strong the reinforcements are." Wei Hua took out the first battle report and revealed a disdainful expression. He smiled faintly and said, "Indeed, the 1,000 mystery sects Hua Dao and the battle realms Niu Deng. As I expected, they are somewhat strong. However, they are only SOS." Wei Hua took out the second battle report, and his disdainful expression vanished. He frowned slightly and said, "This Bai Wuxue is rather problematic. Despite obtaining the Snow Race's inheritance, he actually destroyed a group of monarch-grade demonic corpses and killed 10-odd medial-grade martial sages. He nearly dragged out the leader, Elder Sun." When Kuei-do heard this, he said, "I fought with this Bai Wuxue in the Starry Heaven Silver Lake. He is indeed a powerful person. However, Long Fei did not care. He said, they are just monarch-grade demonic corpses. No matter how many are destroyed, there is no need to feel too much heartache over the losses of medial-grade martial sages. Since Elder Sun managed to return, it is already worth it to test him out. Wei Hua felt the same way as well. Although Bai Wuxue was a powerful person, he did not feel any fear. He picked up the third battle report with a somewhat gloomy expression. This report recorded the process of the Black Stone Old Revenant's team probing Azure Monarch Island. After Wei Hua unfolded it, his expression changed drastically with just one look. He exclaimed, "What? The Black Stone Old Revenant actually died?" A team of 100 could not even delay him for a moment. Wang Can, Long Fei, and Kuei-do were all startled. They quickly read through the battle reports, their eyes filled with disbelief. How bold of him! He dares to block a team of 100 people from my corpse race alone, Long Fei said in rage as he waved the folding fan in his hand. Wang Can said somewhat worriedly, "This fellow is clearly here to kill Elder Blackstone. He probably let those inferior-grade martial sages go on purpose. He does not care about them at all." Kuei-do smiled coldly and said, "Good. If he had turned into a worm, it would not be interesting for me to trample on him." A metal sword pierced through the wall and flashed, flying towards Wei Hua. Wei Hua stretched out his hand and caught it. Then he slowly revealed a smile on his face. He said, "What a great fellow, Xiaoqin. This is a great help to me. In less than 2 months, Dragonwood Star will definitely change hands." Wang Can quickly asked, "Brother Wei, why are you so happy? What news did that person send?" Long Fei casually shook his hand and shattered the metal sword into pieces. He said calmly, "This time, Xiaoqin will definitely die. Someone has already thought of a countermeasure for us. Come, let's go and make some preparations first. Then we will wait for the good news and make our move at any time." Back on Black Monarch Island, Xia Feng, the yellow-robed old man, and Qin Wu, the 3 upper echelon members of the island, went to Xiao Chen's residence together. For the past few days, Xiao Chen had remained in seclusion, continuously comprehending and perfecting his Tao. He did not spend all his time on his cultivation. Right now, his saber Tao was the most important. It had already reached a critical juncture. Every day, a large number of ideas appeared and were quickly rejected. At the same time, he was waiting for some people to make a move. Today, it had finally arrived. Little friend Xiao Chen, Brother Xia and Brother Xiao have already reflected on what happened in the Great Hall. This old man will help me set up a connection and get the 2 of them to apologize to you again. Consider it as no discord, no concord. After Qin Wu entered, he lowered his status and spoke sincerely to Xiao Chen. Xia Feng and the yellow-robed old man also had smiles on their faces as they said some seemingly sincere words. Xiao Chen smiled coldly in his heart, but his expression did not change. He looked at Xia Feng and said, "Island Master Xia, you probably did not come here just to apologize, right?" Xia Feng did not show any anger on his old face. Instead, he said somewhat apologetically, "Little friend Xiaoqin, you misunderstand. This time, I am indeed here to apologize to little friend. At the same time, I also brought a token from Senior Huangpu. I hope that little friend Xiaoqin can officially go out and harass the corpse race army. If I continue to pretend, I will expose my whereabouts to the upper echelon of the corpse race as soon as I go out. Boundless danger awaits me." Xiaoqin received the token and casually placed it on the table. He said coldly, "If I am not wrong, Island Master Xia spent a lot of effort to obtain this token from Senior Huangpu, right?" Xia Feng, who was exposed, was clearly stunned. Although he quickly covered it up, it could not escape Xiao Chen's eyes. Xiao Chen could not be bothered to say more. He closed his eyes and ignored Xia Feng. "How bold of you, Xiao Chen. Now, you even dare to disobey Lord Huangpu Feng's orders. Just you wait. I will definitely report this matter. The Bushin Palace will not let you off so easily." Chapter 879. Xia Feng revealed his true colors and left ruthlessly. Then he led the yellow-robed old man away, leaving behind an embarrassed Qin Wu. "Old Mr. Qin, there is no need to feel conflicted. In less than 7 days, everything will come to light. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and said something that Qin Wu could not understand. Now, Xiao Chen was 100% sure of his guess. How could Xiao Chen tolerate such an ambitious person? After old Qin left in a daze, Xiao Chen stood up and his eyes turned cold. This Xiaofeng definitely did not expect that I would dare to reject Huang Pufeng's orders. Within 7 days, he will definitely inform the corpse race that there is a change in the plan. At that time, I will be able to catch him easily. I will kill this scoundrel. Otherwise, I will not be able to fight to the death with the corpse race. Think about it. If you focused on fighting at the front, and someone informed the enemy of your movements, what kind of terrifying scene would that be? However, before that, it is time to subdue and suppress the death throne. Now that my immortal will of thunder has reached 40% comprehension, and I have advanced to martial sage, what is there to fear? A light flashed on Xiao Chen's forehead, and a black light came out. This was one of the 7 thrones, the death throne. Massacre, destruction, destruction, grief, pain, despair, death. The 7 thrones looked like they were all negative emotions. However, when one thought about it, the cycle from massacre to death was a cycle from life to death. The state of cycle definitely surpassed all the states in the world. It was on the same level as the state of primal chaos formed by Chu Chaoyun's state of light and darkness. They both pointed to the origin of the great Tao. However, it was still too far away now. Xiao Qin had only collected 2 thrones. He could not bite off more than he could chew. He had to subdue the death throne first and be able to circulate death qi. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense flew out of his forehead with the purple lightning talisman. With a flash of electric light, it entered the throne. A boundless sea of death qi appeared before Xiao Chen's eyes. With the experience of subduing the massacre throne, the purple lightning talisman hovered above Xiao Chen's head as it flew towards the sea of death. No matter how vast the sea was, it would not go on forever. Occasionally, black tentacles leaped out of the sea and swung at the body formed by Xiao Chen's spiritual sense. However, before they could touch it, the electric saber qi from the talisman shattered them. This did not stop Xiao Chen from advancing. The further he went, the denser the death qi became. The talisman above him sent out strands of electric light, encasing Xiao Chen and preventing him from being to it. Junior, you finally came out. Just as Xiao Chen flew to the end, the death qi below surged and surged back, forming a 1-kilometer-tall demonic figure that looked down at Xiao Chen from above. Xiao Chen's figure wavered, and his spiritual sense body became 1,000-fold larger. He looked at that demonic figure and said, I should be the one saying that. You finally could not resist coming out. It looks like the deterrence of my purple lightning talisman is rather strong. Naturally, this demonic figure was the item spirit of the death throne. However, the evil king was already dead, and this item spirit had mutated long ago. It was now an evil spirit. Humph! It is just the immortal will of thunder. How much harm do you think it can do to me? I'll give you a chance to become stronger. Sign an equal contract with me and help me recover my strength. I will provide you with death qi. The demonic figure did not even look at the purple lightning talisman. It did not care at all as it made a condition for Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen found it funny. This demonic figure really knows how to act. It will not shed a tear until it sees the coffin. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and pointed. Without any warning, the purple lightning talisman flew towards the demonic figure. Instantly, a flickering electric light crackled within the demonic figure. The demonic figure's body shrank continuously as it howled in pain. Finally, it shrank back to its normal human form and rolled around on the surface of the sea. In the past, Xiao Chen would not have been confident of dealing with this evil spirit with just 10% of the immortal will of thunder. Now, there was nothing to fear. If this evil spirit was truly powerful, Wang Can would not have been defeated by it back then. It could only be said that this evil spirit was just bluffing. The demonic figure could not use much of the Death Throne's energy. Like the Massacre Throne's evil spirit, it was still accumulating energy. Stop. I'll sign a contract with you and be your servant forever. I know all the secrets of the Death Throne. I can help you ascend to the Death Great Tao and surpass all the martial emperors of the corpse race and ghost race. The demonic figure could not help begging for mercy amid the pain. As an evil spirit, you should not exist in this world in the first place. Go in peace. What I seek is the Tao of reincarnation, my own ultimate saber Tao. I do not care about the Death Great Tao. How could Xiao Chen believe the words of such an evil being? Furthermore, he did not care about the Death Great Tao either. Xiao Chen subdued the 7 thrones and grasped the state of cycle. His ultimate goal was to serve his saber Tao. The Tao of reincarnation was also created by someone before him. Xiao Chen's martial Tao was a path that no one had ever taken before or since. He embraced many schools of thought, using his body as a saber and his thoughts as a saber, creating a supreme saber Tao. Amid the demonic figure's dissatisfied cries, Xiao Chen used the will of thunder to refine it. Then he placed his spiritual mark on the death throne, officially subduing 2 of the 7 thrones. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense and the purple lightning talisman returned to his body. Then he withdrew the death throne into his sea of consciousness. The 2 thrones, one red and one black, slowly spun in his sea of consciousness. The purple lightning talisman was like an aloof king, looking down on the 2 thrones. With a thought, black death chi came out of Xiao Chen's fingertips. He smiled in satisfaction and said, I should be able to execute the ancient underworld river wave palm now. The Death Great Tao is really miraculous. Unexpectedly, the death chi in the world can bring out such great might. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and carefully comprehended, merging several mysteries of the Death Great Tao with his saber Tao. By the time Xiao Chen opened his eyes, the sky had already turned dark. He had spent an entire day on this. However, he had gained a lot. If he ran into the corpse race's people, he would definitely be able to give them a pleasant surprise. After looking at the sky outside the window, Xiao Chen put on the heavenly sea cloak and sneaked out. When he arrived above the palace where Xia Feng resided, he activated the cloak's special effect, completely concealing himself. For the entire night, everything in the palace was normal. There was nothing out of the ordinary. Every day, Xia Feng would use his flying sword to report the situation on the island to Huangpu Feng's headquarters. Xiao Chen was very patient. He was also very confident of his guesses. The other party would definitely give himself away. In the end, after 3 days, Xia Feng did not make any strange movements. Just as Xiao Chen's patience was about to run out, Xiao Chen finally discovered something wrong on the 7th day. As usual, Xia Feng sent out a flying sword message. 2 hours later, Xia Feng strangely sent out another flying sword message. 2 hours later, another strange flying sword flew out. Xiao Chen looked carefully. That flying sword flew in the direction of the corpse race's main camp. However, after flying halfway, it quickly turned around and headed for the corpse race's black-patterned island. What a fellow! He finally gave himself away. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and revealed himself. Then he quickly chased after the flying sword. The flying sword moved strangely fast, like a beam of light. Even when Xiao Chen executed his Thunder Dragon steps to its limits, he could not catch up. In the end, he used the cloak's acceleration function and barely managed to catch the flying sword. Xiao Chen sent in his spiritual sense, and information entered his mind. That fellow is very cautious. He is starting to suspect me. Change of plans. Don't touch him for now. However, Bai Wuxue is a little restless. He wants to lead the elite martial sages of Black Monarch Island to launch a surprise attack on your flank, using lightning-quick means to kill everyone on the island. You can surround them and take down Black Monarch Island in one go. After that, you can break through the 3rd line of defense. Remember, after we loot Dragonwood Star, according to our agreement, you have to give me half of the resources. Xiao Chen toyed with the metal sword in his hand. His expression turned somewhat grave. Xia Feng was the commander of the 3rd line of defense. Unexpectedly, he had become the enemy's spy. However, when Xiao Chen thought about the reward, he felt that it was indeed tempting. There was an entire resource star's worth of wealth. Now that Xiao Chen had nothing on him, he could not help feeling tempted. After putting away the metal sword, Xiaochen turned around and barged into Qin Wu's residence, startling the other party, who was cultivating. When Xiaochen explained his purpose for coming and showed Qin Wu the information on the metal sword, Qin Wu flew into a rage. Qin Wu flew into a rage and went completely berserk. He cursed, "I was wondering why the first 2 defensive lines were broken so quickly. 2 resource planets were plundered in succession. It can be said that the corpse race's surprise attack was effective." However, not only did this dragon would star take in the remaining experts of the first 2 resource stars, but it also made preparations. It should not have suffered such a miserable defeat. It turns out that this is because of this traitorous dog. The impression that this old man before Xiaochen gave him was that he was the kind of person who tried to smooth things over. Xiaochen had not expected this old man to have such a huge reaction after learning the truth. "Xiaochen, it looks like he purposely targeted you from the start. Come, let's go and kill this traitor now." Qin Wu did not want to drag things out, so he immediately pulled Xiaochen over to kill this spy. Xiaochen originally thought so as well. However, when he saw the information on the flying sword, he changed his mind. "Elder Qin, you should know how to send a flying sword, right?" Qin Wu asked doubtfully. "I do." Xiaochen narrowed his eyes and smiled. "In that case, let's not bother with this traitor for now. Just send this metal sword over in its original form. We can beat him at his own game." "Beat him at his own game?" Qin Wu asked with some doubt. "How do we beat him at his own game?" Xiaochen smiled faintly and unfurled the sea chart. The second line of defense consisted of 3 islands and 10 odd subsidiary islands. In the past few days, the junior generation disciples of the Haotian sect had been reaping the fruits of their labor on these subsidiary islands. They harassed the Haotian sect and left after 1 round of attacks. Every time, they would reap a large harvest. However, in the end, these subsidiary islands did not have any main forces. They did not have any superior-grade martial sages guarding them. The corpse race still sent people there mainly to collect as many resources as possible. The ordinary people on the subsidiary islands needed someone to supervise and make arrangements. Only then would they be able to continue mining and gathering spirit herbs at the bottom of the sea. Chapter 880. In particular, whether it was the corpse race or the other races, they would not take the initiative to attack mortals in this kind of battle on a resource star. Otherwise, it would be a great taboo. The mortals also knew this logic. No matter who occupied the resource planet, their treatment and rewards would not change. They would not resist their orders too much. In any case, they were the same as everyone else. The basic remuneration would not be reduced. It was just that the resources that they dug up would be delivered to a different target. Right now, the main force of the corpse race is concentrated on Black Patterned Island. There are probably no less than 20 superior-grade martial sages there. There are also Long Fei and Wei Hua, 2 demonic geniuses who far surpass regular superior-grade martial sages. A large number of saint-tier demonic corpses are probably on this island as well. "Old sir, what do you think about the strength of the corpse race?" Qin Wu muttered. "They are very strong. Dragonwood Star has taken in the cultivators of the first 2 resource stars. Right now, there are only 30 superior-grade martial sages. Black Monarch Island, White Monarch Island, and Azure Monarch Island have 3 superior-grade martial sages each. The rest are in the main camp." Xiaochen raised his eyebrows and a smile appeared on his delicate face. He said, "They are indeed very strong. Not to mention that the corpse race has mastered the secret method of refining demonic corpses. The large number of corpses in battle will also increase their strength. The more they fight, the stronger they become. But to refine a devil corpse, they need a corpse refining pool. It is not easy to build a corpse refining pool, and it requires a lot of effort and time. As long as this corpse refining pool is destroyed, their devil corpse will die, and when the devil corpse is killed, they will lose even if they don't lose. The strength of the corpse race lay in the demonic corpses. Without the demonic corpses, with their numbers, no matter how powerful they were, they could only be massacred when faced with human cultivators who outnumbered them by several times. Qin Wu said, "I know this. However, The corpse refining pool has already been moved to Black Patterned Island. There will definitely be strong soldiers guarding it. Destroying this corpse refining pool is easier said than done. Xiao Chen pointed to Black Monarch Island and smiled. Now the opportunity is here. When Long Fei and the others found out that Bai Wuxue wanted to kill the elite martial sages of Black Monarch Island, they will definitely lay a heavy ambush. We will also have to mobilize many of the forces on Black Patterned Island to fight a beautiful victory. The most important thing is that if I want to suppress Bai Wuxue easily, Long Fei and Wei Hua will have to work together. Just one of them will be enough for Bai Wuxue to leave. That will be my chance. Qin Wu's eyes lit up. He felt that this plan was feasible. With Xiao Chen's strength, without Long Fei and Wei Hua holding him back, he should be able to infiltrate Black Patterned Island and leave easily. However, in the blink of an eye, he started to worry. He said, "This is not appropriate. Watching Bai Wuxue and the others jump into the fire pit is a little. Once the corpse refining pool is broken, it is only a matter of time before the corpse race falls. The situation of Dragon Star can be reversed in an instant." As for Bai Wuxue, he clearly came up with such a risky move for the sake of military merits. He only has himself to blame. However, don't worry. Bai Wuxue and Shimin Bao will not die. Once the corpse refining pool can no longer hold out, Long Fei and Wei Hua will definitely return to save them. After hearing Xiao Chen's words, Qin Wu considered the big picture for a long time. Finally, he made up his mind and said, "In that case, we will do as you say. Brother Xiao Chen has done a great job by finding the traitor. If we can break the corpse refining pool, it will be another great job. I will definitely report this to the higher-ups. At that time, there will definitely be military merits. It might even be possible for me to be conferred a marquis." Breaking the corpse refining pool was equivalent to resolving the crisis of a resource star. In terms of practical use, it would be much more useful than killing many martial sages. The military merits would definitely be high. After Qin Wu finished speaking, he formed hand seals, and the iron sword flew back to Black Patterned Island. As Qin Wu watched the iron sword fly away, his expression remained grave. He said, "Even if there are no peak demonic geniuses like Long Fei and Wei Hua near the corpse refining pool, there will be plenty of older generation superior grade martial sages. The danger of this trip will not be low. Take care." Naturally, Xiao Chen knew how dangerous it was. However, as long as Long Fei and Wei Hua were not around, given his current strength, no matter how many people surrounded him, he would still be able to leave. This Xiao Chen is really bold. In the end, whether this plan succeeds or not will depend on his personal strength. Otherwise, not only will he not be able to destroy the corpse refining island, but he will also lose the elite martial sages of Black Monarch Island. As Qin Wu watched Xiao Chen leave, he felt somewhat unfathomable. Exactly how strong was this person? After Xiao Chen returned, he immediately gathered Jin Lin, Xiao Xian, and Lu Ku. He instructed the three of them to lead a team tomorrow and carry out a big operation. After Jin Lin heard this, he could not help but smile joyfully. "We are finally going to attack an island with a superior grade martial sage. With this, our military merits will soar." Over the past few days, the three of them had not only gained a bountiful harvest, but their strength had also increased significantly. They had successfully broken through to medial grade martial sage. In terms of cultivation, they were even higher than Xiao Chen. However, even though they were medial grade martial sages, when the three looked at Xiao Chen, they still found him unfathomable and unfathomable. They could not underestimate him at all. Right now, Xiao Chen did not focus on cultivating. His cultivation remained at peak inferior grade martial sage. He focused most of his attention on his saber Dao. As long as he comprehended his saber Dao, it would not be difficult for him to raise his cultivation. Go ahead and make your move tomorrow. There is no need to run after fighting like the past few days. The other party will not send any reinforcements. Your mission is to kill the superior grade martial sage on the island. Do not let him leave alive. We promise to do it, the three answered in unison. After giving a few more instructions, Xiao Chen dismissed the three. Then he placed a jade strip containing a star chart in his hand and carefully sized up the resource stars in the nearby starry domains. Xiao Chen's gaze fell on the 2 resource stars that the corpse god palace had already occupied. A bright light flashed in his eyes as he continued to look up to the resource stars that the corpse race controlled. Then he entered deep thought. As Xiao Chen made arrangements, Wei Hua and the others, who received the message by the flying sword, rejoiced. Wei Hua held the metal sword in his hand and smiled. Bai Wuxue, what a good fellow. He is very bold. Unexpectedly, he wants to wipe out all the corpse race troops on the islands to the side. What a fool. Right now, the 2 armies are locked in a stalemate. Whoever makes a mistake will be consigned to eternal damnation. Since he wants to play big, I will play big with him. Brother Long Fei, go and inform the young master of the Muddy Sky Gate. Tomorrow we will destroy Bai Wuxue and break the 3rd line of defense. Then we will attack the Bushan Palace's main camp and take down Dragonwood Star in one fell swoop. Long Fei said, the Bushan Palace's main camp is not that easy to break. Even if we work with the Muddy Sky Gate, we will not be able to take it down quickly. How about this? Tomorrow, you and Wang can lead 2/3 of the cultivators on the island to lay in ambush. Brother Kuei-do and I, as well as the remaining people, will guard the corpse refining pool. With the corpse refining pool, there will be an endless supply of monarch-grade demonic corpses. We will always hold the advantage. That way, we will be more confident. Wei Hua thought for a while before saying, very well, let's do that, then. With the 2 of you and a few seniors, the corpse refining pool will not have to worry about any small fries coming to cause trouble. 2/3 of the corpse race cultivators will be sufficient to easily destroy Bai Wushue's group and break the 3rd line of defense, forming an encirclement with the Muddy Sky Gate. The situation of Dragonwood Star will no longer be able to change. At dusk the next day, Bai Wuxue had already organized a team of 100 people on Black Monarch Island. Although there were not many of them, they were all elites. They were all medial-grade martial sages. The 2 superior-grade martial sage vice island masters of Black Monarch Island were also persuaded by Bai Wuxue to join the group. These vice island masters were confident in their own strength. As long as they did not get too heavily surrounded, they should be able to escape. Furthermore, Bai Wuxue contributed a large number of astral coins, so they agreed to take the risk with him. Bai Wuxue stretched out his hand, and a pearl with a cold light on it appeared in his palm. Shimin Bao's eyes lit up as he said, this is the thing that can allow the 50 of us to sneak into the wing island of Black Patterned Island without anyone noticing? This is the snow race's secret treasure, the Heavenly Ice Pearl. It can execute water evasion. Don't worry. We will definitely be able to sneak in without anyone noticing. Shimin Bao still felt somewhat worried. He said, I still feel that this trip is too risky. If we are all wiped out, Black Monarch Island's defenses will be finished. No matter how many inferior-grade martial sages and half-sages there are, they will just be decorations. Bai Wuxue smiled confidently and said, how can that be possible? We will end this quickly. At most, we will be able to finish it in an hour. After all, there are 3 superior-grade martial sages on that island. That is 30,000 military merits. Adding in the other corpse race cultivators on the island, after we kill them all, we will be able to take the lead over Xiaochen. The Heavenly Ice Pearl gave off a beam of light and sucked in the group. Then, it quickly sank to the bottom of the sea. The true chaos of the peaceful Dragonwood Star was about to begin. Xiaochen, Wei Hua, and Bai Wuxue all felt that their plan was foolproof, that nothing could go wrong. Bai Wushue's target island was called Heavenly Wind Island. The most famous resource on the island was the Heavenly Wind Grass, a spirit herb containing wind-attributed energy. Although it was not as precious as the black-patterned gold, there was a lot of it. Furthermore, there were also crystal mines of various attributes. The corpse race had stationed many people on the island as well. Naturally, the strongest were the 3 superior-grade martial sages. The rest were mostly inferior-grade martial sages and half-sages. There were only about 10 medial-grade martial sages. After all, this was not the main camp of the corpse race. There was no need to station too many troops here. This was the information that Bai Wuxue obtained. He had personally investigated and verified it repeatedly. Based on the strength of the two sides, his group of elite martial sages would definitely be able to kill all the corpse race cultivators on the island within 2 hours. Not only would this raise the morale of the Bushan Palace's side, but his military merits would also surpass Xiao Chen's. Under the night sky, a huge ice pearl silently leaped out of the water on a beach of Heavenly Wind Island. After that, there was a flash of light, and Bai Wuxue put away the Heavenly Ice Pearl. The elite martial sages who sneak-attacked Heavenly Wind Island all revealed themselves. Shimin Bao looked around and looked at the quiet Heavenly Wind Island. He smiled and said, "Brother Bai's Heavenly Ice Pearl is indeed powerful. We managed to come here without anyone noticing. What should we do now?" "What should we do?" Bai Wuxue revealed a carefree smile and said, "Do I still need to say it? Naturally, we will kill all the Buddhas we meet. If we meet gods, we will kill gods. We will sweep through Heavenly Wind Island and kill them all, establishing supreme military merits." Chapter 881. Bai Wuxue's words immediately stirred up the hot-bloodedness of the people behind him. They all activated the heavenly sage laws in their bodies and charged forward together with Bai Wuxue. Under the lead of the 20 elite martial sages, the patrolling demonic corpses in the way crumbled upon contact. Bai Wuxue led the charge. He could not last even one exchange with his palm. The demonic corpses fell in droves. When they arrived at the center of the island, Bai Wuxue suddenly stopped. His expression changed slightly as he said, "What's wrong?" Along the way, all we saw were corpse race demonic corpses. We did not see a single corpse race cultivator. The others only cared about killing. Furthermore, Bai Wuxue's earlier words provoked them, so they did not feel any burden in their hearts. They all thought that this Heavenly Wind Island was already a dead island. Now that they heard Bai Wuxue's reminder, they could not help but think about it. This was indeed the case. That's right. Why is there not a single corpse race cultivator? Don't tell me they're all hiding? That would be too boring. Bai Wuxue thought for a while. Then his expression changed. He said, "Quick, let's go. We have been exposed. We have fallen into an ambush." Seeing that the others had not reacted yet, Bai Wuxue got up and retreated without any care, deciding to leave first. Along the way, they did not see a single corpse race cultivator, letting them kill the demonic corpses. Clearly, the corpse race wanted to lure them to the center of the island. If this was not an ambush, what else could it be? However, Bai Wuxue could not figure out how the news got out. Furthermore, the corpse race even made arrangements in advance. "Bai Wuxue, why are you thinking of leaving now? Weren't you saying earlier that you were going to sweep through Heavenly Wind Island?" A figure appeared in front of Bai Wuxue in the night sky, blocking his way. Death Qi surged out as this person threw a palm strike at the retreating Bai Wuxue. The underworld fire sovereign's descendant, Wei Hua? When Bai Wuxue saw the appearance of this person, his heart could not help but sink. This time, things might have gone too far. Unexpectedly, even Wei Hua came. The two's palm strikes collided, and they both moved back 100 steps. Bai Wuxue did not have time to scatter the death qi circulating in his palm. Another person appeared in the air. Without giving Bai Wuxue a chance to catch his breath, this person sent him back to the Black Monarch Island group with a palm strike. The person who attacked was Wang Can, who had come with Wei Hua. Although Wang Can was weaker than Bai Wuxue, he was more than enough to work with Wei Hua. Peng, 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 the luminous stones rose into the air, and the bright light exploded bit by bit, illuminating the entire sky, making it as bright as daytime. Xiao Chen saw 4 superior-grade martial sages leading large groups of corpse race cultivators, medial-grade martial sages, inferior-grade martial sages, and horrifying demonic corpses surrounding the group. In the sky, there were 3 king-grade warships of the corpse race. All of them were refined from the corpses of powerful flood dragons. Their mouths contained a terrifying death qi, and their blood-red eyes were incomparably frightening. When the 2 Vice Island Masters of Black Monarch Island, Bai Wuxue, Shimin Bao, and the group of peak medial-grade martial sages, saw this lineup, they were all frightened silly. Their faces turned ashen. This lineup was practically the entire corpse race army moving out. What's going on? Wasn't this a sneak attack? How did we end up like turtles in a jar? Bai Wuxue, what's going on? The two Vice Island masters felt very anxious. They were both startled and furious. With such a lineup, how could they survive? Bai Wuxue had done them in. Horror filled Shimin Bao's eyes. At this moment he had completely lost his mind. He said in a trembling voice, Bai Wuxue, what should we do? There are so many corpse race experts and 3 king-grade warships. We are dead for sure. With Emperor Wu holding down the fort, the Shimin clan would definitely have some means to protect themselves. However, Shimin Bao thought to himself that in such a situation, the secret treasures they had to protect themselves would not be enough. Bai Wuxue was someone who had seen such a scene before. After a flustered expression, he calmed down and said, Your great-grandfather is Emperor Wu after all. This Wei Hua will not kill you. At most, he will imprison you and extort some money from your great-grandfather. When Shimin Bao heard this, his expression could not help but turn even more unsightly. He was an outstanding talent, yet he had become a prisoner of the battlefield. To him, this was even worse than death. As for the 2 Vice Island masters, if this Bai is not wrong, the Black Monarch Island's island master leaked the news. You can't blame this Bai for this. The faces of the 2 Vice Island masters sank. They said in unison, That's impossible. The island master's son died at the hands of the corpse race. How could he betray the enemy? He was the first to approve of your plan. Bai Wuxue thought, could there be an even higher-ranked spy? However, after thinking about it, he revealed a bitter smile. So what if it was? So what if it wasn't? Today he, Bai Wuxue, was at his wit's end. Cripple yourselves and surrender. I will give you a chance to live. Otherwise, all of you will die, consigned to eternal damnation, Wei Hua said sullenly with a grave and stern expression. Wei Hua's expression turned grave and stern as he spoke in a deep voice. Immediately, all the corpse race cultivators shouted, Cripple yourselves and surrender yourselves. Their voices were like the waves of the sea, resounding in all directions without end. Before these voices, the morale of the elite martial sages of Black Monarch Island plummeted. They felt that there was no way out. They did not even have the courage to fight. Become a prisoner? When Bai Wuxue thought of this, he revealed a determined expression. If he really became a prisoner, then he would just end his own life. Leave from the east. I'll make an opening for you. Whether you can escape or not will depend on your luck. Bai Wuxue glanced at the 4 superior-grade martial sages guarding the east. However, he did not feel confident at all. Under the illumination of the night-light stones, the island was as bright as day. Wei Hua could clearly see the expressions of this group of people. They all had expressions of victory in their grasp. After killing this group of people, Black Monarch Island would be completely defenseless. After that, they would launch a night attack and break through the final line of defense. Then, together with the Muddy Sky Gate, they would launch a pincer attack on Bushin Palace's headquarters. With the corpse refining pool, Dragonwood Star's fall was only a matter of time. As Wei Hua expected, everything was within his control. He felt very smug as he waved his hand, preparing to give the order to attack. The strong elite team was at least a medial-grade martial sage. They should have boundless combat prowess and be able to hold their own. Now that they had lost all their fighting spirit, their faces ashen. They felt that there was nothing they could do to reverse the situation. No matter what, they could not avoid death. Rumble! Just at this moment, startling cries rang out from the east of the encirclement. A team of 20 people, led by a white figure, charged forward. Unexpectedly, no one in the corpse race could stop them. Under the light of the nightlight stones, that white figure looked very bright. When he attacked, the hum of a powerful saber resounded. His entire body radiated a sharp light, and a purple lightning talisman floated above his head. 4 beams of golden light flowed on the lightning talisman. Occasionally, it released beams of golden light. No one could stop him for even a moment. Behind him were 20-odd youths of the younger generation. Compared to Bai Wushue's elite team, they were much weaker. However, all of them were full of fighting spirit. No matter who it was, they attacked ferociously, not showing any intention of retreating. They burst forth with startling combat prowess. Under the lead of that white figure, this team miraculously tore a hole in the encirclement in an instant. Xiao Chen knocked back 4 superior-grade martial sages with one punch, one after another. He did not give them a chance to work together at all. As their hair fluttered, their white robes were dyed red with blood. "Brother Wei Hua, it's been 2 years. We meet again." The myriad heaven divine fists distant legend merged vital chi, magic energy, and quintessence to knock back a superior-grade martial sage of the corpse race. Xiao Chen stood firmly and looked calmly at the underworld fire sovereign's descendant, Wei Hua. Sagely music lingered in all directions, singing the legends of Xiao Chen. As the golden light shone down, Xiao Chen looked like a celestial being in the night sky, causing everyone to look up at him in amazement. Wei Hua's thoughts turned chaotic for a moment. Why did Xiao Chen come to this heavenly wind island at this time? Wei Hua was not the only one who could not figure it out. Bai Wuxue and the others, who originally thought that they could not reverse the situation, were shocked when they saw Xiao Chen, who was like a divine soldier descending from heaven. "Bai Wuxue Shimin Bao, if you do not leave now, when will you?" When Xiao Chen saw the stunned Bai Wuxue, Shimin Bao, and the elite martial sages, he could not help but shout, his voice booming like thunder. The group of people seemed to wake up from a dream. They quickly headed in Xiao Chen's direction, using their clones to charge over. Wei Hua reacted. His expression turned frosty as he said coldly, "Good timing. We can deal with them all in one go. All corpse race cultivators, heed my orders. Surround them and kill them all. Do not leave a single one alive." Deal with them all in one go? Naturally, the people that I, Xiao Chen, want to save cannot be left behind. Let's see how you, Wei Hua, are going to deal with them all in one go. Xiao Chen fought the 4 superior-grade martial sages of the corpse race alone. Then, he opened his mouth and spat out the Dragon's Gate's warship. Hao Tian's sect disciples, board the Dragon's Gate's warship. Jin Lin, Xiao Xian, and Lu Ku, the 3 of you drive the warship to receive them. I will bring up the rear. Looking at the dense, tide-like corpse race army closing in from all directions, Xiao Chen felt a chill run down his spine. Xiao Chen's white robes fluttered as he stood firmly on high ground. His heart was calm and his thoughts were clear. Jin Lin's group of 3 was very familiar with the Dragon's Gate's warship. When they came to Dragonwood Star, a group of curious juniors had turned the Dragon's Gate's warship upside down. The warship flew quickly, instantly pushing through the crowd and arriving before Bai Wuxue and the others. When these people saw the Dragon's Gate's warship, they rejoiced and leaped onto it. Seeing that all 20 people had leaped onto the warship, Jin Lin immediately controlled the Dragon's Gate's warship to soar into the sky. However, 3 corpse race king-grade warships blocked it. Xiao Xian, control the cannons and the propulsion arrows. The rest of you, do your best to maintain the Dragon's Gate's warship's protective barrier. Come and play with these 3 stinky dragons. Let's show them what it means to suppress a group of kings. Jin Lin laughed loudly. He did not fear the 3 corpse race king-grade warships blocking his way. The other Haotian sect disciples on the warship also ran around enthusiastically. When Bai Wuxue and the others saw this scene, they all felt deeply confused. How could this group of people have such high morale? When Xiao Chen, who was on the ground, saw the Dragon's Gate's warship rise into the air, he smiled faintly and relaxed, focusing on the situation before him. Chapter 882. The well-trained corpse race cultivators controlled the demonic corpses, surrounding Xiao Chen in layers. The 16 superior-grade martial sages in the center worked together to attack Xiao Chen. Such a situation was extremely dangerous. Even if a Grandmaster-level martial sage were here, he would not have a good time. However, Xiao Chen already knew when to advance and when to retreat. The battle between the 16 superior-grade martial sages of the corpse race and Xiao Chen covered a large area. The corpse race cultivators outside surrounded the battlefield and could not interfere. As Xiao Chen moved around the 16 superior-grade martial sages, there was no surprise in his eyes. He had expected such a situation long ago. Xiao Chen did not need to deal with all the corpse race cultivators. He only needed to deal with these 16 superior-grade martial sages. How could an outsider dare to interfere in such a huge battle? The shock waves alone could crush them into powder. This was also the reason why Xiao Chen dared to cut off his escape route. Wei Hua and Wang Can stood side by side in the air. As they watched Xiao Chen deal with the 16 superior-grade martial sages of the corpse race, they were somewhat astonished. Wang Can exclaimed in shock, "This Xiao Chen's movement technique is really horrifying. Not only is he extremely fast, but he also has perfect control over his agility. No matter how fast he is, he can stop at will and change at will. It looks like he is fighting 16 superior-grade martial sages, but in reality he is fighting one person at a time." Wei Hua's gaze was very sharp. When he saw the black cloak that Xiao Chen wore after the battle started, he said, "The problem should be with that black cloak. Although that thing is not a king-grade secret treasure, I feel that it is more practical than several king-grade secret treasures. However, no matter how good a secret treasure is, Xiao Chen will die for sure today. Unexpectedly, he is extremely bold, daring to block our corpse race army alone. Does he really think that he is a grandmaster-level martial sage?" Wei Hua's tone turned cold as he spoke emotionlessly. He secretly stored up power, preparing to attack at any moment to deal a fatal blow to Xiao Chen. As Xiao Chen moved around the 16 superior-grade martial sages, he quickly gained a clear understanding of their strength. Xiao Chen looked around and left behind an afterimage. In an instant, he arrived before the weakest corpse race martial sage of the 16. 3 or 4 attacks hit the afterimage in an instant. The afterimage only stayed for a moment before it was completely shattered. It was this moment that gave Xiao Chen a chance to survive. Xiao Chen circulated his rank 3 sage body and took 4 or 5 attacks head-on. Then, he punched out and executed deities descending. Light shone from his body as his aura soared. With a single punch, tens of thousands of treasured sabers buzzed in the air. The saber intent was unparalleled. Waves of blade chi surged out from the tip of Xiao Chen's fist. The man's right sleeve was shredded into pieces as his flesh and blood flew out bit by bit. Under the sharp blade chi, the man's right arm was soon reduced to a skeleton. Kasi. Electricity exploded, and the skeleton shattered. Xiao Chen's punch, which was 10 times his combat prowess, directly shattered the man's right arm. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and pulled. As the other party screamed miserably, he grabbed the other party's left wrist. Strands of electric energy were like sharp knives as they surged into the other party's body, slicing through it layer by layer. With a gentle spin, Xiao Chen sent this corpse race cultivator flying. The surrounding superior-grade martial sages did not dare to touch him for fear of injuring him, leaving a large space for Xiao Chen. Wei Hua catch. A strong wind blew, and Xiao Chen danced around wildly. Suddenly he shouted and tossed this corpse race martial sage's body like a cannonball towards Wei Hua, who was watching the show in the air. Wei Hua had been storing up chi all along, preparing to kill Xiao Chen when he revealed an opening. How could he have expected Xiao Chen to do this? Wei Hua did not know whether to catch it or not. In the end, he clenched his teeth and decided to catch it. Otherwise, if he did not care about the life or death of the person flying over in front of so many corpse race cultivators, it would be too disappointing. Wei Hua's face sank and he stretched out his hands. In an instant, he firmly grabbed the corpse race martial sage flying over. A strong wind blew over, making it difficult for Wei Hua to open his eyes. He thought to himself, what a strong force, at least 1,000 tons of force. Bang! Just as Wei Hua thought this, the body of the corpse race cultivator in his hand suddenly exploded. Thousands upon thousands of electric saber chi containing a vast and pure saber intent scattered in all directions. The light was very dazzling, immediately outshining the light of the nightlight stone. Wei Hua, who was in the middle of it, could not dodge in time. The explosion knocked him back and he vomited blood. Wang Can, who was standing beside Wei Hua, was not in a much better state. The saber chi covered his entire body in wounds. If not for the secret treasure inner vest protecting them, they might have died from being caught off guard. Xiao Chen laughed loudly and said, "Brother Wei Hua, you are very skilled. Unexpectedly, you caught it so accurately. This Xiao is in awe." Xiao Chen leaped up and soared into the air. Immediately, 3 or 4 superior-grade martial sages flew over and blocked his path. A few superior-grade martial sages flanked him, working together to prevent him from escaping to the sides. In the blink of an eye, these superior-grade martial sages showed great tacit understanding as they surrounded Xiao Chen again. However, this time, Xiao Chen did not intend to continue fighting. The magic energy in his sea of consciousness surged and drained rapidly. Xiao Chen suddenly looked up. Suddenly, the superior-grade martial sage in front of him felt like thousands of sabers pierced through his body, riddled with holes and dying without a complete corpse. He was completely frightened silly. When that superior-grade martial sage recovered his wits, he could not help but rub his body and mutter to himself, confusing the others. "Elder Chiu, be careful." The others quickly shouted. How could they be distracted at this moment? Xiao Chen did not slow down at all as he soared into the air. The corpse race old man with the family name Chiu was in a daze. He could not tell the difference between life and death. That earlier feeling of death was simply too real. Xiao Chen kicked, and a saber light flashed. The head of the old man with the family name Chiu immediately flew off. The old man with the family name Chiu had only one thought in his mind. This time, he is really dead. 2 bright purple skulls appeared on Xiao Chen's military merit medallion. He easily obtained 20,000 military merits. The encirclement also broke in an instant. The sky was high, and there was no one left to block Xiao Chen. Kasi. The monarch-grade demonic corpses in the way did not even need Xiao Chen to make a move. Xiao Chen's strong physical body smashed them into smithereens. Xiao Chen charged forward, boundlessly ferocious. After killing his way out of the encirclement, before he could rest for a moment, a figure descended from the sky. Death Qi surged in his hand and formed an underworld river heading for Xiao Chen. It was Wang Can. He had been waiting for Xiao Chen to exhaust himself. He sent out an ancient underworld river wave palm at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and activated the death throne in his sea of consciousness. He circulated Death Qi and sent out an ancient underworld river wave palm as well. However, this ancient underworld river wave palm had an additional sharpness to it. An unparalleled saber intent was sharper and unblockable. Bang! 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 There were 3 consecutive explosions. Wang Can's death river broke in half by Xiao Chen's death river, disappearing into nothingness. He disappeared into nothingness. Before he could react, he was struck by the netherworld river. Wang Can vomited a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with extreme shock. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen also knew this ancient underworld river wave palm. Furthermore, it was stronger than his. The death throne. I subdued the death throne. This thought appeared in Wang Can's mind. Suddenly, he felt something tighten around his wrist. Xiao Chen had grabbed him. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and pulled, using Wang Can as a shield behind him. The attacks of the corpse race immediately struck Wang Can's body, causing him so much pain that he wanted to die. He kept shouting, "Stop fighting! Stop fighting!" When Xiao Chen saw Wei Hua blocking his way, he laughed loudly and tossed Wang Can over again. He said, "Brother Wei Hua, you are very skilled. Do you dare to receive another attack?" After suffering once, how could Wei Hua dare to receive another attack? He quickly dodged. Who knew, this time, Wang Can's body did not explode. Xiao Chen took advantage of this opportunity to dodge. With this, he managed to evade all the attacks. "Brother Wei Hua, we will meet again." Xiao Chen's loud laughter rang out, lingering for a long time. Wei Hua's expression turned extremely hostile. Despite so many people, not only had they failed to block Xiao Chen, but he had even killed 2 superior-grade martial sages. From the start to the end, Xiao Chen held the initiative. The 10-odd superior-grade martial sages that rushed over sighed. "Young master, what should we do now? Are we still going to Black Monarch Island?" Someone asked in a soft voice. The 3 king-grade warships could not block the Dragon's Gate's warship at all. It had fled long ago. Xiao Chen had also fled without a trace. Their plans were all messed up. These people did not know what to do. Wei Hua thought for a while but still could not understand. How did Xiao Chen appear on Heavenly Wind Island for no reason? Where did he get the news? Wei Hua could not figure it out. Could it really be a coincidence? Go to Black Monarch Island. The plan is probably already exposed. There is no need to be secretive anymore. Send a message to Xia Feng and get him to coordinate with us from the inside. We can directly destroy Black Monarch Island. At that time, we will still be able to break through the third line of defense, Wei Hua said with a sullen expression. Since it was already chaotic, then let it be completely chaotic. Even if they managed to save this group of people, the situation would still be in the corpse race's favor. The night sky was like a chessboard, filled with stars. Xiao Chen moved quickly. Soon, he caught up with Jin Lin and the others, who were piloting the Dragon's Gate's warship. On the deck, the elite martial sages of Black Monarch Island were all badly shaken. When they thought about that scary scene earlier, they all felt that they would not be able to survive. Now that they were far away, they finally heaved a sigh of relief. Senior brother Xiao Chen is back. When the Haotian sect juniors saw Xiao Chen descend, they all cried out in pleasant surprise. Bai Wuxue looked at the seemingly unharmed Xiao Chen with a complicated expression. Then he stepped forward and asked with a sullen expression, Xiao Chen, how did you get the news that we led a group to launch a sneak attack on Heavenly Wind Island today? When the people of Black Monarch Island heard what Bai Wuxue said, their gazes turned strange. Indeed, this was top-secret information. How did Xiao Chen get it? Shimin Bao shouted, Xiao Chen, did you tell the corpse race about us? Otherwise, how could you have appeared so coincidentally? When Jin Lin heard these people making false accusations, he immediately cursed, You bunch of bastards. If not for senior brother Xiao Chen's benevolence, changing his mind before we left, you would have been killed long ago. Now, you are blaming senior brother Xiao Chen instead? All the juniors of the Haotian sect were filled with righteous indignation. Based on their expressions, it looked like they wanted to throw the group off the warship. Chapter 883. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and waved his hand, stopping Jin Lin and the others. Then he looked straight at Bai Wuxue and said sullenly, That's right. I do know about your plan to sneak attack Heavenly Wind Island. I also know that the corpse race laid an ambush on Heavenly Wind Island, waiting for you to take the bait. Bai Wuxue and Shimin Bao's faces sank, and a murderous intent immediately gathered in their eyes. However, I was not the one who leaked your movements. It was Azure Monarch Island's island master, Xia Feng. The evidence is with Qin Wu. I do not have it, so there is no need for me to explain too much. As long as I have a clear conscience, it will be fine. Whether you believe me or not has nothing to do with me. Xiao Chen felt magnanimous in his heart, not feeling guilty at all. Originally, he had wanted to take the opportunity to go to Black Patterned Island and destroy the corpse refining pool. However, before he left, he thought about it. Bai Wuxue and Shimin Bao did indeed deserve to die because of their greed. However, the elite martial sages of Black Monarch Island following them did not deserve to die. If Xiao Chen built his military merits on the lives and deaths of these innocent people, it would be too unclean. As of now, he did not need to do this. Bai Wuxue and Shimin Bao exchanged glances. They saw confusion in each other's eyes, unable to figure out what was going on. However, the two vice island masters of Black Monarch Island turned pale with fright. They said, Little friend Xiao Chen, are your words true? The person in charge of the 3 lines of defense of Dragon would star colluded with the enemy and became a spy. This is a shocking matter. Naturally, it is true. Vice Island Master Qin Wu already made a copy of the evidence and sent it to Lord Huangpu Feng along with Xia Feng's plan. Soon, the truth will be revealed. Xiao Chen spoke the truth. At this moment, there was nothing to hide. You all should leave. Once you make a move, the entire Dragonwood Star will no longer be peaceful. If I am not wrong, Wei Hua should be leading the army of the corpse race to attack Azure Monarch Island. He wants to coordinate with Xia Feng from the inside. Bai Wuxue and the others were skeptical. Xiao Chen's words were simply too shocking. However, Xiao Chen had already asked them to leave. They could no longer remain here. After all, this Dragon's Gate's warship belonged to Xiao Chen. I, by Wuxue, will remember the favor of saving my life today. I, by Wuxue, will repay you sooner or later. However, the bet between us still stands. After Bai Wuxue said this somewhat unwillingly, his group left one after another, heading for Black Monarch Island. Pucci. As soon as these people left, Xiao Chen coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. He immediately felt much better. Senior brother Xiao Chen, are you all right? Jin Lin and the rest hurriedly stepped forward and asked with concern. Bringing up the rear alone and carrying the entire corpse race army, no matter what, it would not be as easy as Xiao Chen looked. Xiao Chen closed his eyes to regulate his breathing. When he opened his eyes, he smiled and said, "It's just a small injury. It's nothing serious." As Xiao Chen charged out of the encirclement, he suffered a few blows. Even he could not remember how many of them he suffered. Given his rank 3 sage body and the fact that he had avoided getting hit in any vital spots, these could only be considered minor injuries. He would recover after regulating his breathing for a while. Seeing that Xiao Chen's complexion was not bad, Jin Lin and the others relaxed. They asked softly, "Where are we going now? Are we still going according to the original plan?" According to the original plan, Dragonwood Star would not fall into chaos. As long as Xiao Chen launched a sneak attack on the corpse refining pool, Wei Hua and the others would definitely return from Heavenly Wind Island. After all, they were not that far away. However, right now, the corpse race army was probably rushing to Black Monarch Island. At that time, whether they would receive news of the corpse refining pool or not would be a problem. Even if they received news, given the distance, they would not rush back. In any case, because of Xiao Chen's benevolence, the situation on Dragonwood Star fell into complete chaos, beyond repair. However, it did not matter. It would fall into chaos sooner or later. As long as Xiao Chen destroyed the corpse refining pool, the corpse race would return in defeat sooner or later. I'll lend you all the Dragon's Gate's warship to operate. Cancel the original plan. All of you will rush to Black Monarch Island's aid. This third line of defense is extremely important. We absolutely cannot break it. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen stated his decision. When Jin Lin heard that Xiao Chen had no intention of returning, he asked, "Senior brother Xiao Chen, what are you going to do?" Naturally, the original plan remained the same. I would still launch a sneak attack on the corpse refining pool. This was the best opportunity. Wei Hua would never expect that I would rush to Black Patterned Island right after I left the corpse race army. Xiao Chen smiled gently and patted Jin Lin's shoulder. He said, "Don't worry about me. Think about yourselves. My Saber Dao has already reached a critical juncture. The greater the pressure, the more it will help me break through." The sky filled with starlight. A white figure leaped down from the bow of the warship. Before the gazes of the Haotian sect's junior generation disciples, Xiao Chen stepped on the motes of starlight and headed for Black Patterned Island. Trying to destroy the corpse refining pool alone? Senior brother Xiao Chen, your courage is truly unbelievable, Xiao Xian said ruefully as she watched the figure slowly leave. However, Jin Lin had a fiery gaze. He said enviously, "It would be great if I could have seen your brother Xiao Chen's courage and grace one day. He has absolute confidence and the air of a grandmaster. Our senior brother Xiao Chen is definitely not weaker than the peak geniuses of the various races in the starry heaven Silver Lake." Activating the cloak's concealing effect, Xiao Chen suppressed his murderous intent and headed for Black Patterned Island. The starlight opened the way for him, and the night provided cover for him. Xiao Chen's heart was calm and peaceful. He did not feel any nervousness or excitement from the impending battle. In the night, he silently set foot on Black Patterned Island. Relying on the concealing cloak, Xiao Chen brushed past the patrolling corpse race cultivators. No one discovered that an uninvited guest had arrived on this heavily guarded Black Patterned Island. The corpse refining pool was not hard to find. It was the place with the densest death chi on the island. Following the senses of his spiritual sense, Xiao Chen floated on the ground and leaped over many figures. Without attracting anyone's attention, he arrived near the corpse refining pool. In midair, Xiao Chen could see corpses piled up on the ground. Most of them were the corpses of various astral beasts. Occasionally, people would bring in the astral beasts they had just killed and leave after receiving their rewards. Many black-clad men busied themselves with the astral beasts' corpses. They skillfully cut open the astral beasts' stomachs and drained their blood. Then, they added all sorts of powders that Xiaochen did not recognize. Not far away were the corpses of human martial sages. It was clear that the cultivators who turned in the human corpses received much more rewards. The vicinity of the corpse refining pool was quiet and orderly. Seeing the other party turn the human corpses into demonic corpses, even someone as calm as Xiaochen felt startled. No wonder the people of the various races did not like to interact with the corpse race. Just the thought of a group of people making one unable to rest in peace after death made one tremble in fear. If not for the corpse race being strong enough, they would have been killed thousands of times already. Xiaochen's figure flashed, and he flew over. When he arrived above the corpse refining pool, he started to size it up. The corpse refining pool was rectangular, 500 meters long and 100 meters wide. Its surface was sinister, and black water surged. With just one glance, one would feel extremely uncomfortable, nauseous. There should be a formation under the pool. The formation lines were made of blood, and astral cores were embedded in the nodes of the formation. If one wanted to destroy this corpse refining pool, one had to break this formation and bury the entire place. However, not to mention the patrolling corpse race cultivators, there were 4 superior-grade martial sages sitting in the 4 corners of the corpse refining pool. That alone put Xiaochen in a difficult position. Each of the 4 old men had a demonic corpse shrouded in black aura beside them. Based on their auras, they should have been superior-grade martial sages. These were bona fide superior-grade sage-grade demonic corpses, no weaker than superior-grade martial sages. Suddenly, Xiaochen frowned. He had not expected those 2 to be here. It was the scholarly Long Fei and the physical body cultivator Kuei-do, whom Xiaochen had met once before. The 2 walked over in high spirits and stopped before the corpse refining pool. Then they looked at it with interest. This was somewhat difficult to deal with. Xiaochen's predictions were completely wrong. Not only was there Long Fei, but there was also the Iron Hand Sovereign's descendant, Kuei-do. Corpses floated up and down in the corpse refining pool. The corpse race martial sages in the 4 corners occasionally formed hand seals, activating the formation under the pool. Beams of dark light shot out from the pool. When the dark light landed, a demonic corpse took form. It walked stiffly to a coffin at the side, closed the coffin, and lay down inside. Immediately, the other corpse race cultivators stuck labels on the coffins, recording the strength of the demonic corpse before transporting it away. The many coffins at the back were truly dazzling. There were at least 1,000 of them, all of them monarch martial sages. There were also a few dark-colored coffins containing sage-grade demonic corpses, the true trump cards of the corpse race. Sage-grade demonic corpses already possessed some intelligence. Low-ranked sage-grade demonic corpses already possessed the strength of a martial sage. High-ranked sage-grade demonic corpses were as strong as superior-grade martial sages. As Kuei-do looked at the demonic corpses that occasionally leaped out of the corpse refining pool, he smiled and said, "With these nearly endless demonic corpses, it would be hard for the corpse race to lose on this dragonwood star." The scholarly Long Fei waved his folding fan and said seriously, "That is not entirely true. Only monarch-grade demonic corpses can be produced in batches. Sage-grade demonic corpses require more effort and time. Of course, if it is just a battle of this scale, as long as the corpse refining pool is not destroyed, the final victor will be our corpse race." Kuei-do smiled and nodded. Monarch-grade demonic corpses are nothing in the eyes of experts. However, in the end, they do not require any capital. If 100 monarch-grade demonic corpses can wear down an inferior-grade martial sage, that would be a profit. The 2 circled the corpse refining pool, chatting as they walked. The 4 corpse race old men occasionally chatted with them as well. When Xiaochen saw all this, he entered deep thought. Right now, he had to face 4 older generation superior-grade martial sages of the corpse race, 4 superior-grade sage-grade demonic corpses, and 2 young demonic geniuses that far surpassed regular superior-grade martial sages. Based on the auras of the 4 corpse race older generation martial sages, they were not ordinary superior-grade martial sages. They were all old monsters that had lived for hundreds of years. Their cultivations were unfathomable. Even in a one-on-one fight, Xiao Chen was not confident of defeating them within 100 moves. If there was a superior-grade sage-grade demonic corpse, killing them would be even more problematic. Without at least 1,000 moves, it would be hard to determine the victor. Chapter 884. The most problematic ones were Long Fei and Kuei-do. These 2 were the descendants of sovereign martial emperors. Their talents were also extraordinarily high. Once Xiao Chen got tangled up with them, it would be hard for him to free himself. Difficult, very difficult. However, no matter how difficult it was, he had to break this corpse refining pool today. If he did not challenge the limits of life and death, his saber Dao would not be able to truly take form. Xiao Chen's thoughts raced. After a while, he thought of a countermeasure. He stretched out his hand, and a statue appeared in his palm. This statue was carved from a branch of the longevity tree. It looked very spiritual. The statue had black hair and white robes. Its features were like sabers, and its gaze was incredibly sharp. This was Xiao Chen himself. Xiao Chen flicked his finger, and the statue instantly took form. It burst forth with a strong aura and flew over the rows of coffins. Without saying anything, he punched. Countless strands of saber chi fluttered between heaven and earth like wings. With a single punch, hundreds of coffins were blasted to smithereens in an instant. Kuei-do looked around, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He exclaimed, "Xiao Chen!" Without even thinking, Xiao Chen pushed off the ground with his feet and turned into a sharp arrow, chasing after the white figure with great speed. Long Fei closed his folding fan and pondered something. He said softly, "This Xiao Chen is really bold. He dares to barge in everywhere. Elders, I'll have to trouble you to guard this place. After I capture Xiao Chen, I'll refine him into a peak sage-grade demonic corpse. Young master, rest assured. With us guarding this corpse refining pool, not even a mosquito will be able to enter," the 4 said as they performed cupped fist salutes as they looked at Long Fei. While these 4 were distracted for 1,000th of an instant, the black-cloaked Xiao Chen silently entered the corpse refining pool. The 4 old men withdrew their gazes from Long Fei and stared at the corpse refining pool. Black chi surged on the surface of the pool, and corpses floated up and down like usual. Then, they continued to operate the formation under the pool, refining the corpses. The instant Xiao Chen entered the corpse refining pool, boundless death chi immediately poured into his body through his pores. The black aura of death was rampaging in his body, corroding his blood, bones, skin, and internal organs. Silently, it caused great harm to Xiao Chen. The amount of death chi was simply too great. Xiao Chen glanced at his palm. It had already withered beyond recognition and was covered in wrinkles. It was lifeless and lifeless, just like an old man past his prime. Xiao Chen had completely underestimated the death chi in this place. He quickly circulated the law energy in his body, and strands of purple energy and electric light spread throughout his body, turning the black death chi into nothingness. The situation finally took a slight turn for the better. However, this did not completely resolve the danger. There was simply too much death chi in the pool, and it seemed endless. After Xiao Chen chopped off half of the death chi, another 2 times more death chi appeared. There was simply no way for him to remain here. Damn it! I can't stay here any longer. Using the power of laws on such a large scale will definitely attract the attention of the 4 old men above. Just as Xiao Chen was at his wit's end and feeling anxious, a suction suddenly came from the death throne in his sea of consciousness, sucking away all the death chi in his body, instantly draining it clean. He looked like a gluttonous little brat, and he seemed a little dissatisfied. Xiao Chen could move his body freely, rejuvenating it. Xiao Chen rejoiced in his heart. Unexpectedly, the death throne had such a wondrous use. He immediately relaxed. When Xiao Chen looked around in the pool, he saw corpses tumbling all around him. The scene looked very horrifying. The expressionless faces of the corpses sometimes looked like they were facing each other. Suddenly, a demonic hand stretched out from below, grabbing at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen quickly dodged. The demonic hand grabbed a corpse beside him and sank into the churning corpse refining pool. Above the corpse refining pool, the old man in the upper left corner revealed a suspicious expression. He said, "Strange, I was just about to grab a corpse and throw it into the corpse refining formation. In the end, he managed to dodge. Ha, this is not too strange. He probably still has breath and is not dead yet. Or perhaps this is the instinctive reaction of the corpse. After soaking in the corpse refining pool for a while, it will be fine," the old man in the upper left corner said. The death chi in the corpse refining pool is already so dense that it has turned into liquid. Who would be so blind as to jump in? The old man in the upper right corner laughed sinisterly. The old man who spoke first felt that it made sense, so he stopped talking and focused on refining the corpse in the formation. Xiao Chen, who was in the pool, did not know that he had dodged a calamity. At this moment, he had already sunk to the bottom of the corpse refining pool. His feet touched the ground. Before him was an extremely complicated formation drawn with startling blood. Four corpses sat cross-legged in the formation. Beams of scarlet light entered the bodies of the corpses. It looked like cultivators cultivating. The scene was extremely strange. There was a total of 99 nodes in the formation. A medial-grade astral core was embedded in each node, and a superior-grade astral core was embedded in the center of the formation. Together, they formed a round number of 100. The formation lines formed by blood were a startling red. They looked tender and alluring, filled with an evil aura. This formation should not be that easy to break. Xiao Chen did not dare to act rashly and alert the enemy. He stood at the side and observed for a long time. How should I break this formation? The condensed blood was deeply embedded in the ground, seeming to merge with it. Xiao Chen stomped on the ground. Due to the protection of the formation, the ground was as hard as iron, not budging at all. This formation clearly merged with the corpse refining pool. It was inseparable and unbreakable. If he relied on brute force, it might backfire. If he was not careful, he might even injure himself. I got it. With a thought, Xiao Chen thought of the death throne in his sea of consciousness. He smiled faintly and had an idea. Xiao Chen squatted down and stretched out his hand. When he touched the blood formation lines, a vast death energy immediately flowed into the formation. The entire formation lines started to give off an intense red light, looking very alluring. What's going on? Suddenly, a large amount of death energy came from the corpse refining formation. This is too horrifying. We have to stop this death energy. Otherwise, it will exceed the limits of the formation. The four old men at the four corners of the corpse refining pool stood up at the same time. When they saw the surging pool water, they exclaimed in horror. Tremors spread out, and cracks appeared at the edge of the corpse refining pool. The expressions of the four old men changed as they quickly soared into the air with the demonic corpses beside them. In the next moment, a loud rumble resounded, and the entire corpse refining pool exploded. The entire black-patterned island shook. Boundless death energy spread out in all directions. A deep pit appeared in the ground. The corpse refining pool turned into nothing, and the corpse refining formation ceased to exist. With Long Fei and Kueido's pursuit, the two finally caught up to Xiao Chen. Then, they punched him, turning him into wood shavings that filled the air. The two were stunned. Then, they said in unison, "We fell for it." The two quickly turned around and rushed back to the corpse refining pool. However, before they could get far, they heard an intense explosion. The entire corpse refining pool turned into nothingness. A black storm of death soared into the sky, forming a pillar of wind that reached the heavens. Black-patterned island shook violently as a series of loud rumbles resounded endlessly. Long Fei folded the folding fan in his hand, and the strong wind gathered, forming a destructive storm that surged out. This showed how intense the shock in his heart was. The corpse refining pool shattered? How can that be? Even a Grandmaster-level martial sage would not be able to break the corpse refining formation easily. Furthermore, there are no more Grandmaster-level martial sages on this Dragonwood star. Kueido's expression turned sullen as he looked in the direction of the corpse refining pool. He said, "If it really was Xiao Chen, it is not impossible. Every time this fellow does something, it seems impossible. However, he manages to do it." Xiao Chen? I don't believe that this person has 3 heads and 6 arms. Long Fei's figure flashed, and a destructive aura burst out of his body as he rushed towards the corpse refining pool. Kueido frowned slightly. When he felt this aura, he entered deep thought. The will of destruction. Long Fei actually comprehended such a will. He really hit it very deeply. Bushin Palace, where the main camp of Dragonwood Star was, Huangpu Feng suddenly opened his eyes and soared into the air. He looked in the direction of black-patterned island, at the black pillar of wind that reached the sky. His eyes filled with incredulity. The figures that flew out beside Huangpu Feng were also in disbelief. After a while, Huangpu Feng said, "The corpse refining pool is broken, and the foundation of the corpse race is destroyed. Mobilize the entire army and head for Black-Patterned Island to deal the final blow." "We will obey Milord's orders." Immediately, warships with the banner of Bushin Palace flew out from the main camp, carrying the human cultivators in a grandiose formation, looking very mighty. On the island that the Muddy Sky Gate occupied, the young master of the Muddy Sky Gate, Qi Wuxue, was gathering a group of people, preparing to head to the main camp of Dragonwood Star on Bushin Palace. When he saw this black pillar of wind, he was stunned. The corpse refining pool. How could someone break the corpse race's corpse refining pool? Without the corpse refining pool, how could the corpse race have any combat prowess? Qi Wuxue exclaimed in disbelief. Qi Wushue's face sank as he said sullenly, "Go to Black-Patterned Island. The location of the final battle has already changed. Whether we win or lose will depend on this final battle." At Azure Monarch Island, the Underworld Fire Sovereign's descendant, Wei Hua, who was leading the corpse race army and doing his best to break through the third line of defense, turned his head back to look. When he saw the black pillar of wind, his expression changed drastically. For some reason, Wei Hua could not receive any information from Xia Feng at all. Although he held the upper hand, the battle was much more arduous than he had imagined. Then, when Wei Hua saw the Peak Master holding the black pillar of wind, he panicked. He shouted, "Retreat! Return to Black-Patterned Island. We will fight another day." Immediately, the densely packed corpse race army retreated like the receding tide, rushing back to Black-Patterned Island. Seeing the corpse race army, which held the upper hand, retreat, the many human cultivators immediately relaxed. However, they were somewhat confused, not knowing what was going on. Only Qin Wu sighed as he looked at the black pillar of wind that lingered for a long time. This fellow really did it. He really broke the corpse refining pool. At the side, Bai Wuxue, Shimin Bao, Feng Xingxing, Hua Dao, and Niu Deng all nodded slightly. When they heard this, they were somewhat stunned. However, the younger generation disciples of the Haotian sect were wild with joy and excitement. Chapter 885. Senior brother Xiao Chen has already broken the corpse refining pool. The corpse race is finished. Let's give chase. Jin Lin laughed loudly and led the 20 inferior-grade martial sages of the Haotian sect to charge towards Black-Patterned Island. Qin Wu, who was already the highest commander of the third line of defense, smiled faintly and waved his hand for the entire army to attack. "Let's go." Xiao Chen's expression changed. At the bottom of Black-Patterned Island's corpse refining pool, Xiao Chen was in a sorry state. He had not expected the formation to break in such a manner. The energy that erupted out was so startling. The shockwave struck Xiao Chen first. The heavenly sea cloak on his body blasted into tatters. From the looks of it, he did not know if it could be repaired. Xiao Chen's internal organs churned endlessly. He tasted something sweet in his throat and vomited a mouthful of black blood. He was significantly injured. Xiao Chen somersaulted twice in the air and removed his tattered cloak. When he saw the 4 corpse race old men pressing down on him, he complained bitterly to himself. Although the corpse refining pool was broken, he might not be able to escape. However, without any pressure, Xiao Chen would not be able to form his saber Dao. Today, he would comprehend his Dao here. If he did not succeed, he would die trying. Sir, you are really courageous. Can you tell me why the death chi in the corpse refining pool did not turn you into a corpse on the spot? The four old men each led a superior grade sage grade demonic corpse as they surrounded Xiao Chen. They appeared calm and composed, not in a rush to attack Xiao Chen. The green-robed old man leading the group asked curiously. Starlight descended. This resplendent night sky was very beautiful. Xiao Chen smiled casually amid the starlight. His white robes fluttered as he stood upright with his hands behind his back. He said calmly, "This is this Zhao's secret. It is not convenient for me to tell others." Sorry. The green-robed old man smiled coldly and said, "Humph. You are rather calm. Later, I will have a way to make you say it." The three corpse race old men led the demonic corpses and each sent out a corpse race martial technique. Death chi surged and soared into the sky. Immediately, it covered the resplendent night sky, making it impossible to see anything beautiful. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, like a peerless treasured sword being unsheathed. A bright light shone from his body, instantly dispersing the black gas and restoring the clear night sky. Bang bang bang. Xiao Chen punched 6 times in a row. His figure flickered, and with every punch, a saber light flashed. Winds blew, howling endlessly. He forcefully received all the moves of the corpse race cultivators and demonic corpses. Space trembled endlessly. The 6 people's continuous attacks were actually unable to force Xiao Chen back. That unparalleled sharpness did not weaken in the slightest. The green-robed old man frowned and scolded, "Don't hold anything back. Beat him ruthlessly. I don't believe that we cannot break his sharpness." When the 3 old men heard the scolding, they no longer held anything back. Together with the demonic corpses, they unleashed their death chi into the sky. When they attacked, it was like a black storm roaring in the sky. Xiao Chen immediately felt the pressure increase. He brought out his will of thunder and 90% comprehended saber intent to their limits. However, he still could not gain the initiative. He could only passively receive the ferocious attacks. Blood leaked out of Xiao Chen's mouth, but the smile on his face did not diminish. The sharpness in his heart sharpened under the pressure. Every move was like the tip of a saber, ruthlessly stabbing into the other party's body. Even though they were evenly matched, they still felt intense pain. It was like a sharp knife pierced through their flesh from the inside out. Myriad Heaven Divine Fist, Lightning Tribulation Saber Technique, For Season Saber Technique, Rushing Thunder Saber Technique, Will, Saber Intent, Kun Peng Fist, Dragon Subduing Slash. Under this immense pressure, Xiao Chen brought out everything that he had learned in his life to his heart's content. The injuries on Xiao Chen's body worsened. However, his thoughts became increasingly clear. His eyes lit up, looking like gems in the dark night. At some point in time, Long Fei and Kuei-do had arrived. They stood quietly beside the green-robed old man, watching the battle between Xiao Chen and the 3 old men in a daze. The green-robed old man felt somewhat embarrassed. 3 superior-grade martial sages of the corpse race and 3 demonic corpses were dealing with an injured Xiao Chen. Clearly, they were suppressing Xiao Chen. However, Xiao Chen's sharpness did not weaken at all. Instead, the 3 corpse race cultivators became somewhat fearful, not daring to clash head-on with Xiao Chen. When they attacked, they clearly hesitated. Trash. The green-robed old man scolded to himself. His clothes fluttered as he prepared to make a move personally. Long Fei stretched out his hand and struck the green-robed old man's shoulder with his folding fan. He said, "Did you not see that all the starlight in the sky is landing on him? He is transforming from a cocoon into a butterfly. Why are you helping him?" The green-robed old man was slightly stunned. When he looked up, he saw the vast night sky filled with resplendent stars. For some reason, all the starlight landed on Xiao Chen. It was like Xiao Chen had a boundless charm that could attract all the light to him. You truly live up to your reputation as the descendant of the Qing Emperor. Unexpectedly, you dare to use this certain death situation to comprehend your Tao. I, Long Fei, want to see how you will transform to be worthy of the starlight falling for you. The scholarly Long Fei's eyes flickered with a strong fighting spirit. He closed his folding fan and enunciated every word clearly. Long Fei's body seemed to give off a light as well, causing the starlight to fall in the dark night. This night was really beautiful, boundlessly resplendent with starlight falling. As the starlight filled the sky, the battle between Xiao Chen and the 3 superior-grade martial sages of the corpse race and 3 demonic corpses intensified. Xiao Chen's white robes were stained with blood and in tatters. Death chi spread from his wounds, leaving behind mottled shadows. He looked like he would collapse at any moment. However, his eyes were as bright as gemstones. Motes of starlight encased his body. He gave off a sharpness that was sharper than the sharpest treasure saber, thousands of times sharper than the sharpest treasure saber. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and pointed, and a sharp saber wind blew. A corpse race old man who clashed with Xiao Chen felt the electric energy surging into his body. It immediately cut into his flesh, causing unbearable pain. Xiao Chen did not want to fight any longer, so he quickly retreated and waited for the others to come. Xiao Chen vomited a mouthful of blood, feeling very carefree. My body is like a saber, my will is like a saber. I am the saber, and the saber is me. My sharpness never extinguished. My sharpness soared into the sky, breaking through the 3,000 great Tao and destroying the 800 unorthodox paths. My saber Tao, be it will or sharpness, in the end, it is still about sharpness and sharpness. What kind of saber could inspire fear from the bottom of one's heart, making one not dare to clash head-on with it? Only sharpness. Sharpness could cut through metal like mud and break metal like water. Naturally, it was unblockable, able to destroy everything. Xiao Chen's thoughts became increasingly clear. The starlight filling the sky nearly turned solid, turning into motes of fluorescent light as they descended. Xiao Chen's eyes became as resplendent as stars, as bright as a saber. No one dared to look directly at them. Xiao Chen pushed back a corpse race old man with one finger. For a moment, the other 2 old men were intimidated by this sharpness. They did not dare to clash with Xiao Chen, only sending their demonic corpses over. As the 3 old men looked at Xiao Chen, who looked like he was bathed in blood, they all had an idea. This Xiao Chen had been injured earlier. He had relied on a large amount of death chi to blow up the corpse refining formation, sustaining significant injuries. Now that Xiao Chen had been attacked repeatedly, although he looked spirited, his injuries worsened. He was clearly on the verge of death. The 3 old men wanted to finish off Xiao Chen quickly. However, when they clashed, that sharp electric light pierced into their bodies, bringing intense pain that penetrated their hearts and reached the depths of their souls. How could they dare to clash head-on? After all, Xiao Chen was someone who was about to die. There was no need for them to risk their lives and suffer. Hence, the 3 old men started thinking. They only sent their demonic corpses to attack Xiao Chen. This was not painful at all. When the green-clad old man saw this scene, he could not help but feel even more enraged. He roared a few times, but the 3 old men pretended not to hear him, continuing to do as they pleased. The 3 old men did not seek to defeat Xiao Chen with brute force or to break his sharpness. They just wanted to slowly grind him to death. When Xiao Chen saw the situation, he laughed loudly. His laughter contained boundless joy. The direction he was heading in was indeed correct. He was just short of inspiration, and his saber Tao would completely take shape. At some point in time, several warships gathered in the sky above black-patterned island. When Wei Hua, who was the first to arrive, saw the strange scene of starlight descending, he was stunned for a long time. Starlight descending, heavenly flowers falling, auspicious signs filling the sky. Normally, such mysterious phenomena would only appear on major characters or on people who could become major characters in the future. The night was as dark as ink. Stars dotted the sky. This was a very normal scene. However, if all the stars in the sky suddenly fell on one person for no reason, it would be a strange scene. Soon after were the pursuers led by Jin Lin. After that, Huangpu Feng from the Bushin Palace headquarters and the people led by the Muddy Sky Gate's young master arrived one by one. All the factions of Dragon would Star gathered here. Thousands of gazes focused on Xiao Chen, who looked like he was on the verge of collapse but was growing sharper and sharper. Starlight descending. Why is there starlight descending? What's going on? Xiao Chen is about to collapse. What's wrong with Lord Huangpu Feng? Why is Lord Huangpu Feng not stopping him? On the Dragon's Gate's warship, the juniors of the Haotian sect could not help but panic when they saw the bloodied Xiao Chen. When these juniors heard their seniors say that this was Xiao Chen's fortuitous encounter and that he had to endure it by himself, they continued to watch anxiously. When they saw Xiao Chen's current appearance, they found it very difficult to relax. If Xiao Chen comprehended everything before his body could no longer endure, he would die. From then on, the name Xiao Chen would no longer exist in this world. The scholarly, pale-faced Long Fei fanned himself gently. He said expressionlessly, "Don't waste this great opportunity. Trying to comprehend the Tao in the face of death, and if you end up comprehending yourself to death, do you really not understand the last point?" Kuei Do could tell that this was extraordinary. He said sullenly, "I think it is very mysterious. This fellow wants to take a path that no one has ever taken before, using his body as a saber and his thoughts as a saber. However, he cannot find a breakthrough point, a point that can truly ignite his cultivation." That was right. These two were talking about the difficulty that Xiao Chen currently faced. He had already figured out that his saber Tao lay in sharpness. However, the ultimate goal of the saber Tao was very vague. He needed a point to encompass everything. To put it simply, it was to give his saber Tao a name. To put it in more complicated terms, this name contained all sorts of meanings. Once it was established, it could not be changed. It would forever be engraved in the depths of one's heart, merging with the entire heavenly Tao. Chapter 886. When the three corpse race martial sages saw Xiao Chen's somewhat confused appearance, they could not help but rejoice. Originally, they thought that Xiao Chen would definitely die. However, after waiting for a while, Xiao Chen was still alive. They could not help but feel fear in their hearts. How could they not tell that Xiao Chen was trying to comprehend the Tao? Once he succeeded, his strength would soar, reaching a qualitative improvement. When that happened, it would be time for them to die. Seeing such an opportunity, the three corpse race martial sages steeled their hearts and decided to fight to the death, not giving Xiao Chen any more chances. Death Qi spread out and covered the sky again, blocking out the starlight. The green-robed old man smiled coldly and ignored Xiao Chen's obstruction. He took advantage of the situation to charge over as well. Immediately, an overwhelming killing formation was laid out to kill Xiao Chen. Long Fei withdrew his hand. For some reason, he allowed the green-robed old man to leave at the last moment. The surroundings fell silent. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air as they looked at the somewhat confused Xiao Chen and that startling killing formation. If he still could not comprehend it at this moment, he would not have another chance. As the murderous intent surged, Xiao Chen's mind seemed to be stimulated. In a flash of inspiration, he suddenly uttered the word, "flawless." That was right, it was flawless. Xiao Chen's saber Tao was called flawless. No one in the world dared to say that their martial technique or cultivation technique was perfect and flawless. The heavenly Tao was benevolent. Everything in the world would leave a trace of hope. The heavenly Tao was emotionless. It would not tolerate something truly perfect and flawless remaining in the world. The moon waxed and waned. People would experience joy, anger, sorrow, and joy. Even the smoothest thing would have flaws when magnified thousands of times. However, today, Xiao Chen thought of the word flawless. Xiao Chen's saber Tao was unprecedented. There were no words that could describe it. If it was not flawless, what was it? A spiritual light flashed, and starlight filled the sky, illuminating the night sky and gathering on Xiao Chen's body. This was a scene that only major characters could display. All of Xiao Chen's injuries instantly healed. When Xiao Chen uttered the word flawless, he suddenly broke through the bottleneck of inferior-grade martial sage and advanced to medial-grade martial sage. A strong wind blew, and the Black Death Qi did not scatter at all. Before the eyes of all the cultivators on Dragonwood Star, Xiao Chen obtained new life. Nirvana City Lord. A strong wind blew and blew away the Black Death Qi, not scattering it at all. Xiao Chen's lips curled up slightly. Then, he placed 2 fingers on his forehead and said softly, "If the bright moon is flawless, can starlight still shine?" Right after he spoke, A bright moon slowly rose up behind him. It was a perfect and flawless moon. Its brilliance was so resplendent that it caused the stars to retreat. Before the 4 corpse race martial sages rushing over could be shocked, they saw Xiao Chen extend his hand and point. In an instant, all the light from the bright moon in the sky gathered at Xiao Chen's fingertip. An unparalleled cold saber light flashed. The 4 corpse race martial sages and the 4 sage-grade demonic corpses could not resist at all as they were chopped in half. If the bright moon is flawless, the starlight will fade away. How could these 4 beams of light compete with the bright moon? The surroundings were silent. Not a single sound could be heard. Earlier, when they saw that Xiao Chen was about to be killed by that trap, they felt it was a pity and could not bear to make a sound. Now, they were shocked speechless by Xiao Chen's shocking strength after his nirvanic rebirth and his successful comprehension of the Tao. Unable to bear to, not daring to. These changes happened in an instant. Flawless bright moon, starlight fades away. When Xiao Chen formally comprehended the flawless saber Tao, he thought of the moon bright like fire that shocked him many years ago. After some slight changes, he discovered that this martial technique was very compatible with his flawless saber Tao. This was the first martial technique he created based on his flawless saber Tao. It seemed like he was the only one in the world who knew it. When Xiao Chen looked at the 8 new bright purple skulls on the military merit medallion at his waist, he felt very satisfied with the might of this move. The moonlight scattered, and the starlight slowly reappeared. That boundlessly resplendent night sky reappeared above everyone's heads. The starlight descends, the cocoon turns into a butterfly, nirvanic rebirth. The instant you comprehended it, you instantly killed 4 superior-grade martial sages. Xiao Chen, you really did not disappoint me. Long Fei stepped forward and closed his folding fan. As he walked in the air, he met Xiao Chen's gaze without any fear. Xiao Chen stood upright with his hands behind his back. As he looked at the elegant, scholarly Long Fei, he asked, "Do you regret giving me the chance earlier?" Long Fei moved his finger and opened his folding fan. Then he smiled calmly and said, "You were the one who fought for the opportunity. It has nothing to do with me. However, this starlight might not fall for you alone." Right after Xiao Chen spoke, the stars above him flickered. Starlight fell like snow, drifting down. Indistinctly, the sound of a zither and a flute rang out. When Xiao Chen got closer, he discovered that the white folding fan in Long Fei's hand was actually a bone fan. This white bone should be the skeleton of a certain Emperor Wu. After being polished layer by layer, it became as smooth as white jade. This was a truly strong bone weapon. As for the other party's falling starlight, it was different from Xiao Chen's. The gentle, snow-like starlight should be a mysterious phenomenon caused by some kind of cultivation technique and not a natural phenomenon caused by breaking through a bottleneck. Falling snow drifting song, zither and flute in concert. This is a mysterious phenomenon caused by the 9 heavens astral art's 8th layer. Unexpectedly, this Long Fei does not cultivate the white bone sovereign's cultivation technique, the white bone dermic art. Unexpectedly, he cultivates the famous ancient 9 heavens astral art. That's impossible. Based on his appearance, it is clear that he cultivates the white bone dermic art. Could it be that he cultivates 2 cultivation techniques at the same time? These are both peak heaven-ranked cultivation techniques. How can he deal with them? When the cultivators in the air saw the mysterious phenomenon of the zither and flute playing together, they were all astonished. Xiao Chen had not expected such a thing to happen. It looked like this Long Fei could not be underestimated. From the fact that Long Fei could treat his breakthrough so calmly, it was clear. Xiao Chen, now that you have broken the corpse refining pool, you have made a great contribution to the Bushin Palace. You will not be able to run away with 100,000 military merits. Do you dare to bet with me and make another contribution? The starlight drifted down like snowflakes, and the zither and flute were pleasing to the ears. Amid the atmosphere filled with hints, Xiao Chen felt an aura of destruction. A power that could draw out the starlight on its own initiative. How mighty would it be when used to injure the enemy? Others might not feel much about the zither and flute's music. However, with Xiao Chen's spiritual sense, He clearly felt that this sound had already spread for 500 kilometers, not scattering. If he gathered it into a line, it could pierce through the mountains with just a raise of his hand. Long Fei is not simple. However, Xiao Chen did not fear the other party earlier. Now that he comprehended the flawless saber Dao, he was even less afraid. He asked calmly, "What do you want to bet?" Long Fei smiled faintly and said, "Now that the corpse refining pool is broken, my corpse race is out of options for this dragonwood star. Even if we do not want to retreat, we will have to. My corpse race still occupies 2 of your Bushin Palace's resource stars. That is what I want to bet with you. Let's fight. If I lose, I will return 1 resource star. If you lose, you will take the Bushin Palace and leave Dragonwood Star. Then, you will lose another resource star." What bold words! What a great bet! To think that Long Fei would use a resource star as a wager. This Long Fei was extraordinarily confident. Whispers rang out in the surroundings, all of them finding this incredulous. The strength that Xiao Chen displayed earlier was already terrifyingly strong. However, based on Long Fei's appearance, he was clearly very confident. Everyone could not help feeling suspicious. Where exactly did this confidence come from? "Xiao Chen, I will agree to this bet on your behalf. If you win, I will give you 500,000 military merits for 1 resource star." Before Xiao Chen could say anything, Dragonwood Star's Huangpu Feng spoke first, agreeing to this bet on Xiao Chen's behalf. Although the risk was high, he could take back a resource star in 1 battle. This was an opportunity that could not be missed. Given Xiao Chen's status as a sovereign martial emperor, he would not casually make promises. "Ha! You agree, but I don't." The underworld fire sovereign's descendant, Wei Hua, walked over in extreme dissatisfaction. He leaped off the corpse dragon warship and landed beside Long Fei. Then he said, "Brother Long Fei, you think too highly of this Xiao Chen. Furthermore, it is not as if we do not have the strength to fight for this Dragonwood Star. Don't you think so, young Master Muddy Sky, Qi Wuxue?" The various factions in the sky were roughly divided into 3 groups. Although the strength of the Muddy Sky Gate was much weaker than the other 2 factions, joining either side could change the balance. With Wei Hua's words, he clearly wanted to rope in the Muddy Sky Gate's faction to increase his own bargaining chips. The Muddy Sky Gate's young master, Qi Wuxue, stood at the bow of the warship. He did not answer Wei Hua's question directly. Instead, he smiled and said, 2 years ago, the name Xiao Chen resounded like thunder in the ears. Everyone in the primal chaos domain knew about him. Unexpectedly, we met in such a manner today. Brother Wei Hua, I am indebted to you for thinking so highly of me. Earlier, Qi Wuxue was indeed dissatisfied and wanted to fight for it. However now, Qi Wuxue changed the topic. Then, he said in a powerful voice, "What I want to see is whether the White Bone Sovereign's descendant, who can execute the mysterious phenomenon of falling snow-drifting song and the zither and flute in concert, or the reborn descendant of the Qing Emperor, is stronger." The people of the primal chaos domain were not just evil loose cultivators. There were also some people who were both righteous and evil. They did not follow the rules when they did things, only acting according to their whims. For example, this Qi Wuxue had betrayed Wei Hua in front of so many people, putting the other party in an extremely awkward position. Wei Hua could not help cursing in his heart, cursing Qi Wuxue several times. To think that Qi Wuxue dared to undermine him in front of so many people. How was Wei Hua to continue with this? Steeling himself, Wei Hua snorted coldly and said, "Qi Wuxue, this old man finally recognizes you. In the future, we will be irreconcilable enemies." Seeing that Qi Wuxue did not care, Wei Hua looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Xiao Chen, Long Fei is not the only one who dares to bet with you. I, Wei Hua, dare to bet with you as well." Back then, the grudge between you and me in the Sage Mark Monument spread to the entire world. Today is a good time to settle old and new grudges. Do you dare to fight me head-on? I will bet a resource star with you as well. However, if I win, you will have to break off one of your arms. Unexpectedly, Qi Wushue's words roused Wei Hua's hot-bloodedness. Although this underworld fire sovereign ranked last among the corpse race sovereign martial emperors and even got injured by the Iron Hand sovereign back then, he was still a sovereign martial emperor. Chapter 887. However, Wei Hua was a descendant of a sovereign martial emperor, after all. His strength would definitely not be weak. If Shao Chen won both bets on one resource star, he could reclaim both resource stars without a drop of blood. That would be a total of 1 million military merits. Shao Chen thought for a while. Then he raised his eyebrows slightly and said, Wei Hua, I don't know if you really look down on me or pretending to look down on me. In any case, you are really nothing in my eyes. You will definitely lose this bet. Since you mentioned the grudges in the Sage Mark Monument, then, that's fine as well. In that case, let's settle this together. Kuei-do, come out as well. If the two of you can defeat me together, I will break off one of my arms. Even if I lose, you should hand over a resource star willingly. The moment Shao Chen said that, the entire place erupted. Unexpectedly, Shao Chen wanted to challenge the descendants of two sovereign martial emperors at the same time. In this great age, there was no lack of young demonic geniuses capable of shocking things. However, the number of young demonic geniuses who dared to say such a thing could be counted on one's hand. In the past, Shao Chen could not be considered much. At most, he could trick the corpse race and the ghost race. Then he used words to kick Di Wux's leg. However, if he could do what he said today, there would definitely be a place for him, Shao Chen. In this age of geniuses, there would definitely be a place for him, Shao Chen, to lead the times. However, no matter how Shao Chen thought about it, this did not seem possible. It was more likely that he would suffer a crushing defeat, becoming the laughingstock of the world, a negative example of arrogance and conceit. Shao Chen, you are really bold. Since you want to die that much, I'll grant you your wish. Kuei-do's main purpose in coming to Dragonwood Star was to deal with Shao Chen. Originally, when he saw Shao Chen undergo a nirvanic rebirth, he thought that it would be hard to find another opportunity. Unexpectedly, Shao Chen jumped out on his own. Shao Chen wanted to fight 1 against 2 to settle the grudges in the Sage Mark Monument. This suited him. Although Wei Hua did not like Kuei-do, he still felt that if the two worked together, their chances of victory would be much higher. Long Fei waved his folding fan gently, and his figure slowly floated away. The starlight slowly dissipated, and in the blink of an eye, he retreated 50 kilometers. After Kuei-do formally accepted the challenge, the various cultivators in the sky all became cautious. They all flew higher once again. These three were not ordinary young demonic geniuses. They were strong, far stronger than regular superior-grade martial sages. They also had great backgrounds. If they had not changed the location of this battle, they would not have been able to survive. Without a doubt, the entire black-patterned island would be shattered by the shockwaves. It was best to flee further away first. Shao Chen, Kuei-do, and Wei Hua stood in a triangle in midair, not saying a word. Under the curtain of night, the entire black-patterned island was quiet. None of the three made the first move. They did not even release their auras. The Neptune headscarf on Shao Chen's forehead emitted a chilly aura, which flowed around his body and calmed his heart. Kuei-do and Wei Hua looked calm and collected on the surface. However, their hearts were in turmoil. Their minds were filled with all sorts of countermeasures, as well as some conflicting thoughts. The two wanted to work together and make a move. However, they could not find any openings in Shao Chen's defense, so they did not dare to rush forward. They could only wait anxiously. Shao Chen grasped the thoughts of the two. He smiled gently and said, I gave you a chance, but you did not make a move. In that case, you can forget about getting another chance. Shao Chen's figure flashed, and he left behind an afterimage where he stood. Then, he turned into a bright and flawless saber light. The crisp sound of a treasured saber being unsheathed was exceptionally clear in the silent night. This was the prelude to this duel. That saber light came from Shao Chen's afterimage. Shao Chen's true body was already faster than most people's eyes could see. No one could catch him. Kuei-do felt a slight chill on his head. Before that bright saber light formed, he already sensed that Shao Chen was charging at him. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Kuei-do's body moved as well. The purest vital qi in his body surged out like a gushing river. When Kuei-do moved, his vital qi caused the surrounding air to tremble thousands of times. The tremors overlapped, sounding like a clap of thunder. However, although this sound was startlingly loud, it could not drown out the melodious saber hum. A bright saber light appeared before Kuei-do's eyes. He held his breath and focused, staring at the saber light. As long as Xiaochen flew out, he would use half a dragon force to blast him apart. 2,500 tons of force could even crush a body infused with Thousand Mountains frost iron. What more a body of flesh and blood? Roar! However, to Kuei-do's surprise, what leaped out of that bright saber light was not Xiaochen but a dragon, a soaring blue dragon. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws. Its breath formed clouds, and azure scales covered its body. If this was not the legendary blue dragon, what was it? How can this be? Kuei-do cursed in his heart. He could not believe the scene before him. After all, he had fought in the starry Heaven Silver Lake for 2 years. At this critical moment, Kuei-do did not lose his composure. He shouted a war cry and punched. In the end, Kuei-do still managed to bring out half a dragon force. One could even vaguely see the image of an ancient heaven dragon appear behind him when he punched. Bang! Kuei-do's punch landed on the other party's dragon claw. Space trembled, and an explosion instantly deafened everyone within 500 kilometers. The buildings on black-patterned island under Kuei-do's feet crumbled into rubble. Kuei-do's body flew back like a cannonball. He clearly felt that the force of this punch surpassed that of the blue dragon. However, he was the one who got knocked back. Long Fei, who was 50 kilometers away, gently tapped his folding fan and whispered, "Incredible!" He really materialized the momentum of Soaring Dragon to the flawless level. This momentum is the momentum of soaring. If Kuei-do wants to resist it, he either has to materialize a corresponding momentum or use force to break through it. Unfortunately, you want to break my Soaring Dragon with just half a dragon force? Kuei-do, you are too naive. Xiaochen's cold voice rang out. Kuei-do looked at his bloodied right hand and then at the front. He felt incredulous. The blue dragon before his eyes actually flashed and turned into Xiaochen's figure. Rumble. Just as Xiaochen prepared to use half a dragon force and his flawless saber Dao to take down Kuei-do in one move, he suddenly heard the sound of surging waves. Xiaochen turned his head and saw an overwhelming black wave surging at him. Wei Hua stood at the top of the wave and looked down at Xiaochen. He said coldly, "Today, I'll show you what it means by there is always someone better out there." The underworld river's 9 waves. 9 similar overwhelming waves appeared around Xiaochen. Wei Hua stood at the top of each wave. Together, they looked like a cage slowly shrinking. Xiaochen, these waves are genuine underworld river water. They are thousands of times denser than the death qi in the corpse refining pool. As long as they surround you, no matter how powerful you are, you will not have a chance to execute them. You will turn into a dried corpse. The 9 Wei Huas opened their mouths at the same time, and cold laughter spread out in all directions. Do you think that I would take the initiative to challenge you, who underwent a nirvanic rebirth, if I did not have a trump card? You are too naive. If you had not been delayed by Kuei-do, you might have been able to escape at the start. Now, I will send out my 9 waves, forming the power of the prison-locking divine dragon. Even if you are a true dragon, you will have to lie down obediently today. What a great Wei Hua! To think that he used his trump card right off the bat. He did not have any intention of testing Xiaochen at all. Everyone felt shocked in their hearts. However, it was fortunate that Wei Hua did not test Xiaochen. Otherwise, if he really tried, he might end up like Kuei-do, defeated in one move. Xiaochen's lips curled up slightly, and his eyes filled with disdain. He said, "I thought that you really had some trump card that gave you so much confidence, daring to bet a resource star with me. It turns out that what you took out was just a half-finished martial technique filled with flaws. I'll show you how to break it with just a wave of my hand." The Kuan Peng spread its wings, covering the sky with its gaze. In ancient times, there was a divine bird known as the Kuan Peng. When it spread its wings and soared, it could travel 4,000 kilometers in one breath. When it stretched its arms, It could cover the entire sky. Now, Xiao Chen used his flawless saber Dao to execute the Kunpeng fist. Instantly, a perfect momentum formed and soared into the sky, clashing wildly with Wei Hua's power of the prison-locking divine dragon. The situation of a stalemate did not happen. As Xiao Chen shouted, he shattered the black wave in front of him with a punch. With the 9 waves gone, the power of the prison-locking divine dragon naturally broke without Xiao Chen attacking. Bang! 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 The remaining 8 waves scattered as well. Wei Hua stabilized his tottering body in the air. Blood leaked out of a corner of his lips as he said, "How can it be like this?" The underworld river 9 waves is a martial technique that can protect one's life even before a grandmaster-level martial sage. Under the night sky, Xiao Chen said calmly, "No matter how powerful a killing move is, if it is filled with flaws, how can it bring out its full might? I already said it before, I really do not care about the current you." Xiao Chen swept his gaze over the two, who had lost all fighting spirit and appeared disappointed. Xiao Chen felt somewhat disappointed in his heart. Before he comprehended the flawless saber Dao, he still feared these two. However, they were now far from being a match for him. The victor of this battle was already decided. Wei Hua, Long Fei, is there still a need to continue fighting? Xiao Chen asked calmly as he stood upright with his hands behind his back and looked at the two. In just one exchange, Xiao Chen had beaten the two to the point that they lost all confidence. Their earlier bold words now looked like a joke. "You win." Wei Hua spat out through clenched teeth. Then he said sullenly, 3 days later, I will fulfill my promise and lead the people of my underworld fire hall away from the resource star that we occupied. Kuei Do endured the intense pain from his right hand and said, "Xiao Chen, the grudge between us will not end like this. When I attain a rank 4 sage body, I will definitely challenge you." No one had expected this startling battle, which everyone had expected, to end in just one exchange. It was hard to imagine how strong Xiao Chen was. In the air, Bai Wuxue, Feng Xingxing, and the others could not accept such a result. Chapter 888. This was too easy. In just one exchange, Xiao Chen obtained a resource star. With 500,000 military merits, he left everyone else in the dust. If Xiao Chen won another match, wouldn't he gain 1 million military merits? When everyone thought of this, their breathing quickened. 1 million military merits. That was enough to be conferred king. The Bushin Palace would carve out a large territory in the Tianwu domain for Xiao Chen to be conferred king. In the history of the Bushin Palace, there had never been someone who was conferred king at such a young age. Such an opportunity lay before Xiao Chen. Bai Wuxue appeared extremely depressed. Ever since Xiao Chen saved him at Heavenly Wind Island, he had been in a bad mood. In the battles that followed, he even appeared somewhat crazy. Now that Bai Wuxue saw Xiao Chen's strength after his nirvanic rebirth, he found the blow hard to accept. Everyone was astonished. None of the cultivators of the 3 factions fighting in the sky had expected that Xiao Chen would be as he said when he fought Wei Hua and Kuei Do. He did not care about them at all. Only Long Fei was an exception. The snowy starlight and the zither and flute played together. The scholarly, pale-faced white-bone sovereign's descendant, Long Fei, slowly floated over. It seemed like Long Fei crossed the distance of 50 kilometers in the blink of an eye. Then, he arrived 1 kilometer away from Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen looked up and felt cautious. This was not his first time meeting Wei Hua. Xiao Chen knew Wei Hua's strength very well. However, he had only heard of Long Fei's name and had never seen him in person. Xiao Chen could not underestimate him. This Long congratulates Brother Xiao in advance. You managed to take down a resource star without spilling any blood. You are fully deserving of your 500,000 military merits. Xiao Chen gently fanned himself with the folding fan in his hand. The snowflake-like starlight danced around him, looking very beautiful under the night sky. However, who knew how many people could feel that destructive aura from it? Xiao Chen's heart was as clear as a mirror. The cool breeze did not move him, and his white robes did not flutter. Xiao Chen asked indifferently, "Young Master Long, do you still want to bet?" "Naturally, I want to bet. I cannot let the world laugh at my corpse race for being useless, relying only on demonic corpses." Long Fei smiled faintly. Then his tone suddenly changed, turning cold. He folded his folding fan and pointed it forward. "Brother Xiao, be careful. I'm making my move." The falling snow drifting song, the zither and the flute played together. When Xiao Chen pointed his folding fan, the music of the zither and flute spread for 500 kilometers without scattering. Suddenly, it turned into a finger sound wave. The music of the zither and flute immediately became 1,000 times louder in the night, pressing toward Xiao Chen. Indeed, he had guessed correctly. The sounds of the zither and the flute could really be combined together. The light of the stars in the sky would probably not be a problem. The sound wave came without warning. Moreover, it wasn't an attack of ordinary quintessential essence or the power of laws. Ordinary defenses were easily penetrated by the sound wave. Xiao Chen prepared. Already he had Chen and Chen, and he circulated Xiao, Chen. Strands of formless energy gathered above Xiao Chen's head, forming a roaring dragon head. Dragon might spread out, and the body behind it was hidden in the clouds. Xiao Chen opened his mouth and roared. The ferocious dragon head opened its mouth and roared as well. Immediately, the dragon voice formed a spiraling storm surging out. When it collided with the sound of the zither and the flute, only specks of light could be seen, and the sound wave was instantly dispersed. The loud and ear-piercing sound disappeared, replaced by the pleasant sound of the zither and the flute. Together with the wind, they created a beautiful melody. Each dot of light was a musical note. Don't. After a round of probing, the two of them pushed off the air at the same time and shot towards each other. Everywhere they passed, they kicked up a strong wind, knocking down the specks of light floating in the air, forming a melody that sounded like a tempest. This stirred the heart and made one's blood surge. This was the most impassioned music. The instant the two brushed past each other, their eyes met. Their hands did not stop moving. In a breath of time, they had exchanged 100 moves. Xiao Chen switched between fists, palms, and claws. However, the sharpness remained the same, always as sharp and unblockable as a saber. The saber winds they created flew out, dancing up and down. The white-faced scholar, Long Fei, used the white folding fan in his hand. Starlight bloomed in the air like flowers. When the petals exploded, a destructive energy surged out and clashed intensely with the sharp saber winds. After one breath of time, the two brushed past each other. Their speed was startling. Several people could not even react in time. They were shocked to discover that Xiao Chen and Long Fei had switched positions. Qi Wuxue stood at the bow of the warship. The scene of the two brushing past each other and exchanging moves appeared in his mind. He clicked his tongue and sighed, "These two fellows are indeed demonic geniuses." A regular superior-grade martial sage would have died at least 100 times over in that instant. However, Bai Wuxue and the other outstanding talents of the human race opened their eyes wide, not wanting to miss out on a single scene. At this moment, their emotions were very complicated. From the perspective of the human race, they naturally hoped for Xiao Chen to win. However, from the perspective of those of the same generation, there were already many peak demonic geniuses. Now that there was another one, it would be even harder for them to survive in the future. Only Jean Lin's group on the Dragon's Gate's warship showed excited and joyful expressions. They found it somewhat strenuous to watch and could not easily capture the scene of Xiao Chen and Long Fei's exchange. However, they did not have any intention of shifting their gazes. Amid the stormy tune of Ambush from 10 Sides, Xiao Chen executed his flawless saber Dao, executing everything he had learned and comprehended, exchanging another 1,000 moves with the white-faced scholar, Long Fei. The flowers contained starlight that could destroy everything. The saber winds were formless but sharp enough to cut through frost iron. After 1,000 moves, Black Patterned Island below had already crumbled, disappearing without a trace in the surging seawater. However, the two were still evenly matched. Neither side showed any signs of being at a disadvantage. Long Fei narrowed his eyes. He did not want to drag this out any longer. He quickly closed his folding fan and pointed it at the sky. The two famed ominous stars in the distant starry heavens, the Ketu and Rahu suddenly released a dazzling red light. Ketu Rahu chop. Immediately, two blood swords descended from the sky. As Long Fei pointed, they ruthlessly chopped at Xiao Chen. Ketu Rahu chop. Long Fei actually learned this move. Did I see wrong? Ketu and Rahu, these two stars, were rumored to be demonic stars and ominous stars during the ancient era. They were inauspicious omens. During the ancient era, a powerhouse invented this Ketu Rahu chop. If the two blood swords do not see blood, they will never disappear. Several of the older cultivators in the crowd could make out the name of this move. They were all startled. The Ketu Rahu chop was a famous evil move from the ancient era. If it did not see blood, it would not return. However, once it saw blood, even if it was just a small wound, it would suck the cultivator it struck dry. After executing this move, Long Fei's fair face flushed somewhat. Clearly, something was wrong with his complexion. Cracks appeared in the bone fan in Long Fei's hand before it shattered and turned to dust. When Long Fei saw this, his heart ached. Every time he executed this Ketu Rahu chop, not only did it exhaust his blood chi, but it also required the sacrifice of a king-grade secret treasure. The price was extremely high. However, once he executed it, the number of people who could survive within the same cultivation realm could be counted on one hand. When Xiao Chen saw the two blood swords, he felt an extreme sense of danger. Before he could think, the blood swords had already arrived before him. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, brushing past them. However, before Xiao Chen could catch his breath, the blood swords turned around and charged at Xiao Chen again. Xiao Chen executed the Thunder Dragon steps to its limits. Riding on two lightning dragons, Xiao Chen danced in the air, moving so fast that one could not even see his shadow. In one breath, Xiao Chen changed directions more than 100 times. However, he still could not dodge the two blood swords. When Wei Hua saw this scene, he could not help but laugh. He said softly, "What a great Long Fei! To think that he hid so deeply that even I did not know." The Ketu Rahu chop is silent. Unexpectedly, it is 100 times more ruthless than me. The various cultivators could not help but frown. The Ketu Rahu chop was infamous. To think that someone actually managed to practice this evil move. Now, Xiao Chen was in big trouble. Kasi. Xiao Chen dropped a few secret treasures and the life bestowal spells clones, trying to block the blood swords. However, the blood swords chopped through the secret treasures and clones, showing no signs of stopping. Do not turn back until blood is shed. Die when blood is shed. Long Fei rubbed his temples, and his flushed face recovered somewhat. As he looked at Xiao Chen, who was helpless despite all his schemes, a faint smile appeared on his face. Metamorphosis from a cocoon to a butterfly, undergoing a nirvanic rebirth. This was the best opportunity to defeat Xiao Chen. Otherwise, when Xiao Chen slowly perfected his flawless Tao, his chances of defeating Xiao Chen in the future would diminish. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen ran into Long Fei. If not for Long Fei, he might have become an unprecedented sovereign martial emperor who could rival the Qing emperor. Unfortunately, there were no ifs in this world. It was time to end this. Xiao Chen raised his head and looked at the two ominous stars in the starry heavens. Then, he turned his head back to avoid the blood swords rushing over. Now, he understood something. Heaven and earth were heartless, but they could not bear to do so. Nothing was absolute. There was always a chance of survival. The Ketu Rahu chop would not turn back until blood was shed. Die when blood was shed. This was a result that could not be avoided. Everything had its own reason for existence. There had to be a reason why the two blood swords could chase after him. If Xiao Chen guessed right, the reason was outside the starry heavens on the Ketu Rahu star. Under the starlight, there was nowhere to hide. As long as the light of the Ketu Rahu star continued shining, he would never be able to dodge. After thinking this, Xiao Chen came up with a countermeasure. If night was no longer, the starlight would disappear. Just as the two blood swords were about to charge over again, Xiao Chen spun around, and a light flashed on his forehead. A purple talisman soared into the sky. Burn, immortal will of thunder. A strand of flame shot out from Xiao Chen's fingertip and landed on the talisman. Pu Si. The purple talisman burned, illuminating the surroundings. The higher it rose, the brighter the light became. The vast magic energy in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness burned continuously, providing this purple lightning talisman with an endless supply of energy. When the fireball tore through the sky instantly lit up. It was a wondrous feeling. One could see the night recede like the receding tide in one's hand. The blurry silhouette on the other side gradually appeared in front of you as the curtain of night faded away. Chapter 889. The blazing sun shone brightly, and Xiao Chen stood below it. When the light illuminated the entire dragonwood star, the uneasy feeling in his heart immediately vanished. It's morning already? Using his own will to light up the sky, this Xiao Chen really has deep heavenly sage laws. I understand now. Xiao Chen is trying to flip day and night, suppressing the power of the starlight to its weakest point. In the end, the Katerhachop uses the nine heavens astral art as its foundation. It would be hard not to be affected. However, this light practically illuminated the entire dragonwood star. The drain is too great. Is Xiao Chen not afraid of dying from exhaustion? The blazing sun was piercing to the eyes. Several people were not used to the change from night to day. They squinted slightly, shocked by Xiao Chen's generosity. With a raise of his hand, Xiao Chen flipped day and night. How many people could have such boldness, daring to use their own will to light up a star? He gently waved his sleeves, and the two blood swords flying at him were swept aside. Then, they flew around chaotically in the air. In a moment of carelessness, an unlucky corpse race cultivator got struck by the blood swords. Before this corpse race cultivator could even cry out miserably, he was sucked dry, leaving only his skin behind. This sight was horrifying. This Katerhachop was too vicious. The mysterious phenomenon of the falling snow drifting song and the zither and flute playing together weakened and turned blurry under the illumination of the sunlight. The starlight disappeared, and the zither and flute's music sounded like mournful music, lingering in the air. The scholar Long Fei's expression changed slightly. He had not expected Xiao Chen to use such a tyrannical method to suppress his nine heavens astral art and resolve the situation of the Katerhachop. How arrogant! Do you really think that you can flip day and night, covering the sky with a flip of your hand? The nine brilliance star venerates have boundless divine strength. Respect my will and break the sky with a flick of my finger. Long Fei shouted ferociously and formed hand seals. The starlight behind him gathered into 9 crystalline star venerates. These 9 brilliant star venerates represented the Katerhu star, the Wuji star, the flame star, the greenwood star, the heavenly water star, the void earth star, the storm star, and the snowdrift star. Every one of them was born at the same time as the Kunlun realm. They were comparable to the sun, the moon, and the other famous stars. There were many martial techniques and cultivation techniques that could draw on the power of the stars. These 9 stars were the object of worship. The 9 heavenly astral art was one of the best. It was the cornerstone secret of the Myriad Star Gate, an ancient sovereign martial sect. Long Fei wanted to use the power of these 9 star venerates deity statues to instantly break Xiao Chen's sky-covering move. Star Xiao and Chen in Chen in. Chen in Chen would be the sky. Long and bright, and would Chen would in with day. He would in with day. And. The sun is merciless. The bright moon is flawless. The sun and the moon shine together. Long Fei, do you really dare to compete with the sun and the moon with your starlight? Xiao Chen shouted at Long Fei as he took a step forward in the air. When Xiao Chen stepped forward, the sea below churned continuously. It seemed like it could not withstand Xiao Chen's rage. The sun and the moon appearing together. Unexpectedly, there is such a miraculous scene. This Xiao Chen is too horrifying. Before the radiance of the sun and the moon, Long Fei's 9 astral stars art is indeed like a grain of rice. How unfortunate. To think that Xiao Chen managed to reverse the night and make the sun and moon appear at the same time, suppressing such a powerful cultivation technique. The sun is yang, and the moon is yin. Xiao Chen being able to perfectly combine the light of the sun and the moon might have something to do with his newly comprehended flawless saber Dao. Flawless, flawless, flawless. This sun and moon shining together is truly flawless. Long Fei, you probably don't have a chance anymore. When Xiao Chen raised his hand, day and night reversed. Then he waved his hand again, and the sun and moon shone together. These two moves of Xiao Chen's were truly shocking. No one had ever heard of someone using a martial technique like this before. When Long Fei was questioned by Xiao Chen, he immediately felt like the entire world was pushing him aside, mocking him for overestimating himself. He was just a grain of rice, and yet he dared to compete with the sun and the moon. This was not an illusion but a genuine suppression of power. Right now, Xiao Chen could materialize the sun and the moon. With a flip of his hand, he could control day and night, completely grasping the power of dragon with stars' heavenly Tao. If Xiao Chen did not allow the light of the stars to appear, the world would naturally push Long Fei aside. If Xiao Chen shouted that the other party dared to compete with the sun and the moon, the world would naturally mock Long Fei. Long Fei vomited a mouthful of blood. Xiao Chen had forced the 9 astral stars art to the point where it could no longer circulate. This was the first time someone had used such a tyrannical method to scatter the 9 astral stars art. Good. Xiao Chen, I have repeatedly raised my estimate of your strength. However, I discovered that I still underestimated you. Long Fei wiped away the blood at the corner of his lips. His fair skin no longer had any trace of blood. Suddenly, a beam of white light shot out from his forehead, and a 2-meter-long trident appeared in his hand. The instant the white light appeared, a destructive aura spread out. Kasi. White bones appeared around Long Fei's body one after another: sternum, ribs, calf bones, wrists and arms. Under the silk-like light, the bones quickly stitched together, forming a massive set of white bone armor that protected Long Fei. A pale white flame burned in the white bones' eye sockets. The massive set of white bones seemed to be alive. The lower jaw of the skull-like head was open, looking very sinister. White bone dermic aspect. Xiao Chen exclaimed softly when he saw the skeleton completely stitched together. He had heard of this white bone dermic aspect before. It was said that it was a cultivation technique created by the corpse race's white bone monarch, the white bone technique. When cultivated to the 10th layer, it would form an avatar. This was not a simple avatar, but a complete life. If the main body died, the avatar would not be destroyed and could still be resurrected. Furthermore, the dermic aspect's battle prowess was not low. It had all sorts of wondrous uses. For example, when it attached itself to Long Fei, his defense, attack, speed, and aura would all increase by 2 or 3 times. While the others were exclaiming about the white bone dermic incarnation, Xiao Chen fixed his gaze on the trident in Long Fei's hand, which contained a boundless state of destruction. For some reason, this trident gave him a very familiar feeling. Long Fei held the trident with one hand and casually waved it. The white bone dermic aspect also made a corresponding move. Immediately, a small dragon-like black aura began to revolve in the trajectory of the trident. Xiao Chen, if you think that you can sit back and relax after breaking my 9 heavenly astral art, then you are gravely mistaken. After all, Long Fei am the white bone sovereign's descendant. This white bone dermic aspect is my true trump card. Xiao Chen formed hand seals and retracted them. The blazing sun in the sky descended and turned into a purple talisman floating quietly above his head. Night fell once again. Only the bright moon did not set, shining brightly like fire. That's exactly what I wanted. If you only have this much ability, you are not fit to be the whetstone for my flawless saber Dao. Make your move. This Xiao will keep you company at any time. Xiao Chen's white clear wind robes fluttered, and his long hair fluttered, revealing the light blue Neptune headscarf. His delicate facial features gave off a sharp light that radiated from every angle of his body. Long Fei took a step forward. It was only a short step, but the huge white bone dermic aspect could already attack Xiao Chen. The trident thrust out gently, heading for Xiao Chen's forehead. Dang! Xiao Chen did not move back. He pointed with his right hand, and a cold saber light flickered. The tip of his finger was a saber light condensed from sparks. When it clashed with the trident, it gave off a melodious clang. The chi of ruin on the trident seemed to be able to destroy everything. It wanted to destroy that electric light with brute force. The white bone dermic aspect opened its mouth and let out a dull roar as it pressed down. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. He had the immortal will of thunder. It was called immortal. Naturally, he would not let you destroy it so easily, even if it was your will of ruin. The purple talisman above his head descended, and a beam of light encased Xiao Chen. Then he took another step forward. Instead of retreating, he advanced and pushed hard. Unexpectedly, Long Fei and the huge white bone dermic aspect were pushed into the air by Xiao Chen's finger. I finally understand how you obtained this trident of yours. You actually refined the annihilation throne into a bone weapon. When Xiao Chen's finger came into contact with the trident, the red and black thrones in his sea of consciousness immediately spun excitedly, nearly leaping out. How could Xiao Chen not understand? At this moment, Long Fei's expression completely changed. He was somewhat astonished as he exclaimed, "Throne! You have a throne on you as well. I want this bone weapon forged from the ruined throne." Xiao Chen smiled, and a grave expression appeared in his eyes. Even if he had to use his magic skills as a trump card, he had to obtain this ruined throne. Long Fei's expression recovered. He smiled coldly and said, "You are really arrogant. You have not even drawn your saber yet, and you still want to take my ruined trident. You'd better let me take your throne." Dark Underworld Bone Flame. The white bone dermic aspect opened its mouth and spat out a black flame at Xiao Chen. Amidst the flames, there was a strong chill. Wherever it passed, the dust in the air would be frozen into ice flowers. Xiao Chen could not dodge in time. His hand came in contact with it. The cold qi immediately penetrated his skin and permeated his blood. Then, it surged forward and sealed Xiao Chen's entire left arm in ice. What a tyrannical flame! By the time Xiao Chen reacted and used his law energy to block this flame, his right arm was already covered in frost. Many ice flowers bloomed, absorbing the life force in Xiao Chen's right arm. Long Fei laughed loudly and said, "This dark underworld bone flame is ranked 6th among the inattributed flames. I obtained it after a narrow escape from death in the 9 layers of hell. Xiao Chen, this arm of yours is completely crippled." Right after Long Fei said that, he swung the trident through the air. The huge white bone dermic aspect raised the trident image and did the same thing as Long Fei, chopping down at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's momentum was heavy. The trident created a strong, destructive wind that blew to both sides, forming a rapidly spinning storm. Space seemed like it would tear at any moment as a destructive aura surged out. Xiao Chen tapped his left shoulder with his right hand, and the Lunar True Flame's origin flame in his left eye flowed out from his fingertip. When it touched the ice flowers, they shattered. The Lunar True Flame absorbed the strand of dark underworld bone flame in his right arm. Xiao Chen's Lunar True Flame was formed by using a strand of Lunar True Flame that did not contain any origin flame to devour other inattributed flames. Chapter 890. It was far from the true Lunar True Flame of the world. However, after consuming the extreme Yin flame and the Netherworld flame, its origin flame was already the size of a soybean. No matter what, it would have some might. Furthermore, it was ranked much higher than the Netherworld bone flame. Naturally, it was not difficult for it to easily absorb a strand of the Netherworld bone flame. You have quite a few good things on you. Coincidentally, my Lunar True Flame needs to advance. Watch as I take out your Netherworld bone flame's origin flame later. Xiao Chen moved his arms freely. He smiled faintly and clenched his right hand into a fist. Then he punched at the incoming trident. He used the myriad Heaven Divine Fist deities' descending secret technique, gathering veritable essence energy, magic energy, and vital chi, erupting with tenfold combat prowess. Bang! The white bone dermic incarnation with a ferocious aura was knocked back. It spun in the air and fell towards the sea. "Didn't you want to see my saber? I'll show you what my saber is now." With a cold snort, Xiao Chen executed Thunder Dragon steps and chased after the falling Long Fei at an even faster speed. A bright light burst forth from Xiao Chen's body. Instantly, the sharpest saber in the world, flawless, came out of its scabbard. Using my palm as a saber, my feet as a saber, my wrist as a saber, my hair as a saber, my body as a saber, I am the saber, and the saber is me. This saber was called flawless. This Dao was perfect and flawless. In an instant, Shao Chen closed in on Long Fei and formally executed his flawless saber Dao. Sharp fist lights filled with saber edges. Unparalleled leg shadows filled with saber edges. 3,000 strands of hair fell like a waterfall filled with saber edges. What Long Fei saw, what his ears heard, and what his body felt, he felt like thousands upon thousands of sabers were attacking him relentlessly. All sorts of tricky sabers flew at him, making him unable to imagine the trajectory of these sabers. That place was a sea of sabers, a world of sabers. Saber domain. Such a scene made several of the old men in the surrounding sky exclaim involuntarily. Aside from the boundless sabers, only Long Fei's white bone-dermic incarnation remained, doing its best to fight with the sabers. Saber domain, the domain of the saber. Once it is executed, it is filled with the sharpness of a saber, able to break through all techniques. After being trapped, no matter how powerful the enemy is, after suffering the pain of 1,000 cuts, they will die. A genius bladesman like Feng Xingxing nearly lost his cool and cried out, "Saber domain." That was a domain that only the legendary ancient saber monarchs could execute. It required exceptional talent for the saber to comprehend. Currently, there were not many famous saber emperors. There were almost none who could use a saber domain. However, there were a few experts who could use a sword domain. Could it really be a saber domain? After a while, the grave Feng Xingxing heaved a sigh of relief. He said, "Fortunately, it is not a saber domain. It is just my body as a saber, turning everything I touch into a saber. It is very similar to the legendary saber domain, but there is an essential difference." However, Bai Wuxue sighed and said, "Feng Xingxing, it is too early for you to relax. This is not a saber domain, but it clearly has the vague form of a saber domain. Given this fellow's talent, he will definitely be able to comprehend it. In the future, if you see him execute a saber domain, don't be shocked." Feng Xingxing appeared distracted for a while. Then, he could not help smiling bitterly. It looks like I am deceiving myself and others. I am not as thorough as Brother Bai. You are probably going to lose your bet with Shao Chen." Bai Wuxue had a complicated expression. However, he also heaved a sigh of relief. He said, "There will always be a time to settle all grudges and grudges. If I lose this time, I will be able to let go of the obsession in my heart. This might not be a bad thing for me. There are many people stronger than me in this world. The sons of the 3 holy masters are stronger than me, and Juanxi is stronger than me, and those newly born geniuses of the ancient races are stronger than me. Why should I take it to heart that Shao Chen is stronger than me? He is just putting on a show and refusing to admit defeat. Brother Feng, do me a favor." Feng Xingxing said with a strange expression, "Please speak." A jade strip flew towards Feng Xingxing. Bai Wuxue stretched out his hand and caught it. He said, "This contains the snow race inheritance that Shao Chen wants. Will you please help me pass it on?" Feng Xingxing grasped the jade strip and said, "The match is not over yet. Brother Bai, why are you leaving before you finish looking? I am already 30 years old. I became famous at a young age. Along the way, I have been fighting. It is not that I have seen too little. Rather, I have seen too much. However, I still cannot see through it. I am going into closed-door cultivation. If I cannot see through it, I will not come out. I will just pretend that I do not have a name in this world. Whatever bloody age of geniuses has nothing to do with me." Bai Wuxue. Snowflakes drifted down and landed on the surface of the sea, forming a path of ice and snow. Bai Wuxue walked on the waves. It was as Bai Wuxue said. Even after a long time, Feng Xingxing did not hear any news of him. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on the shocking battle between Shao Chen and Long Fei. No one paid attention to Bai Wuxue, who walked on the waves in the wind and snow. Long Fei, who was surrounded by boundless saber lights, did not appear. He did not collapse as everyone expected. Instead, the white bone dermic incarnation materialized 1,000 arms and sent out a destructive aura, not willing to admit defeat. When Xiaochen made a bet with Xiaochen, whoever gave out first would be the loser. My 1,000 Hands white bone dermic incarnation originates from a mysterious Buddhist sect secret technique. The white bone dermic incarnation is the predecessor of the 10,000 Hands Buddha. My energy is boundless. You are using your body as a saber, materializing the flawless saber Tao. You are going to be disappointed if you want to grind me to death. At this moment, Long Fei's dermic incarnation looked very dignified. He ignored the bloody wounds on his body as he brandished his 1,000 arms, clashing wildly with Xiaochen, who had already turned into boundless saber lights. The shockwaves of the two's battle on the surface of the sea grew increasingly wider. The seawater surged, and unrecoverable gorges appeared in the vast and boundless sea. It was like the ground had split open, an incredible sight. Once Long Fei's 1,000 Hands white bone dermic incarnation unfolded, it immediately knocked back Xiaochen's advantage, resulting in a stalemate. The battle continued. However, time seemed to freeze forever. That bright moon illuminated the sky. Its light did not scatter. How could night leave? As the bright moon did not scatter, the spectators could not help but have a vague sense of time. They did not know how long the two had been fighting already. Was it one night, one day, or even more days and nights? Xiaochen had already forgotten the initial purpose of this battle. He only felt extremely carefree. His mind was filled with information and inspiration about the flawless saber Tao. Suddenly, he remembered the 4-season saber technique that he once cultivated. The 4-season saber technique grew without end, cycling without end. If he executed it with his flawless saber Tao, he could definitely grind down this 1,000 Hands white bone dermic incarnation with boundless energy. Once Xiaochen thought of it, he immediately executed it. Using the boundless state of the flawless saber Tao, he executed the 4 seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter at the same time. Immediately, 4 different scenes appeared on the 4 sides of the 1,000 Hands white bone dermic incarnation. One side was like a spring breeze with peach blossoms blooming. One side was like a blazing sun burning the land. One side was like a gentle autumn wind, causing leaves to fall from the branches. One side was covered in pure white snow, freezing the land for 500 kilometers around. Each side was a saber. Compared to the countless sabers earlier, there were only 4 sabers now. The sabers were named Spring, Summer, Autumn, and Winter. Flawless 4 seasons, cycle endlessly. Good. Xiaochen said, good, 3 times in his heart. He was the one who created this 4-season saber technique in the first place. Flawless 4 seasons was compatible with the flawless saber Tao. Unexpectedly, it went unexpectedly smoothly, allowing him to execute it perfectly. Long Fei's expression slowly turned frustrated. He discovered that the 4 seasons continued endlessly, vaguely resonating with the supreme cycle of the great Tao. Unexpectedly, it showed no intention of stopping. Damn it! 1,000 Hands white bone dermic incarnation, explode! Seeing that he was slowly being suppressed, Long Fei roared ferociously. The dermic incarnation of the 1,000 Hands white bone dermic incarnation swelled continuously. Then, without giving Xiaochen any time to react, it exploded. Unexpectedly, Long Fei chose to explode his dermic incarnation. This was a decisive technique that dealt 1,000 damage to the enemy and 800 damage to oneself. Bang! The 1,000 Hands white bone dermic incarnation exploded, and the aura of destruction immediately reached its peak. In an instant, the peach blossoms fell, the blazing sun was extinguished, the autumn wind blew, and the white snow melted. The flawless 4 seasons was destroyed just like that. Wounds covered Long Fei's body. Blood flowed from his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears, making him look extremely horrifying. He no longer had the elegance of a scholar. Long Fei looked at Xiaochen, who was also in a sorry state, his physical body cracked. Then, he laughed loudly and said, "My white bone dermic incarnation only needs to recuperate for a month before the 1,000 Hands Buddha statue, and it will recover. From the very start, I was undefeatable. Even if I do not have much vital chi now, you are like a dried-up lamp. You cannot do anything to me. In the end, this match ends in a draw. Xiao Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his lips. However, he discovered that he could not wipe it all off. His heart and lungs were torn apart. Without recuperating, he would not be able to recover temporarily. The self-detonation of the white-bone dermic incarnation was horrifying in the first place. Furthermore, the will of destruction from the trident reached its peak. Xiao Chen took the brunt of it and was indeed significantly injured. Unexpectedly, Long Fei still had such a ruthless move. However, this Long Fei was too naive to think of a draw. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Look up at the sky. Do you not notice anything wrong?" Long Fei's expression changed. When he looked up, he saw the bright moon in the sky, perfect and flawless. It was even more beautiful than any of the bright moons he had seen before. That's not right. Although I did not pay attention to the fight with him, at the very least, one night has passed. Why is the sky not bright yet? Do you find it strange that the sky is not bright yet? Let this bright moon, which has been preparing for you for a long time, tell you. With a flip of my hand, I can make the night disappear. With a flip of my hand, I can make the sun not rise. Xiao Chen pointed, and boundless moonlight gathered at Xiao Chen's fingertip, forming a flawless blade that shot out. Long Fei wanted to dodge but found that there was nowhere to hide. Flawless bright moon. This world is filled with moonlight. Where can you hide? Kasi. Long Fei was instantly chopped in half. His life force started to fade quickly. Xiao Chen opened his hand and grabbed the trident in the other party's hand. It had been too long. Looking at the dissipating bright moon, some people could not react. They thought that Xiao Chen had absorbed all the moonlight from the real bright moon and scattered it. Unexpectedly, they felt pity for it. However, when the bright moon disappeared, they looked up and saw that there was actually another bright moon in the sky. Everyone's vision blurred, thinking that they were in a dream. After a while, they understood that this was the real bright moon. The battle between Xiao Chen and Long Fei lasted from night to dawn, and then to night again. Chapter 891. This battle was like a dream. If not for the White-Bone Sovereign's descendant, Long Fei, with his body split in half, some people might have thought that it was a dream. Xiao Chen dragged his weak body and took advantage of the moment when Long Fei's life force was fading to infuse his spiritual sense into the trident. He erased Long Fei's spiritual mark and carved his own spiritual mark deeply into it. A feeling of fatigue appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. The bright moon hung high in the sky, storing up a lot of energy. However, the magic energy in his sea of consciousness was nearly depleted. Xiao Chen endured the dizziness and discomfort as he quickly imprinted his spiritual mark into the trident. As Long Fei's spiritual mark roared in dissatisfaction, the imprint finally succeeded. Without saying anything more, Xiao Chen withdrew the trident into his sea of consciousness. Then he turned around and retreated, going as far as he could. Most genius cultivators with a large sect behind them would have a martial emperor's will clone inserted into them. Although there was only one chance, Xiao Chen could not be sure whether Long Fei had used it or not. Long Fei's life force was already very weak after being split in half. However, he was a martial sage and cultivated some secret techniques. His brain was not destroyed, so he was not completely dead. If a sovereign martial emperor arrived, it was entirely possible to save Xiao Chen. Kasi. Right after Xiao Chen retreated, a bone spike pierced through the afterimage he left behind. However, the afterimage did not scatter. When one looked carefully, this bone spike, which did not reveal much of its sharpness, actually pinned Xiao Chen's afterimage to space. It truly pierced through space. You run really fast. I would be too embarrassed to make a move against a junior like you a second time. Take care. A figure of light came out from Long Fei's forehead. Its appearance was indistinguishable, but one could hear a suppressive voice. The moment the voice rang out, all the cultivators present, including Xiao Chen, could not endure that pressure. They all bent over and prostrated themselves. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Water splashed everywhere. Several cultivators whose cultivations were too low could not endure the pressure and fell into the sea. White Bone King of the Corpse God Palace. This is a will clone of his. It is too strong, too strong. This is a sovereign martial emperor, inexplicably strong. I cannot resist him at all. If he wanted to kill me, he would not even need to lift a finger. The White Bone King's will avatar stretched out a clump of bloody light and slowly connected the two halves of Long Fei's corpse. Sovereign martial emperors already cultivated an undying body. Their understanding of the secrets of the physical body had already reached an inconceivable level. It was not strange for such a wondrous scene to come from a sovereign martial emperor. However, even if a sovereign martial emperor made a move and saved his life, Long Fei would need at least half a year to recover. Of course, although he didn't gain as much comprehension as Xiao Qin, he still benefited a lot from this battle. After half a year of cultivation, he would probably make great progress. The scarlet light turned into a cocoon, and the White Bone Sovereign's will clone carried Long Fei, who was in the scarlet cocoon. Then, it turned into a beam of light and flew into the universe, ignoring this matter. Huang Pufeng heaved a sigh of relief and said loudly, "Goodbye, White Bone King." The factions of the Bushin Palace also sent off the White Bone Sovereign respectfully in unison. No matter what, the White Bone Sovereign still had the air of a senior. He did not vent his anger on the others because of Long Fei's miserable state. In that case, there would not be any changes to the bet between Xiao Qin, Long Fei, and Wei Hua. Clearly, these major characters did not intend to participate in these small fights. Furthermore, while the juniors of the corpse race and the human race were fighting to the death, the upper echelons of the two sides might be chatting happily, discussing how to go on experiential training in the starry heavens or exchanging their comprehensions on cultivation. The 5 major races of the Kunlun realm had an explosive number of people, more than 10 billion. Although it was hard to become an Emperor Wu, there would be a few Emperor Wu in less than 200 years. Furthermore, Emperor Wu could live for at least 2,000 years. As of now, there were many Emperor Wu in the Kunlun realm. The truly rare ones were sovereign martial emperors. As of now, there were no more than 20 known sovereign martial emperors. At such a level, it would be hard for them to have any deep grudges or hatred. Most things could be resolved through discussion. Wei Hua showed a sullen expression as he waved his hand hatefully. The corpse race will keep its promise. 3 days from now, we will leave the 2 resource stars that we occupied. Let's go. Wei Hua led the corpse race cultivators and a large group of demonic corpses away in a somewhat sorry state. On this trip to Dragonwood Star, they had suffered a double loss. Not only did they not achieve their goal of plundering, but they also lost 2 resource stars that they occupied. This was a heavy loss. The Muddy Sky Gate was here to fish in troubled waters in the first place. Given the current situation, there were no benefits to reap or a good show to watch. Then, Qi Wuxue looked at the people of Bushin Palace, who all had malicious gazes. He chuckled. Naturally, he would not remain here for long. Xiao Qin, Qi Wuxue, admire you greatly. You truly live up to your reputation as a descendant of the Qing Emperor. When you have time in the future, come to the Primal Chaos Domain's Muddy Sky Gate as a guest. I, Qi Wuxue, will definitely host a banquet and put on a grand show. After saying that, Qi Wuxue led the group of Muddy Sky Gate cultivators away on the King Grade warship. If they did not leave now, the people of Bushin Palace might get angry and send them flying. If that happened, they would not be able to leave even if they wanted to. 3 days later, Bushin Palace successfully took over 2 resource stars. The news of Xiao Chen's 2 consecutive victories, defeating the Iron Hand Sovereign, the Underworld Fire Sovereign, and the White Bone Sovereign, reached the upper echelon of Bushin Palace. According to the agreement, Xiao Chen had obtained 1 million military merits. Furthermore, he had found out the spies and killed some corpse race martial sages and various demonic corpses. His total military merits reached more than 1.5 million. However, Xiao Chen did not attend the distribution of military merits at the headquarters. Firstly, he was recuperating, so it was not convenient for him to go. Secondly, Huang Pufeng would not be able to reward Xiao Chen with this amount of military merits. No matter how much Huang Pufeng gave him, it would not be worth 1.5 million military merits. However, after the distribution, Huangpu Feng met with Xiao Chen alone and symbolically gave him 1,000,000 astral coins, some black patterned gold, heavenly wind grass, and other specialties of dragonwood star. At the same time, he also gave Xiao Chen a piece of news. 3 months from now, Bushin Palace will hold a king conferral ceremony at the headquarters of the Haotian Star. At that time, they will carve out a province in the Tianwu domain as your territory. Of course, there will be other rewards as well. After Xiao Chen heard that, a smile appeared on his pale face. Xiao Chen did not care about the other benefits. As long as he could get a province, he would have profited greatly. In the future, when he established the Dragon's Gate, he would not have to worry about a place to build his foundation. However, Xiao Chen did not know which province they would carve out for him. He hoped that it would not be an overly desolate land. There were several desolate and uninhabited places in the Tianwu domain. Firstly, there were no resources. Secondly, there were no people. He would have to start from scratch. That would be too tiring. However, this did not matter. What Xiao Chen cared about was land. Although the Kunlun realm was vast, there were plenty of desolate lands. However, if you really wanted to find a place without an owner, it would be almost impossible. Even an abandoned place would have a nominal owner. These people were not people to offend. If Xiao Chen was not careful, he might end up in big trouble. This Xiao would like to ask Lord Huangpu a question. Can you tell me who the current palace master of my Bushin Palace is? The Bushin Palace was made up of the various large sects of the Tianwu domain. Among them, the 3 holy masters held absolute leadership. However, Xiao Chen had heard that the palace master was not one of the 3 holy masters. Huangpu Feng smiled and said, "The palace master has not made an official appearance for several thousand years already. You juniors might not know this, but that is normal. Right now, the palace master of the Bushin Palace is a powerful sovereign martial emperor of the same generation as the Qing Emperor, the Thunder and Lightning Palace's Thunder King. So it is him. That makes sense. With such a person as the strongest human expert to keep the 3 holy masters in check, it would be best for him to be the palace master of the Bushin Palace. The Thunder King was from the same generation as the Qing Emperor. Now, he was close to 10,000 years old. His strength was unfathomable. It was because of him that the human race could barely withstand the immense pressure from the deity race. Since he was from the same generation as the Qing Emperor, Xiao Chen wondered if this Thunder King had any friendship with the Qing Emperor. If he did, he should be able to attend this king conferral ceremony without worrying too much. He would not have to fear the 3 holy masters too much. When Xiao Chen had time, he would see if he could get some information from the Haotian martial emperor. After Huangpu Feng left, a light flashed on Xiao Chen's forehead, and a trident appeared in his hand. He revealed a smile in his eyes. For the time being, the greatest benefit of this trip was the Trident of Destruction. Unexpectedly, the ruined throne could be refined into something else. This broadened Xiao Chen's train of thought. Could the Massacre Throne and the Death Throne be refined into weapons as well? Clearly, if they were refined into weapons, the thrones would be able to bring out greater might. It was a very simple example. When fighting with others, would you be able to bring out the power of a throne or a weapon? The answer was obvious. A weapon was a lethal weapon, and a throne was a precious weapon. If one wanted to bring out the will within it and bring out greater might, it would be more practical to refine it into a weapon. Furthermore, the shape of the throne was just the surface. It did not affect the state it represented. After thinking about this, Xiao Chen already had an answer in his heart. It would be better to refine the throne into a weapon. However, Xiao Chen had sworn that if he could not resurrect Ao Jiao, he would not use another saber. Furthermore, now that Xiao Chen was using his body as a saber, he did not need a physical saber. He was the saber. It would be better to refine the throne into another weapon. Xiao Chen did not think about this for now. He put away the ruined trident and took out a jade strip with a flip of his hand. The contents of the jade strip were the snow race's inheritance that Xiao Chen was interested in. The snow race could be considered a strong ancient race. They had uncanny control over the power of ice and snow. Xiao Chen had heard that several ancient races had powerful geniuses recently. He wondered if the snow race had such geniuses as well. Xiao Chen sent his spiritual sense into the jade strip and closed his eyes. Then, he started to carefully comprehend the information in it. The information in the jade strip was as vast as the sea. It talked about the origins of ice and snow, how to control ice and snow, and how to grasp ice and snow. Xiao Chen cultivated the will of thunder. He could not waste time cultivating the will of ice and snow again. The information in the jade strip could only be used as a reference. However, the winter saber in the flawless 4 seasons touched on the ice Dao. Xiao Chen could use the knowledge in the jade strip to complete his winter saber. Chapter 892. When Xiao Chen opened his eyes, he looked at the time in the room. He had spent 2 days on this comprehension. With a thought, snowflakes drifted around Xiao Chen. The cold qi in the room plummeted as if winter had arrived. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand, and light flickered. The snow became a saber, and a cold wind blew. Xiao Chen took a deep breath, and a bright light appeared in his eyes. All the snowflakes suddenly surrounded him and started spinning. It was like thousands of people practicing the saber in the snow. Saber lights flashed, cold winds blew, and snow flew everywhere. Xiao Chen smiled faintly, revealing a satisfied expression. This winter snow saber was finally complete. Using the state of ice and snow as a saber, these snowflakes filling the air were my saber. Xiao Chen stood up and stretched out his hand to catch a snowflake. Then, he placed it under his nose and gently sniffed it. His entire body felt cool. Xiao Chen caught the snowflake with 2 fingers and casually waved it. All the snowflakes in the room moved with him, forming an ice flower drifting about. When Xiao Chen scattered his law energy and stopped circulating the 4-season saber technique, the cold in the room disappeared. Only the ice flower remained, remaining eternally. As Xiao Chen paced around the room, he continued thinking. The flawless saber Dao, using the body as a saber and the thoughts as a saber, now had a general direction. However, the true moves were only flawless bright moon and flawless 4 seasons. Furthermore, they were adapted from the moves of the past. Xiao Chen had to comprehend a few more moves. However, this was a flash of inspiration. He could not force it. There are still 3 more moves for the myriad heaven divine fist. I have to find time to finish practicing them. As for the dragon subduing slash, there are still 10 more moves. I have to find time to completely refine them and merge them into my flawless saber Dao. Just as Xiao Chen was thinking this, the door suddenly opened. Xiao Xian, Jin Lin, and Lu Ku walked in. The instant the door opened, the crystalline ice flower drifted down towards the 3. Xiao Xian's eyes lit up, and she stretched out her hand to catch the ice flower. Hee, senior brother, your flower? Xiao Xian walked over and handed over the flower. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and waved his hand. I'll give it to you. It contains some of my comprehensions of the winter saber. At a critical moment, it might be able to save your life. When Xiao Xian heard that, she was overjoyed. She quickly expressed her thanks and carefully put the flowers into her universe ring. In the Battle of Dragonwood Star, under Xiao Chen's guidance, the 3 gained a lot of military merits. This was especially so for Jin Lin. As he said, he killed 10 superior-grade martial sages of the corpse race, 100 inferior-grade martial sages, and more than 1,000 monarch-grade demonic corpses. Xiao Chen's 100,000 military merits was no worse than Feng Xingxing's. Senior brother, how are your injuries? Now that there are no more battles on Dragonwood Planet, we have to hurry back to the Haotian sect, Jin Lin said. This time, Xiao Chen was severely injured. The white bone incarnation contained the will of destruction and was too close to him. If not for his rank 3 sage body, his internal organs would have ruptured, and he would have died. Let's go. If we do not make a move for half a month, we should be fine. If we run into any astral beasts along the way, we will have to rely on you, Xiao Chen said jokingly with a relaxed expression. Jin Lin patted his chest and said, Don't worry. Leave it to me, Jin Lin. Senior brother, rest assured and recuperate. When Xiao Chen left, he saw that the Haotian sect's juniors had already been waiting for a long time. When he saw this group of juniors who had gained something new, he felt deeply moved. Greetings, senior brother. When the group of juniors saw Xiao Chen come out, they immediately stood up and greeted him respectfully. Now, not only was Xiao Chen strong, but his demeanor had also won over this group of juniors, gaining their sincere worship. Xiao Chen opened his mouth and spat, and the Dragon's Gate's warship flew out. Everyone quickly leaped onto it. Standing at the bow, Xiao Chen raised his hand, and 18 sails rose up. Jets shot out from the stern, and the Dragon's Gate's warship flew into the starry heavens in its proudest manner. Xiao Chen felt some emotions in his heart. 10,000 years ago, the Dragon's Gate was not destroyed. He wondered if the Qing Emperor was like him today. Xiao Chen led the Dragon's Gate's disciples on the Dragon's Gate's warship. He led a group of proud people and his own glory to roam the universe. As the Dragon's Gate's warship went far away, 2 discordant golden figures appeared in the starry heavens. Based on their auras, they were actually the blue-robed emperors, far surpassing Xiao Chen's cultivation. He was conferred king for 1 million astral beasts, consecutively defeating the descendants of 3 sovereign martial emperors. The Divine Son's worries were right. This fellow is truly a strong rival of the Divine Son. After not appearing for 2 years, he became famous the moment he appeared. This fellow is really too high profile. Now that the chaos in the starry heaven Silver Lake is over, his fame from this battle will probably be no less than the Divine Son's. However, it will not be easy to kill him. The Divine Son probably wants the 2 of us to make a move because he wants to be cannon fodder. Back then, how could the Qing Emperor not have left any backup plans? If we could really kill him, there would be no need for us to make a move. Someone would have already lost their patience. It does not matter. Since the Divine Son erected a life deity statue for the 2 of us, in the future, when the Divine Son ascends to the God-King position, he will naturally condense a deity throne for us. Of the 3,000 deities, the 2 of us will definitely have a place. Let's make our move. Be fast and we might succeed. The Dragon's Gate's warship moved quickly through the starry heavens. Xiao Chen stood at the bow, admiring the strange scenery of the universe. Occasionally, he controlled the advanced ancient demonic energy cannons hidden in the dragon mouths to blast the asteroids in the way into pieces. Just at this moment, the eternally dark starry heavens suddenly became as bright as day, dazzling everyone's eyes. The light vanished in a flash, and the starry heavens turned pitch black once more. The junior generation disciples at the bow were all startled. However, there had always been countless strange sights in the universe. It was not strange for them to encounter such a thing. Seeing that nothing had happened after a while, they all relaxed and went back to their own business. Xiao Chen appeared calm as he looked at the sky. However, he felt somewhat shocked in his heart. What passed earlier was clearly a powerful bolt of electric light, several times stronger than the immortal lightning that the Thunder King left behind. Which senior expert just made a trip there? To think that he could easily light up the starry heavens of the universe. At the same time, in the palace where Di Wuk resided in the deity race nation of the Kunlun realm, the 2 god statues suddenly cracked, directly breaking into nothingness. The obsession and life energy hidden in the god statues completely vanished. Inside the palace, Tian Yushi, who was writing on a golden book, sighed gently on his gorgeous face. He said, "You should have guessed this ending long ago." The 2 quasi-gods died, and their life deity statues were destroyed as well. They did not even have a chance to revive. Have you thought of how to explain this to the deity sovereign? Di Wuk revealed a smile on his handsome face. He said, "I did not end up empty-handed. I finally know who is protecting him. I'll explain things to the deity sovereign. Give this person an invitation to the Heroes Convention as well." The Dragon's Gate's warship safely arrived at the Haotian Star after traveling for half a month without any surprises or danger. The Haotian sect disciples of Dragonwood Star were in the limelight. The news of Xiao Chen defeating 3 sovereign martial emperors in a row had already reached the Haotian sect. On the ground, the first elder, Han Qinghe, led a group of inner sect elders out to welcome the Dragon's Gate's warship. When the warship landed, Xiao Chen led 20 juniors down. Then he performed a cupped fist salute to the first elder and said, Xiao Chen did not fail in his mission. He did not embarrass the Haotian sect or the Haotian sect disciples. The group of elders all smiled happily. The matter of Dragonwood Star had already spread far and wide. Xiao Chen had allowed the Haotian sect to gain some face. Han Qinghe smiled and said, Jin Lin, bring your junior brothers and sisters and follow the elders to discuss the merits and rewards. The pavilion masters of the Refining Medicine Pavilion and the Equipment Forging Pavilion are all present. If you have any requests, just state them. The 20 juniors all revealed expressions of pleasant surprise. This was the first time someone casually raised a request. After saying a few words of consolation, Han Qinghe led Xiao Chen away alone to the inner hall of the main sect. However, he did not enter. A person sat in the inner hall. It was actually the Haotian emperor. Beside him was the vice sect master that Xiao Chen had met once before, a super expert with the cultivation of the blue-robed emperor. Xiao Chen was stunned. He had not expected that Han Qinghe would bring him to meet these two major characters. This was completely unexpected. Xiao Chen greets the sect master and the vice sect master. Xiao Chen bowed and performed a cupped fist salute, greeting these two true major characters of the Haotian sect. The Haotian emperor sized up Xiao Chen and felt very satisfied. He smiled warmly and said, "What a great air of a grandmaster. 2 years of thinking, bitter cultivation, and silent comprehension. It looks like you have undergone a complete transformation." Sect master overpraises me. Compared to the two senior sect masters, Xiao Chen's current accomplishments are nothing. If ordinary people praised him, he would be able to accept it without batting an eyelid. However, the Haotian emperor was rumored to be a major character not far from sovereign martial emperor. How could he accept the other party's praise? The vice sect master Aogu said, "This time, you made the Haotian sect famous. Your accomplishments in the starry heaven Silver Lake are even higher than those of your first senior sister, Shui Lingling. The sect master and I have to express our gratitude. If you have anything in particular that you want, you can mention it now." Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. There were many things that he wanted. However, what he urgently needed were some spirit herbs and spirit flowers for the later layers of the firmament body tempering art. Xiao Chen's current physical body had already surpassed the requirements for cultivating the firmament body tempering art. Unfortunately, the latter 5 layers of the firmament body tempering art required different spirit herbs for the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, the heart, liver, kidney, and stomach. These spirit herbs were not considered rare treasures. However, they were things that could only be found and not sought. Xiao Chen had searched for them a few times but had not succeeded, making him feel very depressed. "Many thanks to the two seniors for your kind intentions. Xiao Chen is indeed in urgent need of some things: heart-nourishing grass, bright yellow ganoderma, daylily grass, heavenly learning vine, and gilded fruit." The vice sect master Aogu muttered to himself for a while before saying, "These are spirit herbs for the 5 viscera. They are not too precious. It would be difficult for an ordinary person to find them. However, it is not difficult for us. Just wait for my news. I will get someone to deliver them to you in less than 5 days." Xiao Chen rejoiced in his heart. Given this, the firmament body tempering art's consummation was just around the corner. If Xiao Chen succeeded in cultivating the final 5 layers, it would be very difficult for his internal organs to be injured. He would not have to fear something like the white bone incarnation exploding again. The Haotian emperor smiled and said, "After this, we will discuss the matter of you being conferred king. At that time, the Bushan Palace will bestow you with a province. If you need the Haotian sect's help, you can ask at any time." Chapter 893. This could be considered a promise from the Haotian emperor. At the very least, if there was any trouble in that province in the future, the Haotian sect could be directly used. This was a rare opportunity. Xiao Chen took the opportunity to ask the 2 sect masters some questions about martial techniques. Furthermore, he asked about the Thunder King. However, the Haotian emperor was tight-lipped and did not reveal too much to Xiao Chen. Only after Xiao Chen left did the Haotian emperor's expression change slightly. He asked, "Aogu, what do you think of this Xiao Chen?" Aogu thought for a while before replying, "At such a young age, he already has the air of a grandmaster. If nothing unexpected happens, he might grow to the level of the Qing emperor back then." The Haotian emperor whispered, "The Thunder King made a move on his behalf." When Aogu heard this, his expression suddenly changed. He exclaimed, "Is that true? The Thunder King made a move?" The Thunder King was a powerful sovereign martial emperor of the same generation as the Qing Emperor. However, the Qing Emperor's brilliance was too great, causing the Haotian Emperor to overlook this person. It was only after the Qing Emperor died that the Thunder King made a move a few times, easily destroying a few deity race divine kings. Only then did the Haotian Emperor start to take this incredible major character seriously. However, the Thunder King had not made a move for many years already. He rarely even showed himself. The matters of the Bushan Palace had also been neglected for many years, handed over to the strongest Holy Lord, the Holy Lord Vermilion Bird. Everyone had nearly forgotten this name. Unexpectedly, the Thunder King made a move again. The Haotian Emperor nodded and said, "At our level, the news has already spread." With one bolt of heavenly lightning, he destroyed 2 of the deity race's blue-robed emperors. The deity race's deity sovereign did not say anything. Instead, he sent someone to apologize. It seems that the Qing Emperor really had a backup plan and asked this old friend for help. Aogu said, "However, the Thunder King doesn't have much time left in his lifespan. The Qing Emperor has been dead for over 10,000 years. For him to be able to live until now is already quite heaven-defying. The next 10,000 years tribulation should be coming soon." A sovereign martial emperor would go through a time tribulation every 1,000 years. If one did not die and lived for more than 10,000 years, they would die. Every 1,000 years, this tribulation was called the 10,000 lifespan tribulation, and each tribulation was harder than the last. A large part of the reason why the Thunder King was a legendary character was that he was the sovereign martial emperor who had undergone this tribulation the most times. The time tribulation was the harvest of the heavenly Tao on sovereign martial emperors. Normally, if one could clear it once, one would be lucky to not die. Someone who could clear it again and again was truly heaven-defying. The Thunder King was such a heaven-defying character. The Haotian Emperor said, "That is hard to say. The Thunder King is a living legend. From a certain point of view, he is even higher than the Qing Emperor. After all, he is still alive, but the Qing Emperor is already dead." Aogu thought of something and asked, "Sect Master, what do you mean?" The Haotian Emperor nodded and said, "That's right. What I mean is to tie the fate of the Haotian sect to Xiao Chen's. Back then I stood on his side. In the future I will stand on his side to the end." Aogu could not help but admire the Haotian Emperor's courage. Back then, the Qing Emperor had left behind many enemies. Despite the situation being unclear, Aogu chose to stand on Xiao Chen's side. Most Emperor Wu would not have had the courage to do so. However, if Xiao Chen really rose up, the Haotian sect would gain endless benefits. However, if it failed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Risk and opportunity coexisted. Only a truly bold person would dare to play this game of chess. The Thunder King's move gave the Haotian Emperor great confidence, allowing him to continue playing this game of chess. The Haotian Emperor also had his own goals. The human race needed a leader, and the Kunlun Great Realm needed a leader. He needed to complete the path that the Qing Emperor did not complete, to complete the path that the predecessors did not complete. The Haotian Emperor could not continue, but that did not mean that Xiao Chen could not. After Xiao Chen left the inner hall, he did not know that the Haotian Emperor had already decided to stand behind him because of the Thunder King's move. At this moment, Xiao Chen was preparing to use the space-time tunnel to return to the Kunlun continent's Haotian province. He had a mountain peak with a peak spirit vein there. He could use it to stabilize his cultivation and cultivate the firmament body tempering art to great perfection. "Ha! Junior brother Xiao Chen, you really made senior sister wait for a long time. That's not right. I should call you the white-robed king now. With 1 million military merits, you are the youngest conferred sovereign personage of the Bushan Palace." Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared before Xiao Chen at the corner of the corridor. When Xiao Chen saw who it was, he could not help but rejoice. He exclaimed, "First senior sister, why are you here?" That was right. The person who came was his first senior sister, Xue Lingling. After not seeing her for 2 years, she had become even more elegant. Her gentle face looked even more exquisite. When she smiled faintly, no one dared to look at her carefully. Beside the Haotian planet space-time tunnel, Xiao Chen and Shui Lingling casually sat under a lush spirit tree, chatting about their experiences. White-robed king. Who spread that nickname? I don't think I have a sovereign personage yet. Naturally, Xiao Chen found the white-robed king that Shui Lingling mentioned funny and helpless. Could it be that one had to be called such an unsophisticated name just because they wore white? Shui Lingling covered her mouth and smiled gently. I think that's pretty good. When the Bushan Palace conferred you a sovereign personage, you can go and fight for it. This sovereign personage sounds pretty nice. Oh right. This is a greeting gift for you. A crystalline silver flower petal with bubbles floating on it appeared in her palm. Then, Shui Lingling handed it to Xiao Chen and said, "This is a specialty of the starry heaven silver lake, the petals of the heavenly silver flower." Xiao Chen received the silver flower petal and looked at it silently. The silver flower petal looked incredibly fresh and tender. He could even see the pathways on the leaves clearly. Strands of glassy silver energy flowed rapidly within it. When Xiao Chen felt the energy contained in it, he was startled. Unexpectedly, this tiny silver flower petal contained vast and pure law energy. That was right. This was law energy, not some spiritual energy of the world. After one absorbed it, one would need to convert it into their own law energy. If one consumed it directly, one would not need to do anything, and one's law energy would increase by 10 to 20%. This was too precious. Such a natural treasure that could allow a martial sage to increase their cultivation was simply too precious. Shui Lingling could tell what Xiao Chen was worried about. She consoled him softly, "Just take it. The flower petal is only effective the first time. I already used it once. If I used it again, it would be a waste." Xiao Chen put away the flower petal. He could not help but feel somewhat embarrassed. Unexpectedly, he did not have any presentable gift on hand. Naturally, the most valuable thing in the universe ring was the 20 longevity fruits. However, Shui Lingling was still in her prime. She still had a long lifespan left. It would not be appropriate to give them away. There was also the lunar cassia flower in the immortal spirit ring. The lunar cassia flower was pretty good. Unfortunately, it was not as good as the heavenly silver flower. Xiao Chen could only make a mental note of this. In the future, when he obtained something good, he would return the favor. After undergoing experiential training in the starry heaven silver lake, Shui Lingling's current strength had already reached peak medial grade martial sage. She was only a step shy of advancing to superior grade martial sage. Shui Lingling's aura was even more withdrawn and drawn out. Her cultivation was not exaggerated at all. In fact, it was even more stable than Xiao Chen's. The sons of the three holy masters have not been conferred kingship, but you have. I received news that Xiao Hoju and Feng Wuji are very dissatisfied. I'm afraid that the king conferral ceremony will not be peaceful, Shui Lingling said when she thought of something. Xiao Chen leaned against a tree trunk as leaves drifted before him. When he heard this, he smiled and said, "I expected it long ago. What will come will come. I will wait for them." There is one more thing. Diwuk has decided to hold a heroes convention 2 years from now and erect a heroes monument. Right now, he is trying to gather all the outstanding talents of the younger generation. Heroes convention? What is Diwuk trying to do? Shui Lingling said cautiously, "Don't underestimate Diwuk. He is very ambitious. If the heroes convention can be held as scheduled, he will establish his supreme prestige and gather a vast amount of luck. Who in the world is a hero? Who dares to call themselves a hero? Since ancient times, no one had ever held a heroes convention. The reason was none other than the word hero being too heavy. If Xiao Chen really erected the heroes monument and carved the names of all the outstanding talents of this era on it, he would be able to gather a large amount of luck. Xiao Chen frowned and said, "His ambition is too blatant. What if others do not come?" Shui Lingling said helplessly, "This is his scheme. If you do not come, you will worry about others going. If someone else's name is carved on the hero's monument, you will suffer a great loss. If your name is not on the hero's monument, you will naturally be excluded." In the end, he is using his current prestige to gather luck, gathering all the geniuses of this era by his side. He is taking the initiative to become the only main character of this era. If you follow his wishes, you can be a supporting character. If you do not, you will not even be considered a supporting character when your name is not on the hero's monument. Xiao Chen looked into the distance and entered deep thought. Di Wuk was forcing him to a dead end. Given Xiao Chen's character, he naturally could not participate in the heroes' convention that Di Wuk held. However, if everyone in the world participated in this heroes' convention, what would happen to Xiao Chen? When a great influence was formed, one would often be helpless. If one did not look down on the hero's monument, the prestige of the hero's monument would not exist. If everyone in the world believed in the word hero, then one would not be a hero if one's name was not on the hero's monument. Xiao Chen organized his thoughts and said, "First senior sister, you must have other intentions for telling me all this, right?" Shui Lingling nodded and said, "I got to know a good friend during the battle at the Starry Heaven Silver Lake. He fought with Di Wuk 3 times and did not end up at a disadvantage in any of them. He asked me to tell you that he wants to work with you to hold a Blue Dragon convention as well." Xiao Chen moved his body somewhat lazily. He tapped the ground with his right hand and smiled at the empty space in front of him. This friend of First Senior Sisters is rather unique. He likes to eavesdrop on others. Unfortunately, while he hid his head well, he did not hide his tail well. Kasu. While Xiao Chen tapped the ground casually, strands of saber chi were hidden in it. Suddenly, strands of purple electric saber chi shot out from the ground 500 meters in front of him. The person hidden in the air had not expected Xiao Chen to discover him. He had not expected Xiao Chen to attack without saying anything. He revealed himself and gently drifted away, leaving behind blood-red afterimages. When the afterimages merged with each other, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. Chapter 894. A slender, nearly perfect, and handsome man in white appeared before Xiao Chen. There was a scarlet mark between his eyebrows, giving this perfect face an even more soul-stirring evil aura. The white-clad man smiled warmly and said, "You truly live up to your reputation as a descendant of the Qing Emperor. Unexpectedly, the concealment techniques of my Azura race cannot hide from your discerning eyes. Lan Xiaobai, why are you here?" The appearance of this white-clad man surprised Shui Lingling as well. When she saw him clearly, her expression turned cold as she immediately asked, "Why are you here?" Lan Xiaobai landed on the ground and stepped on the tree leaves without making a sound. He said softly, "I just arrived not long ago. However, don't worry. I already gave Elder Han a heads up. I did not come uninvited." The Azura race was an extremely strong race during the ancient era. However, they were few in number and did not have the ability to produce spirits and demonic corpses like the corpse race and the ghost race. Many years ago, the Azura race moved to a star, distancing themselves from the struggle for power in the Kunlun realm. Hearing Lan Xiaobai's explanation, Shui Lingling's expression improved. However, she still felt uncomfortable. Lan Xiaobai looked straight at Xiao Chen. His perfect face revealed a sincere expression as he said, "Brother Xiao Chen, what do you think of Miss Shui's suggestion? We are all proud people. How can we let Di Wuk erect this hero monument? Furthermore, the deity race is an outsider race. Their wild ambition has always existed, wanting to unify the Kunlun realm." Lan Xiaobai's words were sincere and did not contain any arrogance. He humbled himself, waiting for Xiao Chen's answer in anticipation. Xiao Chen lay on the tree trunk, not showing any intention of getting up. He smiled and said, "Well said. I think very highly of you holding the Heroes Convention. Do your best. I will send someone to deliver a congratulatory note at that time." "What do you mean by this?" "My big brother Xiaobai is talking to you, but you're not even standing up." On the road behind the spirit tree, a man and a woman walked over quickly. The one who spoke was the woman on the right. The woman looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. She had a head of fiery red hair and fair skin. Her beautiful face gave off a lively and adorable aura. There was a red mark on his forehead. Needless to say, he was from the Azura race. Shui Lingling clearly had some friendship with this girl. she exclaimed in surprise. You're here too. Yes, we just paid a visit to Elder Han and explained the purpose of our visit. But Elder Han said that everything is up to this person to decide. He has no right to interfere. The Azura girl named Yu nodded and pointed at Xiao Chen angrily. The Azura race man beside Xiao Chen was dressed in black. When he saw Xiao Chen leaning lazily against the tree, he frowned slightly as well. However, he tolerated it well and did not say anything. Xiao Chen pushed himself off the ground and stood up. Sorry, I still have something to do. I'll take my leave first. After saying that, he headed for the space-time tunnel on his own without waiting for them to reply. When Shui Lingling saw the situation, she informed the three that she could not entertain them for now and quickly followed. The black-clad Azura race man watched the two disappear into the space-time tunnel. He said, "What is the relationship between this Miss Shui and this person? Why is she so concerned about Xiao Chen's attitude?" Lan Xiaobai said depressingly, "What relationship? I gave her the heavenly silver flower petals, and she casually gave them to this person as a greeting gift." You exclaimed in shock, "That can't be. How could elder sister Shui be like that? The heavenly silver flower blooms once every 100 years, and there is only one flower with 3 petals. Elder brother Xiaobai, it was not easy for you to obtain an extra petal from Diwuk. Yet, elder sister Shui actually gave it away?" The black-clad man smiled bitterly and said, "This is really depressing for you. However, based on their relationship, they do not seem to be lovers. Xiaobai, you still have a chance. However, do we really need this person for the Heroes Convention?" At the mention of the Heroes Convention, Lan Xiaobai's perfect face turned extremely grave. He said, "It is not that we need his help. It is just that with his help, we will be more confident of suppressing Diwuk. Xiao Chen, you should seriously consider this. Diwuk is organizing the Heroes Convention to pressure you. Once he becomes the main character, you will never be able to turn things around." After leaving the space-time tunnel, the two arrived in the sky above the Kunlun continent's Haotian city. Shui Lingling looked at Xiao Chen anxiously. The depths of her eyes were filled with concern. Seeing that Xiao Chen did not say anything, Shui Lingling said somewhat anxiously, "Lan Xiaobai's strength is really comparable to Diwuk's. If you work with him, you will definitely be able to suppress Diwuk." Xiao Chen smiled bitterly in his heart. How could he not sense the concern in Shui Lingling's words? However, Xiao Chen could tell what kind of person Lan Xiaobai was after probing him a little. This person said that Diwuk had the ambition of a wolf, but was he not the same? He clearly looked down on Xiao Chen, yet he was willing to lower his voice and speak to Xiao Chen. He was not an ordinary person. The man and woman beside him were also not ordinary people, especially the black-clad man. Xiao Chen compared the black-clad man to Long Fei and concluded that the black-clad man was stronger than Long Fei. If Xiao Chen worked with such a person, he would be weak and would not be able to take the initiative. It was just that Xiao Chen had replaced Diwuk with Lan Xiaobai, and there was still someone suppressing him. There was no change at all. Xiao Chen thought even further. His first senior sister was a smart person. It was impossible that she had not thought of this. Why was she so flustered? The answer was probably that Diwuk's strength had already reached an extremely terrifying level during his experience in the starry heaven Silver Lake. His first senior sister believed that she no longer stood a chance against him. If Diwuk's Heroes Convention succeeded, then she would not be able to survive. This was the saying, "Worry leads to chaos." Stopping, Xiao Chen smiled softly. "First senior sister, why do you feel that I have to work with others to host a Heroes Convention?" Shui Lingling was slightly stunned. She pondered over Xiao Chen's tone and her eyes lit up. "Junior brother Xiao Chen, are you thinking of hosting a Heroes Convention by yourself?" Xiao Chen shook his head. "No." "Then why?" "The word hero is too heavy. I don't even dare to call myself a hero, so why would I host a Heroes Convention? However, don't worry, I have already thought of a general way to deal with Diwuk's Heroes Convention." Shui Lingling blinked her eyes and asked in disbelief, "Really?" Xiao Chen smiled and asked, "First senior sister, you don't believe in Xiao Chen? I have never been one to sit around and wait for death, nor do I boast." When Shui Lingling heard this, She recalled some of Xiao Chen's past. She revealed a smile and said, "It looks like I was overly worried. I won't disturb you for now. I still have to go and entertain Lan Xiaobai." Hearing that Shui Lingling still had to go and entertain Lan Xiaobai, Xiao Chen could not help but feel uncomfortable. However, he quickly adjusted himself and performed a cupped fist salute. "Many thanks for First Senior Sister's kind intentions. I'll take my leave first." After returning to his peak, Xiao Chen entered the cultivation room familiarly. Without saying anything, he used the peak spirit vein to start cultivating. Now that the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation had reached the 7th layer, his cultivation speed was no slower than Di Wuk and the other outstanding talents. In fact, he was even faster. However, Xiao Chen had been in the Sky Dome realm, where the spiritual energy was thin. After he returned, he had been busy comprehending the Saber Dao and had not had much time to cultivate. Now that he had the time and the conditions to quietly comprehend, he naturally had to consolidate his cultivation. Now, Xiao Chen's cultivation had already reached early-stage medial-grade martial sage. The mysterious small world in his dantian contained 600 heavenly sage laws. There were not many of them, but each one was as thick as a baby's arm. He would not be any weaker than a regular superior-grade martial sage. More importantly, Xiao Chen still had vast magic energy in his sea of consciousness. This was his greatest trump card. 5 days later, the vice sect master sent someone to deliver the heart-nourishing grass, bright yellow Ganoderma, gilded fruit, heavenly blood vine, and forget worry grass that Xiao Chen needed. When Xiao Chen saw these 5 spirit herbs, he heaved a sigh of relief. The firmament body tempering art could finally reach consummation. He had waited for this day for far too long. The last 5 layers of the firmament body tempering art corresponded to the 5 internal organs of the human body. There was no order. After cultivating it, the 5 internal organs, heart, liver, spleen, stomach, and kidneys, would be extremely resilient and resilient. Take the heart for example. As long as it was not instantly shattered, even if it was pierced, one would not die immediately. The only unfortunate thing was that this body-tempering art, which originally increased vital qi, could not increase the strength of the last 5 layers at all. Xiao Chen took a deep breath, and the Neptune headscarf on his forehead immediately gave off a cooling, cold qi. The many messy thoughts in Xiao Chen's mind were swept away like fallen leaves. Now, he was completely immersed in cultivating the firmament body-tempering art. The Neptune headscarf was indeed wondrous. Its calming effect was already worthy of being called a rare treasure. Xiao Chen swallowed the heart-nourishing grass. After the medicinal energy took effect, he started to use the firmament body-tempering art's energy to temper his heart. Now that his body had already reached rank 3 sage body, he had already surpassed the basic requirements for cultivating the firmament body-tempering art. There were no obstructions to this tempering. The process went very smoothly. Bang! 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 As the medicinal energy permeated his heart and Xiao Chen tempered it, his heartbeat slowed down. However, it grew stronger. With every heartbeat, a dull sound echoed in the room. The interval between heartbeats grew longer. In the end, his heart did not beat for a long time. However, the energy generated when it suddenly beat was like thunder, displaying a berserk life force. It was like an ancient holy beast with a boundless life force. Xiao Chen opened his eyes, and his heart returned to normal. With a flip of his hand, a short sword appeared. Then Xiao Chen tore off his clothes and aimed the tip of the sword at his heart. After thinking for a while, he stabbed it in. Blood flowed out as the tip of the sword stabbed his heart. However, it did not pierce through. The strong toughness of the heart slowly resisted the sword. Success! Xiao Chen's face lit up in joy. He let his heart relax, and the tip of the sword successfully pierced through. Immediately, intense pain spread to his brain. However, when Xiao Chen clenched his teeth and pulled out the sword, the crack in his heart quickly healed. The crack in Xiao